Well, hello, everybody. How are you guys? Happy Wednesday. Don't start now. Hopefully, you guys are all having a good day. We got some stuff to talk about right quick, so probably need helmets and a seatbelt for this one. Well, shit, it stayed muted for a minute. Whoops, it normally pops right off. Good morning, good afternoon. If you are on the East Coast, you are in the afternoon already. What y'all up to? How's your day so far? You ready for a headache? Not a headache, but not a headache actually at all. Maybe more like some what ifs. What if? That's a good title, so we're going to go with it. You're cleaning. So far, so good. Good evening. Oh, yeah, it's probably evening for a bunch of you. Miss Fletcher, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Much appreciated. The dirt is blowing. Oh, shit. That sucks, Dina. Good morning, Earth. Hey, Cindy. Hey, Endless Blooms. Enid. Hold on. In and out, in and out. Hey, Teresa. Sorry, I thought I had scheduled this, and I did schedule it earlier, but it was on unlisted because I wasn't sure if this was going to actually be a good time. So you didn't get really any heads up. But we're going to have a little discussion here. Just a little one. Well, it's actually probably a little bit deeper than a lot of you are going to be expecting, but let's just jump in. How's that sound? Yeah, right, Mel? Hello. Hey, Miss Britt. Hey, Half Pint. PJ's Wish. Marcy. Note to self. All right. Buckle up, because we're going to open here. This so happens to be January 16th, 2026. You'll find out why I'm playing this in a minute. Keep in mind, January 16th, 2026.
It's been an awful experience. 2 nights ago, she, along with 2 other women.
So what Julie is playing is a clip of BJ, and I'm assuming reality is under that comment, reviewing Mal and myself.
Dressed up like me and mocked me in an attempt to taunt me so that I would respond. Mallory gleefully was willing to tell anything she knew about my personal.
I'll back it up even further so you can hear the full context of this. This is when BJ reached out to Mal's mom.
Hope you pay child support.
You might think, well, yeah, that was grimy. Yeah, sure was. But in this space, 2 things are possible at the same time. So remind yourself of that, because we're not just talking about this. I'm setting the stage here. January 16th, here we go.
Because if your kids had to go through the trauma and humiliation of having to call, while they're minors, having to call their own mother to ask for money for expenses she should be paying for. Shame on you, Brittany.
I mean, that's a little over dramatic, of course. A little major over dramatic. What kid doesn't call their parent for money, even with all of their expenses paid? I mean, come on now. That's a little over dramatic. The trauma of calling their parent, that's a reach. You should have stretched. Hopefully you stretched before this.
Shame on you for being such a horrible mom that your kids, your minor children, have to call you to this is not a college student.
Oh, there's definitely going to be a pop quiz per se, but not really a pop quiz. I'm just going to test people's maybe ethics, morality a little bit today.
Calling and say, hey, I need some money. You know, I spent too much at parties this weekend.
Right.
I need some more spending money.
Oh, wait.
This isn't a college student. This isn't a kid out of college or over 18. These were.
Oh, you've watched this one? Ooh.
Minor kids calling you, right?
Yeah, that happens. That's what kids do. Carry on. Parents are ATMs. Welcome to the world.
Brittany?
There you go.
That happened.
Nothing wrong with it. Right. Hey, free side. Hey,
those poor kids. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting.
Mal, don't you find the date really interesting considering?
And you want to shame Mallory? You want to shame Mallory? Honestly, I don't understand. That's why I said, if my mom really knew all the things, details about you, like she most certainly would call you a psychopath, in her opinion.
If my mom knew about you, hey, baby boo, if my mom knew about you, what? Oh, I haven't either, Mal. Well, I saw a little portion of it that I need for today. Otherwise, I haven't watched the rest of it.
She definitely would call you a psychopath and would warn me that, you know, you were dangerous. And you are. And so is Craig.
Such an interesting statement right there that you made. You are dangerous. So is Craig. Okay. Remember, over here, we live in the arena that multiple things can be true at one time. So while that can be true, I do agree that Brittany and Craig are dangerous with their reckless behavior. I think Julie is also. And I'm going to give you more reasons for that today.
You want to shame Mallory? Honestly, I don't understand. That's why I said, if my mom really knew all the things, details about you.
Julie's stream, Bog? No, I haven't yet. No, after you guys hear what I'm going to talk about today, I think your mind's going to be a little bit blown, and maybe not blown, maybe not even shocked, some of you. But you'll understand why I've kind of, outside of this is where I've been kind of at. So I haven't watched anything recent.
Like, she most certainly would call you a psychopath.
It's crazy.
In her opinion.
Okay, we'll watch it.
She definitely would call you a psychopath. And
this is January 16th, 2026. So we know this is 8 days after the complaint, what allegedly speculating so amazingly shared with us, because she's awesome like that. That was signed, the complaint, that little probable cause supporting document was signed January 8th. Now, dates are going to play a role in today. That's why I'm going to be repetitive, per usual, but hard on it today.
Would warn me that, you know, you were dangerous. And you are. And so is Craig. But being silent, unfortunately, doesn't protect you from you. Doesn't protect a person from you. Just ask your latest mod.
Oh.
She would say that you're a psychopath because how you behave as a mother, how you lie.
My mom would say you are. My mom would say you are.
How you lie about everything.
I know you are, but what am I?
And, you know, the conditions you live in. there's something wrong. Everything. There's so much to it. Sorry, I keep forgetting to share. Then we're going to draft a little note.
Are we? Are we going to draft a little note? Are we?
Oh my God, the lies, man. No, there was no fight, Mallory.
Hey, deep dark.
It's already
all
bad
right.
enough that she's
You and
speaking
Craig and his
about
dad got
very
along
personal things that
famously
should
the
never
whole
be spoken
time.
about.
I'm sure.
But it makes it 10 times worse that she's botching everything. You don't even have the story right. There's never been a fight. There's no fight. We didn't. What relevance is any of this?
The relevance is that you're a liar and people are giving you money still on the internet and you're lying to them.
In the past. We were friends on Facebook. Mallory and I were really good
I love when a liar calls a liar.
friends. Okay. I knew her mom by first name. I talked to her mom almost every time I talked to Mallory. Her mom, it's not like I didn't just randomly send her mom a message and had never talked to her before. But yes, I did not call her mom, never called her. I sent her a message on Facebook when Mallory, first time she came.
Hey, Fit and Curvy, you don't like the home runs?
I know it's been a while, but you guys remember about
Swing
35 seconds before
swing.
this, she says, I've never called Mallory's mom. Never called her.
Hey, Sasha.
I'd like to talk to her. I would. Then 45 seconds pass and she says, oh, we're Facebook friends. And I wrote to Mallory's mom. Yes, I did. And I talked to Mallory's mom almost every time I talked to Mallory. Well, I'm sorry. Why write her then? If you had a talking on.
You've been around longer than I have. You know how this space is. I figured you were joking. Today will be a fantastic out of the park swing about a swing.
A phone relationship, right? Can't keep your story straight. But you did write to her after you wanted people to believe. You thought maybe you could end it there, and then you realized, oh shit, Mallory's got the message. I'm going to be outed. I better confess to it.
Now and started cheering.
Actually, no, that's what was so funny about this whole situation is that Mal would have never known about this because her mom couldn't access that Facebook. So it went nowhere. And nobody knew about it until BJ decided to read about it and read her letter. I mean, it worked out well for her.
Details about the estate and our taxes and things that should never be spoken of. I did reach out to her mother and asked her to please have a talk with her daughter that I don't know what else to do. That my back's I'm at the freaking. Matter of fact, you know what? I'll read it to y'all. I'll tell you what I told her mom. I have no shame. Sure did.
You do have no shame.
Hold on.
And of course, should be ashamed. Came right in here with Santa Claus going, you should be ashamed. You should be ashamed. How you go on here every day after the pictures of your house have come out. Nobody who has two brain cells to rub together believes that everything that we are seeing in all those pictures are due to a one-time construction or any construction.
Reminder, 8 days after she signed that form for a private citizen's criminal complaint. I'm going to be reminding you for a reason.
Construction doesn't explain the bugs and the dust and the fungus and the water and
when all your worlds collide, Fit and Curvy, I hear you.
You think you're the only person in the world who's ever had construction done on their home? That is years of neglect in a house. That takes a long time to build up the disgusting, dirty conditions that were visible.
Lazy Wolf, I won't go as far as saying she doesn't have some sense of fear because I don't know her to know. I mean, she could be afraid of a shadow, the dark. People have all sorts of fears. So I wouldn't be willing to say I don't think she has fear. But just bear with me today. I think I'm going to prove something outside of her emotional state.
To everybody who's,
if that makes sense,
saw it, having nothing to do with construction. It was gutted, you said, and you went.
I never open without a reason. We'll get there.
Gutted. You know how we know you're lying? Is when you take a word and then you like make it sound really weird and like go hard on the syllables and go, it was gutted. That's a tell. You know, you said Clue looks away or I looks away. When you go gutted, it was a construction site. It was under construction. That's a tell. You're lying. We're not stupid.
When you get loud and obnoxious like this, it's a tell that you have, in my opinion, been doing way too fucking much, and the audacity is pouring out of your pores here, Julie.
Your chat is stupid, but everybody else on the internet, not stupid.
Hey, Beth. Hey, Heather. BJ used to...
I have no shame. I'm not ashamed.
Girl.
No, you're not ashamed. You have no shame, woman. You're not ashamed of anything. It's sick. You know, shame can be good. Feeling embarrassed is like God-given way of letting us know we shouldn't be doing something. But you're never embarrassed.
Bear with me today. This is a little brutal for an opener, and you're going to feel like, where am I going? Just remember the date of this, January 16th.
I would never show my face in public again if pictures of my house came out that
Cleaner,
looked like yours, honestly.
That's
and I had children living there, for God's sakes. Little kids.
Y'all tell me if I'm wrong for this.
You are wrong.
I sent her this message on June the 8th, 2025. I said, hello, Miss Blank. I'm not going to tell you what her name is. I'm reaching out to you because I've exhausted all of my options in trying to deal with this personally. I have reached out to Mallory privately, and I've asked her publicly to please stop, but she refuses. Mallory is currently going on multiple creators' channels on YouTube, sharing very personal and private information regarding my family and myself. She's boasting to thousands of people that she has my husband's social security number and all of my passwords. She's telling dangerous people private.
And that was manipulation to Mal's mom by BJ, because BJ had put his social out here anyway. So.
Things about my children.
You showed Craig's social security number when you tried to prove that Craig had passed a drug test, although nobody was questioning if Craig was on drugs. Okay? Nobody was. No, I wasn't. You showed him.
Oh, by the way, get your fingers exercised and ready, because it's going to be a chat participation live stream coming up.
His social security number. When you, we gotta figure out when that was. Is that before when you showed his social security number that you're saying Mallory has a social security number? First of all, what?
I have not looked at my emails. Sorry. I kind of needed to like walk away from some of it for a little while, especially with this happening, and you guys will understand. But I promise you guys I will take time this week.
Who gives their social security number to their friends? You do, Brittany, because your weirdo relationships with people involve people doing things for you that are really not like in friendship territory. Like, here, fill out the estate forms so we can get money for my baby daddy's pension. And here's my social security number. Who puts that on a friend? She's not your employee.
Children and my family.
What BJ did here, there's no question about it, was fucking overstepping, invasive, one would say.
Details of my father-in-law's death, his estate. She shared a very humiliating photo of my leg from when I was in the hospital with cellulitis. Intimate
How would
details
she
of the
have
time
your social
when I was
security
sick,
number
and also times when I
I'm talking BJ's letter to Mal's mom.
You giving
was
it
having
to
very
her.
personal relationship struggles that I only ever talked to her about and trusted her with. It's been an awful experience. 2 nights ago, she, along with 2 other women, dressed up like me and mocked me in an attempt to taunt me so that I would respond. Mallory gleefully was willing to tell anything she knew about my personal life. These people have called Child Protective Services to my home.
Oh, gleefully, like when somebody sent you an email and then like just right after that, Truth's name was doxed, and you go, I've been waiting for this email and waiting for this name. Yes. That kind
Yeah, that's over dramatized, but
of glee. When you get a piece of juicy doxing info about somebody you hate.
she definitely did show that she was happy about getting a name she wanted.
That kind of gleefully.
I find the audacity and the irony of you even mentioning that, though, Julie. about her being excited about getting information to be really fucking ironic in this one. Don't you, Julie? I sure do. By the way, Julie, while I'm at it, since your mods are in here, which one's on duty today? Island High or Della? And for anybody wondering, Island High, I would suggest you keep my daughter's name out of your fucking mouth. But Julie, while we're talking, you know how this name you claim that now you're trying to weaponize and say that more people have put it out there? You have a short on your page, ma'am, from around the Christmas time where your own mod puts the young man's name in your chat, and it's still there. So before you get on here with any audacity of trying to blame anybody else for saying the young man's name, you might want to check your mods in your comment section of your shorts, because it's right there. But go on, tell us more.
Weirdo.
Miss Blank. They have called my police. They have filed multiple false police reports claiming
Who
that
did? Mallory? No.
harm. They are currently sharing photos of my home and my address, as well as photos of my minor children all over
That pity party is
all over X and YouTube. They're sharing private information about my children's father and family, putting us all in grave risk. Many of these creators are convicted felons and are extremely dangerous people. One particular creator was married to a convicted, pedophile, who just so happens to live in the same state as I do. You can look this up for yourself. His name is Robert Carl Spenson. He's from Raleigh, North Carolina. He had hundreds of thousands of photos of young children as small as 18 months. He was married to the creator of a channel by the name of Illuminati. I'm willing to send you anything you need to verify everything.
Okay, what the actual fuck, Brittany? What the actual fuck are you doing here?
I agree. What the fuck was she doing? But there's a big but today.
You sent to Mallory's
The fact that Julie's talking about this, yeah, big but.
mom information about Illuminati's ex describing things that are the reason she had him put in prison, and telling Mallory, who Clue had never had a conversation with practically. I mean, I imagine.
Don't you have a middle finger on your little... I have one on my phone. It's always there. I
Had
do all the
nothing to
time.
do with this situation. Nothing. What the fuck is your problem, Brittany? Why would you bring up Illuminati's
I look forward to it, Jamie. I look forward to Julie doing reviews.
ex, who she put in prison, to Mallory's mother? Why?
Oh, Coco, hold that thought, because what we're getting to get into today,
What does it have to do with Mallory talking about you and the information that you personally shared with her that you are afraid she will discuss? It makes no sense. What is it to do? It's to cause alarm in the mother.
You know what makes no sense to me, Julie, is that January 16th, you did this. When January 15th, you surely were doing something else there, Julie, weren't you? A week after you filed your little complaint to the courts.
Right? It is to cause the mom fear for her daughter. Does Mallory have a reason to fear Illuminati? Or
This is January 16th.
Illuminati's ex? Huh?
Oh, she's giddy. She's giddy. I wonder what Julie was up to in this time frame. Oh, don't worry. I won't keep you on your seats much longer.
Brittany, let me tell you something. In every place anybody lives, if you go onto a website, I don't know if it's called meganslaw.com or whatever it is, but it's having to do with Megan's Law. And you want to know if there is an RSO living in your area, right? Within 1 mile, within 5 miles, within 10 miles, right, of your home. You can literally go on a website and look that up. And I guarantee, okay, living within 5 mile radius of where you live are probably, I have no idea, a dozen people who have been convicted of being a child predator.
Are you telling us that you've probably been looking up things that you have no business looking up in her area? Or is this just one of your hypotheticals? Which is it?
who live closer than, wherever you walked from, probably. Worry about those guys if you really want to protect your kids. Worry about them. Or worry about the drunk in your house who's got a history of violence and easy access to multiple loaded weapons that he leaves out in areas that the children can access. Oh no, we tell our kids, don't go in that room. Oh my God. Well, then you're doing your job. If they're not locked up, but we say our kids, no, don't go in that room. They are children, right? If you say, don't go in that room, what's going to happen? They're going to go in that room when you're not looking. What's in that room? I want to know what's in that room. Kids are curious by nature. Maybe they make a mistake. Maybe it's late. It's dark in your house all the time. They go into the wrong room. One of your kids was moving furniture into the other kid's room.
Shocking that she would be looking people up, isn't it, Dina?
Room or something like that the other night. Maybe one night while you're on a live stream, ignoring your children who are coming in and asking for your help, and you're telling them, shut the door, right? Maybe one of them goes into the wrong room in the dark and finds an unsecured loaded weapon. It is the height of irresponsibility as a parent. It is you're living with someone with a violent past, with a presently making violent threats over the internet to multiple people, displaying weapons while intoxicated on social media channels like TikTok, right?
And
drunk off his ass, threatening the guy delivering food, him on his property. Oh, he got away. He got away lucky.
Oh, Dina,
right?
I'll have to check. Thank you.
Dear God, I'm praying every day for your friggin' mailman.
Oh, really?
One day Craig's going to be drunk and think, oh, they're coming.
Did you happen to call their postal service asking for me? Just wondering, since we know you have no boundaries and shit.
Beyond the gate with their mail truck. He's going to put a cap in their ass, like he said he was going to do to Cletus. The height of irresponsibility. Dangerous.
Oh, dangerous, huh?
Not to mention, literally, the Environmental Protection Agency. If I was working for the Environmental Protection Agency in North Carolina and I saw pictures of your house, I would be like, oh my God, should we test the groundwater around there? Is it seeping into the water system or the air quality in the neighborhood? Whatever is fuming, wafting from your home?
You know what's wafting from your home? A little something I like to call no boundaries. So that, my friends, was January 16th. Well, I said she seemed awfully giddy. Dangerous, right? The irony. Well, lo and behold, Julie was a busy motherfucker on January 15th. Sure was. So now is where the chat exercise comes into play. I'm going to read you some questions. And I need you in the chat to tell me if this is invasive or not. I'm not going to be giving names that are included, so I will be saying blank, because if I say blank, it's personal information that is included in said question or comment from January 15th. Invasive or not? That's what I need you to answer today, okay? First starts off with, I hope it's okay. I have a lot of questions. I've done research I have never shared at all, and I don't plan to. But I'm curious as to the stories she was telling others close to her. Did blank ever mention living in blank after she had kids? Invasive or not? Now, another reminder, this happens to be 1 week after a complaint was signed against the same person that these texts happen to be about. Did blank ever mention living in blank after she had kids? Invasive? Okay. Most of you are saying invasive. Did blank talk about blank or anyone named blank? All of those blanks are people's personal information, their names. People that on the receiving end, the person who got these questions didn't even know, majority of them. Invasive. Okay, let's keep going. Never mentioned the name blank at all. I'll add to that. Did she say where her youngest was born? What state? Also, did she ever give you a reason for him not having the last name blank? And the last name is included. Invasive? Legal government name, yep. Invasive? Extremely invasive. 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 Okay. Did she say which aunt, if any, she was close to? Blank blank or any other aunt? Question mark. Or blank. Invasive or not? Did she tell you about blank? Another individual's name who is potentially somebody related or not. No idea. Super invasive, invasive, invasive. Invasive, but happens a lot, unfortunately, behind these YouTube streets in the alleys. Oh, I'm really sorry, locked and loaded. All right, here's not a question, but more of a statement to a person who she doesn't even know. She lived in blank for 6 months to a year, about a year before her blank. But blank, her ex, never lived in blank. So there she is offering up information that this person didn't even know. Seems a little invasive to me, considering why do you need to know all that? Can I ask what she said about blank? Confidential. Blank's last name is blank. Another release of information. 7 days after you filed this complaint, you were in the inbox trying to get all sorts of personal, private information. Weren't you, Julie? 7 days after the complaint, the day before that video where you went live and were giddy as fuck. Did she tell you blank was blank's half brother? No. Thankfully, White Horse, this person doesn't even know 99% of this information, and they're in the chat. Hey, Board Now. Hey, Denise. Well, Rosebud. It would be the very person that she 7 days earlier filled out a probable cause statement against. 7 days after she filed that complaint or filled out that probable cause statement. She was texting people, trying to verify personal, very personal, private information that has absolutely nothing to do with YouTube. Not a goddamn thing. The very thing I got alerted to the other day, Coco? Sure is. Has she ever mentioned the name blank or blank? How do those make you feel? Hold on, I gotta grab the dog. How does this make you feel? If you found out that a YouTube creator, a co-creator, reaching out behind the scenes and asking for information, confirmation about your private life, down to family members, children's names, children's parents' names, how would you feel? Not really, Monkey Mar. Sure did. Sure did. Grosses you out. She's dangerous. I agree. Grosses you out. Sketch the fuck out. Yeah. Same. I don't even know these details about the people I'm closest to on this app, and nor would I ever ask them these details. We talk about personal, private things, but never once has any of them like asked me my children's kids' last names and shit. Absolutely, Jamie May. And what if I told you that the likelihood of this going to just one person is very unlikely? What if I told you that the likelihood of this going to numerous people in these same questions and the same information being offered up to try and gather more information, as in doing her family tree, wasn't enough? We just continue? Jamie May, why would I give these videos to Brittany J when Brittany J can go find the exact same videos I have and put a little work into it for herself? I'm not doing anything on behalf of Brittany. Brittany has done plenty. If Brittany wants to defend herself in court, she needs to go do these videos herself and figure it out. I'm not here to help Brittany. I'm here to talk about the facts about people like Brittany and Julie and how they weaponize our court systems and how disgusting it is, because neither one of them have boundaries. And whether I speak on what's right or wrong, Brittany can get her ass in gear and go find shit on her own. I'm not her handler. Everything that I have, Jamie May, is publicly available on Julie's page. Absolutely, Lazy Wolf. I'm not done yet. Another ex-mod of blank said in an interview, hopefully she's talking about a panel discussion and not out here interviewing people, that she thought blank and her stepdad blank shared prescriptions. Did you ever hear anything like that? What the fuck is that any of your goddamn business, Julie? You were so scared you had to go down and file a criminal complaint for harassment, didn't you? 7 days early? That's fucking right, SS. And I'm about done with the fuck shit and the excuses being made for somebody that has no fucking boundaries. That is absolutely dangerous. Say that louder, SS. Thank you. Is that invasive or not? Wait a second. You think we're done? I got a couple more. Did she tell you the man she calls her dad is actually her blank dad? Why does it matter who she contacts or calls her dad? Why is that any of your fucking business? Who she calls dad? or who is her actual family. And the audacity of you, bitch, to fucking sit on this goddamn internet and say that you are in fear while you're 7 days later texting people. I'm sure you'd been doing that long before. You just got a hold of this one on the 15th of January. Yeah, it sure fuck is. Way too far, isn't it? Unnecessary, intrusive, and invasive. Here's what I've learned about Julie. She's quick to flip at the smallest things. What she is doing to Brittany today, she could do to someone she calls a friend tomorrow. Abso-fucking-lutely. I'm laughing to myself, singing it to the tune of No Flexo, No Flexo. They know better. Well, geez, Julie, aren't you those boys' moms? So, Did she ever mention the last name blank when you were in communication with her? Fucking unreal. You should have heard me when I found out about this. To say pissed off and to know that we have people in the chat here that have people that were over there supporting her, that were kind to her, that she's dug into so far that she knows what charitable organizations they donated to. Did she tell you she was very poor growing up? What does somebody's social economic status have a fuck thing to do with you claiming you're harassed, filing criminal complaints, especially when you're talking about as a child? What does her life as a child, something out of her ability to control? See, this is where I get pissed, Julie, because people like you who have no boundaries make me have a tiny bit of fucking empathy because you are fucking dangerous. It's because I popped on. I had it scheduled, but then I just popped on. We're not done. Who from her family do you think blank is closest to besides her blank dad? A cousin or one of her two half-brothers? Blank, blank, and blank included names. By the way, I had these blanked out before they came to me because I didn't want this information of these people's names. I don't need to know this information. And so the person took the time to redact all of the private names. So I didn't even have it because I don't want to. I'm reading it exactly as I received it. What I am reading currently are questions that Julie found it necessary to reach out to somebody on January 15th and ask about Brittany and her life. Doesn't that feel real grimy? Who from her family do you think blank is closest to besides stepdad? A cousin or one of her two half-brothers? Blank, blank, blank. You fill the most in. I don't even know who most of these people are. Oh my God. Fuck yeah. And I'm not encouraging anybody to do the same thing in any way, shape, or form. Absolutely do not. I can keep it all to YouTube, but this right here is a prime example of her intent. This is exactly what she has been doing as she's filing police reports and these criminal complaints and doing this. And if this isn't concerning to people and not a cross of boundaries, I don't know what the fuck is. Hate BJ. Do that. Rightfully so. Because she's done fuck shit to some people. But that same fucking energy better be for this one who has no fucking boundaries. and is trying to get information on people that she has no business, that has nothing to do with anything that's happened. Oh, hold on. I'm sure, Rosebud, she could probably have her attorney request these from that person. And don't let me forget to remind you, this is not taking up for BJ. This is called taking up for what's right. This is called taking up for people have lost their fucking minds and are doing the fucking most. I don't even know some of these answers to people in my own goddamn life, let alone fucking a fellow YouTube creator that I don't get along with. Brittany, this isn't a fucking game. And you opened that fucking door, kicked that fucker in, and thought you going legal and lying in court situations was acceptable too. And now you're trying to cry about it too? I heard you last night. It was too far when you did it. It was too far when you went to the courts and tried to say that you were in fear for your physical safety. And it's too far what Julie's doing. Period, point blank, end of story. There are actual victims out there that you guys are taking time and energy away from. And you both should be ashamed of yourselves and disgusted with yourselves. Absolutely, D. That's why when whoever came in here and asked me, fuck no, I'm not going to send her shit. No. Why? So it can be fucking... No. All of the videos I've played are publicly available. She's got a whole research team. Yeah, she does. She fucking does. Well, thankfully, not only that, Elizabeth, but didn't know. Doesn't know. No need to know. Was Blank drinking a lot like he is now when you two were friends? What the fuck does it matter? What is that any of your fucking business? Did Blank mention living in SC after she had kids? Why does that fucking matter? Why does her life matter? You're harassed by her. She's been taunting you, tormenting you, you say. But here you are. And I distinctly recall Brittany saying that somebody had contacted her dad and the aunt of her oldest children. And you question who the fuck has been making these calls and doing the most? Well, it seems to me we've got our answers pretty easily if you connect the dots. Julie and her friends have had no boundaries since day one. So while they're out here wasting our court time and our police officers and our resources, taking time away from actual victims, instead they're crossing every boundary, going it's real life, excusing it. What were you going to do with this information? Oh, what haven't you done with this information? And I'm not shocked, pissed. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I agree with you, Sasha. Abso-fucking-lutely agree with you. I'm not making excuses for either one of them. Period. Never will. I am sick and tired of our court being wasted and our resources being wasted. Julie, you made yourself BJ the other day. I hope you realize that. People continue to say, oh, you're a hate for Julie. You know what I hate? Julie's behavior. I hate Julie's lack of boundaries. I hate the fact that Julie is unhinged and has done things to parents of a missing child, plus any creator that has criticized her. Lying on them. When Julie doesn't get her way, what does she do? She goes real life. and cries the victim. You almost verbatim tried to do to me exactly what BJ did the other day. I don't hate you. I laugh at you. I mock you because you have no idea what you're up against. Because I'm like a dog with a fucking bone. And all I have to do is play your own goddamn words and let you expose your own fucking ass. I don't care where people's opinions are anymore. I'm not fighting with anybody over your fucking bullshit. Never will happen. The facts are the facts, and that's what matters to me. I don't care where anybody else tries to find their ethics and morals. For me, this is a no. Nope. And I think this proves a lot more intent behind what she was up to. Did she tell you about the DV, or did you learn about it recently when everybody else heard about it? Hold on to your seats for this one. You know the one I asked earlier? Did she tell you she was very poor growing up? You know what, Julie? I was fucking poor. Farmer's daughter. One of the hardest working men. And my mom. Both of them. Busted their ass. Milking cows. We were poor. We lived in a trailer house. Sure did. Loved that trailer. I've lived in trailers throughout my entire life. Even in my 30s. No shame whatsoever. Because you can disguise a beautiful house. You can look clean and polished. But bitch, you are scum. I know people who live in trailers, who live in RVs, who are homeless, that have more integrity, morals, and boundaries than you will ever fucking have. You can act like you're so above everybody when you are just a wretched piece of shit who advocates for nobody but yourself. So coupled with the question of, did she tell you she was very poor growing up? Like that's any of her fucking business, or does anything with the current situation, especially 7 days after you had the audacity to go out and fill out a criminal complaint. And what did you say in it? Let's just take a look. Again, huge shout out to Allegedly Speculating for doing this and getting this. I'm going to share the link to it once again. Make sure you're subbed up to Allegedly Speculating. Please and thank you. She's wonderful. Let's take a little reminder here what she claimed in this.
But I just got this probably like 15-20 minutes ago. And this document is titled Certification in Support of Probable Cause. Now, this document was filed by YouTuber Julie against YouTuber Brittany. I will pull this document up. It will be watermarked. If you want this document without the watermark, you can find it on my Patreon, which will be linked below. We are going to go through this document. So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in. It is a certification in support of probable cause.
I've lived in trailers more throughout my life than I've lived in a standard home. No, absolutely no shame. No shame. Single wides, double wides, 1950s, 1960s. My grandparents had a double wide, single wide. There is absolutely no shame in any of that shit. But I know your type of people, Julie, who look down on people who are hardworking, amazing people who either choose to or want to, or they do. You had the little point of, in that video when I opened with it, to point out what she lives in. Yeah, I wouldn't live there either. According to the pictures that we've seen that were released. I wouldn't either. But those four walls aren't the only thing that defines a person. And your four walls might be pretty, besides your drop ceiling, but it doesn't change the same trash that's within those four walls, does it, Julie?
In the county of Passaic. Date of incident, 3 incidents in December of 2025, December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th. Municipality is going to be North Hazelton. I offer the following facts and information to establish probable cause in this complaint against, and it looks like Craig's name is...
Oh my God, some of the newer ones are freaking crazy. My dad had a triple wide on a basement when I was in my late teens, and they sold it probably within the last 10 years or something. Well, to my cousin, but That house was freaking massive, like massive, beautiful.
Is marked out, but originally it said Craig Black and Brittany and Jackson. Craig Black has been marked out, and now it just says Brittany and
I love
Jackson. And
Love that.
then it reads, whom I would like to charge with.
Sorry, one other thing before she gets into the details of this, but all of you talking. Kyle and I dream about having a tiny home when the kids are grown and out of the house, if that ever happens anytime soon. Probably not. There will probably be always a kid under my stairs with a million cats, but it is what it is. But I love tiny homes. Absolutely. I'm so simple with that kind of stuff. I would love to have a tiny home on a lake or waterfront somewhere, and then a standard home somewhere else. But that is like, or RV living. We've talked about when we're old, doing a year on the road. I love to travel. Like, that kind of stuff will never define a person. That's something that, I mean, I grew up poor. We got excited going to the thrift store for school shopping. Hand-me-downs, amazing. And maybe that's why I don't understand entitled fucking bitches like this.
And then we got NJSA 2C33-41, criminal cyber harassment. Over here on the side, there's a note that says, I have typed and detailed more on 2 pages my police reports. That's what this square thing says right here. The first question says, how do you know the identity of the person you are charging? And Julie wrote, via YouTube, became aware of them when they included me in an exhibit in a lawsuit in PA against 2 other YouTube creators. And then it says, describe the incident in detail. Under that, it reads, there has been an escalation in December of 2025 of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming, menacing conduct targeting me.
So 7 days before those text messages were sent from Julie, this is what she's writing in this claim.
Communicated electronically over social media and documented in 3 police reports filed with the North Hadelton PD, Craig Black and Brittany Jackson over their YouTube channel with over 20,000 subscribers, made explicit threats of violence, suggesting bodily harm and death, causing me fear and significant emotional distress. Also, Brittany Jackson obtained and knowingly displayed content of my autistic, recognized disabled by the state of New Jersey, son that I had deleted years ago because he does not want to appear on social media. Both myself and my autistic son were taunted, and although Miss Jackson blurred his face, she revealed identifying his public school at the time of the video.
Which is complete bullshit and a lie. And is this a sworn statement? Is this a sworn statement to the court? Hopefully not.
Conduct of Craig Black and Brittany Jackson caused fear and emotional distress to me and my autistic son.
But it says signature of complaining witness and submitted to the court, I'm assuming. So,
And then it is signed by Julie, and the date is January 8th of 2026.
2026. January 8th, 2026. Aren't those claims interesting? What'd you say, Bog? Let me see. Probably not. Yeah, I saw somebody else say that too. Oh, we'll look at that short in a minute. Give me a second. Let me finish out. We've got a couple more of these. This one pisses me off. Any talk about going through evictions when she lived with her mom? That one bothered me. That one bothered me a lot. You know why that bothers me? Because, again, if she was a child living with her, what does that matter? This is invasive. Yeah, I saw that. I was being sarcastic, you guys. Sorry. My sarcasm probably is mixed in today a little bit with frustration. Yeah, Lindsay, you might want to do that. You feel like that's invasive information. How would you feel about somebody doing this and reaching out to somebody you knew at one time and asking these private details? How would you feel? Especially a stranger on the internet who is filing police reports and court documents saying that you're harassing them. Both things could be true. But to me, this sounds a lot more like you were plotting something. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. I was wondering if anybody caught my heavy sarcasm there. Sorry. It might have went over. I agree, Tebow Michelle. Absolutely agree. I'm not excusing Brittany's behavior either. There will never be a day that I excuse her behavior. In fact, that's my point of all of this, is what Brittany kicked the door open and thought was so okay has now led to people, well, not only Brittany. I mean, we've had this happen with BHB, Brittany, Lauren Matthias. Like, when's it going to stop? But now you have people filing police reports, wasting police resources, filing these complaints, and then turning around a week later and doing what I find to be extremely intrusive, extremely invasive. Details about her childhood, her children. Oh, wait, I'm not done yet. Did she ever go away with her 2 youngest boys? Like to visit family when you knew blank? What the fuck does that matter? What does any of this matter? I hope you reach out to somebody in my family. I really do. Because the fucking reaming of your ass that I will give you, and I hope you get the right one. Tell me any of that. This isn't stuff to do with her YouTube channel, her behavior, or Craig's behavior. None of it is. Tell me I'm wrong. And feel free to. If you think that this helps in any way, shape, or form, or has anything to do with the current situation that Julie is claiming, tell me. Please. Because I'm failing to see what many are seeing, that it's acceptable for Julie to do this. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse when we find out more and more. And I will say, I believe that it's very likely, I'm almost positive, that this person that got these messages wasn't the first that these have been asked to. And I also remind you that in these messages, all those blanks are people's names that even people around her or knew her don't know, don't recognize. There's no comparison, actually, Angel. I don't even like to compare the situations. And I don't even like to mention, outside of BJ being a plaintiff in one and a defendant in the other, there's no comparison. There's 10 against 2, false allegations, people locally in her area, Granny's area, that have litigated frauds, wild behavior that BJ willingly signed up alongside of. There's no excusing BJ's behavior, but I'm not even going to diminish what she has done by comparing it to Julie. They're completely separate situations. And Julie said, watch this. I can top all of you and do even worse. Absolutely. Can you imagine what she was doing to Chris and Katie? Do any of those questions, though, at all, and your guys' opinions, help with Julie going to the courts and claiming that she was harassed, intimidated, any of that? Because that doesn't match anything to help her cases in court. That is invasive, intrusive, and over the line. And actually, I think what Julie is doing by trying to be the martyr spits in the faces of actually the very victims of BJ. Because none of this shit's been done to Julie like people are claiming. Julie's got her fucking feelings hurt and wants to be a part of they. Have some fucking reckless things been said? Yeah, to all of us. Has there been some direct threats made? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. Has there been some anti-Semitism? You know what I'm talking about? Yes. It doesn't excuse what Julie is doing. In fact, takes away and gives attention to somebody who has done nothing but poke and prod and cross boundaries. And you're damn fucking right. You're damn right that I'm against this shit. You're damn right that I think that this is okay for her to do. Oh, Coco, I know already that she's trying to get information on my family and my life. No, for a fact. I'll play your fucking game, bitch. I don't have to. Go real life. I'll keep it right here. You can't do that, though. You never have. I hope she cries. I hope she fucking cries on the goddamn fucking floor, kicking and screaming. She should be fucking mortified at her behavior and the audacity of her to get on here and shame and shun anybody else for any of their reckless, dangerous behavior when she herself is one and the exact fucking same. Asking about whether somebody was poor in their childhood. If they went through evictions with their mother. So you're talking about when this person was either a child or a young adult. What the fuck is that any of your goddamn business? And don't give me this, well, I was trying to figure out the psychology of everything. No, you weren't. No, you fucking weren't. No, you weren't. Oh, fuck no. That's never going to happen. That's just denying the facts, too. Anybody taken up for BJ is denying the facts of what BJ has done to multiple people. Weaponizing our courts, lying to police. Well, Priceless, I don't know if you were here yet or not, but you know how everybody's been getting shunned and shamed and accused of doxing the twin who doesn't want to be named in anything. Julie's got a public short available on her page from around Christmas time. I'm not going to show you exactly which one because I'm not like Julie. But there's a short on her page, current time. One of her mods says all of their names. Still there. Not deleted. But yet she's out here saying everybody else doxed him. Right, SS, right. What does that have to, and I'm sorry that you went through that. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you doing? Trying to find out if she had trauma from her childhood to, what, weaponize some more? You already lied about stories from her past with misinformation. Right. Not from this. Not from this. This actually gives her victimhood, and she doesn't deserve any with what she's done to other people by misusing the courts. Unfucking real. Unreal. The twin that doesn't want to be named, which she never named. It was redacted when she showed it. And people hate the fact that I'm willing to say that. It's the truth. I'm not in the business of fucking lying to coddle for anybody. Not doing it. She has absolutely, BJ has absolutely crossed boundaries, went real life, weaponized our courts, lied, done many things. But her and Julie are one and the same. Oh, I didn't finish my statement, Julie. You know, the other day when you tried to tell your subs that I was zooming in, trying to identify and saying their last names, you want to know who almost said the exact same thing verbatim when she tried to encourage her chat that I was a child predator? Oh, yeah, that would be your twin over there, BJ. You've almost got her language down verbatim. Isn't that ironic? You watch her so much that you sound just like her. You learned, and I'm sure you are just as skilled, aren't you, Julie? Dina, do you mind? You sent me the video of the one she tells you that she looked into you or found that out. Do you want me to play it? I don't want to give any information out. I agree with that, Lazy Wolf. Abso-fucking-lutely agree with that. Wow. Did you send me? It's the one she looked up. Oh, okay. I got you now. I got you. I thought you meant the one where she acknowledges to you that she had known. Oh, okay. I got you. I didn't know which one you were talking about. Perfect. Thanks. I don't need to pull that one up. How does all that make you feel, though? Those text messages that somebody's reaching out, asking for all that. What does she proclaim she is? An advocate? A teacher? A researcher? Better than everybody else? Above everybody? NCAM. Could be. Yeah, she has. MJ's Wolfie and autism advocate. She advocated. She changed a law according to her, passed some law or whatever. And you know, it's really a bad situation is there are people that are well-intentioned, good people who have paid her to do their ancestry. Sure have. There are people that have paid, and she has all their information. Yeah. Sure does. Yeah, right. Advocates go in real life. She's never had a boundary. And usually, you know what sucks about her research? Think about back to her research on SF. And you don't have to like SF. I'm not a fan. But you don't have to be a fan to recognize what's right and right, or what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And she took incorrect information, which she seems to get wrong a lot of shit. So her research skills are lacking at best. And she's reckless. So she comes out here, puts all this incorrect information out here on SF. Why do you think there's been so many things that have been incorrectly stated by so many people? Could it be that Julie was the source of their research? That's just an assumption of mine. Could it be that Julie was intentionally maybe feeding people incorrect information to poke at BJ further and get her to continue? Is that what we call content farming? I don't know how you guys feel, but I've been disgusted. Abso-fucking-lutely disgusted. And then she had the audacity to try and get this man's career taken from him. Her research is damaging and incorrect. Her research is half-assed. She needs a fucking hobby. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, T-Boy Michelle. Good point. Nonsense. I'm not a Britney supporter. I just think Julie is not going to turn out good for her. And in my opinion, if it goes in favor of BJ, I believe Britney will start with everything again. Absolutely. Priceless, I've been screaming that. Julie has given BJ victimhood. And people continue to try and point it at me and say, oh, nonsense is helping BJ. The facts are the facts. I don't give a fuck who it helps. And you can thank Julie for lying to everybody and putting this all out here and misrepresenting everything. You want to fucking blame anybody? Blame Julie. And what did she put on him? True Crime Goddess. Didn't she try to put out that he was an RSO? Was he the one that she tried to put out that was an RSO with the incorrect information? She pulled up somebody else. I got it. Bog, I pulled it up. Oh, now she's calling us all that disagree with her anti-Semites? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, blame Julie. It's not going to hold over here. None of this shit. And to her mods and Hartley's trying to blow smoke up Hartley's ass last night. And then Island High, you want to try to talk about my child? Get fucked. Get straight fucked, Island High. I hope you're fucking proud of yourself for encouraging your unhinged lunatic fucking friend. My opinion. I'm entitled to it based on her fucking behavior. You seem to be just as foul and disgusting as her. Couple this with the time frame that BJ was saying that her dad had been contacted and the kid's aunt. And a lot of that information was directed at people in the kids' lives. What do her children have anything to do with this? If anything, I see her children as innocent victims, just like I do your boys. Which one was it? Oh, God. Oh, God, she's even got is she trying to do the mob hair in this one? This one, Bog, the Real Murder Inc., organized crime, gangsters. Oh, my God, what is up with the hairdo?
Hello.
The higher the hair, the closer to God. Get it higher, lady.
I don't know how to dress for this weather because...
Oh, my God, the fucking voice. Throw it away. Okay, we'll watch the last 30 minutes of it, Bog, for sure. Cece's mom, thank you. I don't care if people are judging. I really don't. And that's not to be disrespectful, but I don't care if people are judging. The facts are the facts, and I'm not going to sugarcoat them for anybody. I'm not here to coddle anybody's feelings at this point in time. This is dangerous behavior, and I'm not going to encourage it, especially when there are real fucking situations that BJ needs to be held accountable for. And this type of shit, what Julie is doing, completely takes away from the seriousness of those situations. I don't know what she's trying to do. This is yesterday, Tipo Michelle. Is she trying to be snooky? I mean, oh, hell. We'll kind of check the first and then we'll move it along.
It was freezing for the longest time, and then it got hot, and now it's still warm, but it's cooling off just a little bit. Thank you for coming. Today's subject is the Real Murder Inc. The Real Murder Inc. Why do I say the Real Murder Inc. as opposed to the Fake Murder Inc. or the Murder Inc. of legend, right? Well, Jackie Blue and Island High, thank you, and Harley, thank you guys for being here. It's nice to see friendly faces, really is, after many unfriendly faces lately, or comments at least, or commenters. If somebody would have told me that I would have spent the better part of half a decade researching the mob, gangsters, the mafia, Murder Inc., and the organized crime of the 20s, 30s, and 40s many, many years ago, I would have said, "You're crazy." There's, I really had no interest in it. I mean, I liked Scorsese. I liked mob movies and things like that, but was the extent of it until I got into genealogy.
Oh God, this personality is one I can't fucking handle. This is a BJ tactic too. The differing personalities. It's like they change pants, they change personalities. Good Lord.
And realized that my relative was a famous gangster of that time period. And there's a lot of things that we think about with Murder Inc. that are not true and really don't make any sense, frankly. I mean, who would hang out a sign?
Julie might have mobsters in her family, but I got fucking real life prison pals.
Right? Not that they did, but who would I hang out a sign saying, "We have a business"?
Are we supposed to be like, ooh, ah, yay?
Business is contract killers for hire, right?
Oh.
That's our business model. We're just gonna, go into business, and our business is gonna be contract killing. Well,
you mean $1,100 Groupons? Gotcha.
It wouldn't last long, right? So why were they formed? Who hired them? Who paid them? What kills did they carry out? What contract kills did they carry out? And who did they do it for?
If I disappear, what happened to me? Okay, we're going to go to the end because I guess the end is the most interesting. Let's see.
Been for the influence of the gangsters.
Oh, we got a different personality going through here. Hold on, let's look. Oh, she's got slides and everything. Look at her.
Part of Murder. It was Russell Buffalino who kept things.
See, that's what she probably should have stuck to.
Working in private homes because of abuses that happened, right? If somebody was not a Jewish person or Italian person, maybe they'd be employed as a maid or a nanny, or huge contracts. They were making them millionaires because the workers alone could do a lot. He was an extremely ethical person, extremely ethical. He did.
You know the definition of ethical, because you're not one of those people.
Not engage the gangsters the way some other union heads did. He didn't steal from the unions the way some other union heads did.
Hey, Bree. Mobsters was my second favorite movie of 1991. Christian Slater played Lucky, and I had such a huge crush. Richard Grieco played Bugsy. McDreamy played Meyer Lansky. Love that movie. I don't even think I've seen that movie, Bree. Thank you for the support. I don't think I've seen that one. I don't. Coco, so do I. How many personalities? I don't know. Too many to count.
But there were union heads who became very, 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 very powerful.
We're going to move it
after him. He was mayor of New York. He ended up becoming best buddies with FDR. Gave a $2 million campaign contribution to FDR. I'm an immigrant.
Every time I hear her, I'm like, oh, this is the person who wanted to be an actress. You just thought that becoming an actress in a drama, true crime, drama, whatever sector was where you should use your acting skills, because you suck at it.
To the United States. Doing other things. This was in addition to the other activities that were going on with the gangsters at the time. But it played a bigger role than anything else, because once
Fictional storyteller.
the Roaring 20s was over, once the stock market crashed, once we had the Great Depression, once Prohibition was repealed.
Oh, that's crazy.
You didn't have the bootlegging or anything like that. What did you do?
Oh my gosh, Chico, that's
And still expected to work with missing fingers or whatever, right? There was no pension fund. There was
Wait, what the fuck was that? I know it was just because she leaned in, but that's a pretty good sound clip right there.
Roaring 20s was over, once the stock market crashed, once we had the Great Depression, once Prohibition was repealed. You didn't have the bootlegging or anything like that. What did you do? And still expected to work with missing fingers or whatever, right? There was no pension fund.
Missing fingers, did they get chopped off?
You get injured on
You
the
are
job,
right.
you die. States have been lowering the working age again. It's a mess. Yes. It's definitely shaped our nation, good or bad.
Very.
You know,
I don't know, Texas Tiff. We don't know what we're getting into. This is Bog's fault. No, I'm just joking. She watched the end of this video, so we're trying to see what the hell Julie's up to yesterday at the end.
it would be wonderful if history was, perfectly, here was the good guys and here was the bad guys. These guys wore the white hats, these guys wore the black hats,
Right.
But that's not the way it was. It's not the way it was. There was a lot of, things that happen, and
Pika, this is all your fault still. Just my friendly reminder.
people try to make decisions based on the opportunities that they had, which were limited, and help.
It sounds like she rolls from this. You guys, I haven't seen this yet, so it sounds like she rolls from this into talking about all the drama. So we'll see.
Their fellow man.
We're going to get there. I believe Bog.
Even the workers themselves, forget the gangsters and things like that.
Mm.
There was a lot going on. I mean, there was bombings, there was fire, there was a lot of things going on that the workers were doing. There was fights, there was, shootings and things like that.
Oh, you think that's what this is, Molly? You think she's trying to be intimidating with this? I don't think so. You really think she's trying to be intimidating by doing, since I started covering her streams about the mob? Am I supposed to be intimidated? Bitch, send him over. I'll make him fucking brownies and shit. Caramels. If that's the case, if this is supposed to be an intimidation factor to shut the fuck up, nonsense. Man, I'll be friends with them. I know people, they know people. My people can know their people. I got dogs and shit and cats they'd probably love. I mean, I'll make them dinner and shit. Not scared.
In demonstrations without the gangsters. But that's where I'm going to leave you right now. Essentially,
I'm being sarcastic. I really don't think so. She's talked about this stuff for quite some time, so probably just convenient.
this is the part 1 about Murder Inc.
Probably.
Murder Inc.
You're probably right.
Again.
Yeah, I can see that.
These were contract killers. They weren't.
I can see where in her head she would think this would be like, ooh, look at me, I'm so cool. But for the majority of us, we're like, we've heard all these stories before, and we all know somebody that knows somebody that's done some shady shit.
The big bosses. The big bosses didn't spend their days above a candy store in Brownsville, Brooklyn, waiting on a call about who to go kill. They weren't sitting out in front of people's apartment buildings, staking them out for hours on end, seeing how they came and went. They were running giant businesses, $1 million businesses.
Am I going to be a fishy? Is that what the implication here is, NCAM? Thank God I can swim. I got my own pool. I'll just go start practicing. Just keep swimming.
And that is the fallacy
Right.
of
That's
murdering,
USS.
in my opinion. It was organized. It was a way to regulate things. It was a way to keep some distance between some of the bosses and the gang leaders and the killings that took place.
She might have cited her sources in her slides. I don't have the patience for that today.
To have a degree of separation. But ultimately, it wasn't them.
Mm-hmm.
It was one branch, one arm, one tactic, one, thing.
Well, I know people they've probably arrested. Lip lock, do you know one side of the law? I know the other. We got it all bases covered. Look at us. What you gonna do to us, Julie? Make us all swim with the fishies?
In
can't take
the
all
arsenal that was this time period. If you want to call it a heyday for gangsters, it was the heyday for gangsters.
I'm not even shocked by your guys' comments in here about like, well, this is at all, because there a lot of you guys have some crazy stories. That's why we laugh at shit like this. She does. She had slides. Yes, she did slides, like a whole slideshow through this. Sure did. I mean, it would probably be a pretty cool story if it wasn't told by Julie.
It was wide open back then. Okay, lastly,
skip.
You can't even work as a team. What?
You know what will happen though? I'll make an avatar with concrete shoes, concrete heels, and she'll say that's intimidation against her. That's how Julie twists and spins everything.
In North Carolina, if your school grades are low, they won't sign the paper. It used to be I was able to get a job at 14 legally. My parents signed papers so I could work at 14, but I was actually working. I know I worked bingo at 13 at my temple, cleaning out the ashtrays, setting up tables, cleaning off the tables. It was filled with smoke, serving cake and coffee. And
I got you beat. I started waiting tables at 11 and was taught how to play blackjack by my principal.
Disgusting at 13.
With Skittles because his wife cooked at our restaurant. Carry on.
13. I know I was doing that. And even before that, at 11 and 12, I was babysitting. But legally, I could get I had papers signed.
And before that, I came out of the womb milking cows. That's why I'm so good at milking people like you, Julie. I was born to milk cows. And that's not even a joke.
14. I worked my whole life. It wasn't because we weren't poor, but
okay. If Julie had a mob name, what would it be? What would her nickname in the mob be? Come on, we can have some fun with this. From mob wives to mob wines. Sorry, now we're being goofy. And we can be, because this bitch hurts all of our head.
My parents had this work ethic that you worked, everybody worked. We all worked. And if we didn't work, my dad would be like, what are you doing?
Oh my God.
Why aren't you working? Why aren't you working?
Regular old I have strike cleaner.
Okay.
Pepsi, Desperado.
Okay, this subject is done about Murder Inc. for now. I do want to say something. It was very upsetting today.
Oh my gosh, Bog. We had to, every summer when we went to my dad's on vacation break, we had to butcher chickens, and I always was tasked with the gizzards. Look. Nope. Been there, done that too. I used to go and fall asleep in the chicken coop, though, with the ones when they were alive.
I listened to a little bit of Granny's watching the comments come in, talking about anti-Semitism.
Oh, no.
And
You can't.
negating the reality of anti-Semitism because there's a few people out here, because of their own bad feelings about me personally, want to make it like anti-Semitism doesn't exist.
Nobody has said that. I have not seen one single person say that anti-Semitism doesn't exist at all. And there might be some people that have said that, but that's not even remotely what's being claimed. We've seen and heard examples of anti-Semitism directly to Granny by BJ's partner and BJ in reference to facial features. I think you knew that and kind of reached on what some things were said about you because you have a significant, it's nothing to do with anything, but people have before anything said you had a massive overbite.
That people don't make anti-Jewish comments.
They do.
That they don't make fun of people based on their religion,
Oh.
their heritage, their physical features.
Oh, okay. I see where we're going, Bog. Okay. Well, then I'll raise you one, Julie.
That they ascribe to them based on
Gotcha.
stereotypes of anti-Semitism. Where did I hear about anti-Semitism? On
I got you.
YouTube by a particular creator. It was from Granny's Watching.
Yeah.
So
are you admitting that you haven't experienced this, but you have heard Granny talk about her experience of this? Is that what we're talking about? Oh gosh, it gets worse.
remember coming upon these live streams that Granny's Watching had done, showing and circling the chats of this creator who had subscribers in their chats.
Oh yeah, they have absolutely said stuff directed at Granny. Nobody's denying that.
Saying things like, oh, I bet Granny's in here, that sneaky or that sneak Jew. Talking about Granny's Watching, that sneak Jew.
Okay.
Called her hook nose.
Yep, that has happened. It's terrible. Sure.
And said other things. The chats were wild. They had people, thank God, like NorCal Jim, who pointed out that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've talked about, we've heard Granny talk about what she's experienced. Absolutely. And it's valid.
You need to stop that. You need to delete that. They didn't delete it. The mods never deleted it. I asked for them to apologize for calling Granny a sneaky Jew and hook nose. I wrote memos and I did videos asking for an apology. I gave a 2-week deadline.
Oh, so you're out here asking and demanding apologies on behalf of something somebody else experienced, and then somehow saying that you've experienced the same thing? Ooh, this is weird. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Is your hubby embarrassed by you? Okay, here we go. No, my husband is proud of me. He's extremely proud of me and he loves me very much. And you should be so lucky to know a man like Al and know a love like the love that we share and be supported by a great person like my husband, Al. He loves me. And he's Italian, he's Catholic, and I'm Jewish. And we respect each other, and we respect each other's religions, and we respect each other's faiths. And my guess is Birdie Lottie. That's your name, BIRDYLOTTIE. You'll never, ever, ever know or understand a man as wonderful, as amazing as my husband, Al, who is extraordinarily proud of me, and I am extraordinarily proud of him. He's the love of my life, and vice versa. And I'm sorry that you can't understand something like that, or you wouldn't have asked that question. I gave them a deadline. I said, you have 2 weeks. And I wrote different memos. Actually memos. I titled it, I dated it, I put a date on it, and I said, you should apologize for this. I even give examples about how you could apologize, saying, I'm sorry, there was anti-Semitic remarks made about grannies watching, and it'll never happen again. And I've talked to my mods, and I've educated them about how to identify it to make sure that it never happens again. And those things don't ever get kept up. And when people are pointing it out, saying this is anti-Semitic, like NorCal Jim did, the mods take it seriously. But that never happened. In fact, that creator laughed at me asking for an apology because of anti-Semitism. And then they went on, and I heard live streams of themselves talking about the end days, where Jews and Muslims in their belief system.
So is this her saying that wait a second. Is she admitting in this that they haven't been anti-Semitic towards her? Is that what we're hearing? But she's acknowledging that they have been anti-Semitic towards Granny? Is that what I'm understanding here? That she demanded an apology on behalf of Granny and what Granny has experienced? Is that what you guys are picking up on? Because I swear, well, I know for a fact, we heard a video the other day saying that they were being that way towards her, but now she has flipped the story. Okay. Wow, this is interesting. Okay. All right.
Would be beheaded for not accepting Christ as the personal savior in the end days. Hearing somebody talking about beheading you because of your religion, it's not a particularly pleasant thing to hear. Having a partner call Muslims muzzies, saying they're anti-Islamic, anti-Catholic, and anti-Semitic. Said I had a big swollen nose.
Craig and Brittany absolutely have some extremist beliefs. We have talked about that, and we've talked about their bigotry. We've heard anti-Semitic comments towards Granny. Like, I'm not denying any of that, but this is wild because in the videos where she's talking about why she feels the way she does, she has stated, yeah, this is really interesting. Okay, let me just hit the button.
Not lips.
Huh.
I had a big swollen nose, N-O-S-E. Proceeded to call me bird beak, and then say they weren't anti-Semitic, just like they're not antiseptic or antisepsis, and pinned it to their screen and laughed about it. That's an anti-Semitic trope. It is centuries old. It is recognized everywhere. If you read about Nazi Germany, they would teach children in schools, the Nazis, to try to identify Jews by their nose. If you talk to anybody up here in New Jersey and say, oh, look at that guy, he's got a bird beak. What do you think they're talking about? What do you think is going to come to a judge's mind when somebody hears that somebody is referring to somebody as having a bird beak and pinning comments like anti-Semitic, antiseptic, antisepsis?
Oh, goodness. I see what's happening here. Huh. Okay. All right.
Because you don't like me, anti-Semitism doesn't exist. Because you don't like me, 6 million Jews weren't killed in the Holocaust.
I don't think anybody's denying that anti-Semitic comments haven't been made from them or things directed at Granny for sure.
11 million were killed by the Nazis. 6 million were Jews. 1 million of them were Jewish children. Some of those murdered were my mom's aunts, uncles, and cousins. And some of them who were killed in Buchenwald concentration camp and Belzec concentration camp were my father's relatives.
So let me get this. I'm really confused by this. I'm just really confused because she's saying that none of these comments were made to her. She demanded an apology on behalf of, which we know they've said things towards Granny. So she saw that Granny showed those as an example. Then she demanded an apology, to which was met with denial, which is what she's claiming is the antiseptic, those words. And then she's trying to couple it with anybody that was talking about her nose when it was bright red and her lip. Is that the connection we're going down here? Am I following that correctly? Because this is totally different than the story she has told previously.
This is not ancient history. This happened in the lifetime of my parents. Since October 7th, when they had the terrorist attack in Israel 2 years ago, we had a Molotov cocktail thrown through our back door of thrown at the back door of our synagogue. We had bulletproof glass, so it didn't go through. But then months later, 2 men took a boulder-sized rock and threw it through the stained glass window of our sanctuary of our synagogue. We had a woman killed outside of our Jewish community center in the parking lot by a gunman who wanted to kill Jewish people. The oldest synagogue in Mississippi was burned to the ground just a couple months ago. A synagogue that had been firebombed where the rabbi was living in New Jersey, in northern New Jersey here 2 years ago. They weren't successful. The rabbi was able, with his children there, put out the fire, suffered burns. You know what happened months ago? They burned the synagogue to the ground. They came back because of their hatred of Jews.
Okay, but I haven't seen anybody arguing that this is, I haven't seen anybody argue that this hasn't happened, that Craig and BJ have not said insensitive things directed at. How are we here? Elizabeth, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. I'm just really confused at how, okay, hold up. Maybe she'll get there.
Granny's watching, has a grandmother. She's very lucky, who's alive. I'm sure.
Okay. What?
If you ask Granny's watching's grandmother about anti-Semitism, she can tell you all about it. It's very real.
And if people are denying that, that's bullshit because it does happen. But Julie claimed it happened to her repeatedly. Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees with this, but what are we doing here?
If I die today, Anti-Semitism existed and would continue to exist regardless of me. Just the way anti-Semitism happened before the Holocaust and continues since the Holocaust.
Well, not only this, but she's taking things that have been said and done to Granny, which I'm sure, you know, bothers her. But I'm going to give you an example of her talking about being, I'll show you guys. Why is she using things that have happened to Granny? I feel so uncomfortable watching this. And she admitted in this one, where we've heard the other ones, that all these anti-Semitic comments were made directly to her. So, okay. All right. I'm done. This is so weird.
It's not about one person. It's not about 100 people. It's not about 1 million children.
I'm never going to deny this.
It's sickening.
Body, she's claiming, and it could have happened, so we know how the internet is, but that somebody said, or is denying, that anti-Semitic comments have been made. But then she says, no, they absolutely have. I saw it. Granny showed what was said towards her. But in previous live streams, we have seen her say that they were directed at her specifically. And now she's just giving the example of her nose. We've seen, and they've called Granny. Okay. My brain is blown away on this one. Sorry, I can't even make it make sense.
And I felt very bad for Granny today.
Yeah.
I could tell the way she was talking, the way her voice was shaking, how upsetting it was to read some of the comments. She called it watering down the anti-Semitism that she personally has experienced on YouTube. Way before I ever was on YouTube, Granny experienced it.
What?
Saw her videos about it.
You saw her videos about it. Okay.
And guess what?
Nobody's denying that.
Same people got away with it. And they continue to do it against other Jewish creators like me.
This is so fucking...
It's getting scary.
It's getting scary. Oh my.
Because ignorance is, anti-Semitism is rampant. We've got to putting our fingers in, singing loudly, refusing to see it in the open.
Anti-Semitism isn't the only thing that happens.
I'm wildly disappointed and scared. Don't be fooled.
Yeah, that's what I'm touching.
It has no place here. Some were acting like they were clueless she was Jewish. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. No, you're good.
Right.
You're good, Bog. I think it's comments. Granny has a recording of it, I think.
Well, you had people who said to her,
I
she
can't
celebrates
remember.
Christmas. You have a Christmas tree. You're not Jewish. Really? Guess what? In Nazi Germany, there were Jews who had married non-Jews who were celebrating Christmas. Guess what?
Nana's Dragonfly, I honestly can't tell you at this point what this has became about with this one. Previously, she was saying there were things directed at her and all this hate directed at her. In fact, at one point, I was asking the question, is she trying to use this to escalate this as almost like a hate crime towards her by BJ and Craig because of how she was speaking of things being directly to her? Now she is saying that she's seen what has been done to Granny, and then coupling it with comments made about her nose, which we know that there can be things that are anti-Semitic about the nose. I'm not really sure where she's going.
Annulled all their marriages. They said their marriages are no longer legal. Jewish children couldn't go to school anymore with non-Jewish kids. And ultimately, 6 million were murdered.
Thank you, up to good. Yeah, no, I don't either. I don't either.
I could hear it in her voice. I know what that felt like. I know when I read the pain of seeing somebody call her a sneak Jew, a hook nose, just like when they said I had a big swollen nose, a bird beak.
Okay. Was that coupled with a conversation around Julie being Jewish? I'm going to have to go look at those live streams and look, because I do not remember those being. I could be wrong though.
People know what you're talking about. You're not Jewish, Granny, they were saying to her. Really? Tell her grandmother that. Tell her ancestors that.
I don't even know. Lip locked.
Absolutely disgusting. I'm not even going to speak about the other things right now.
I don't know.
Because it's too much. I've been too
Lindsay, the stories she told, all I can say for a fact is the stories that she told previously, the ones Julie told. Granny's always said the same things and detailed her experience. But Julie has said vastly different things that were directed at her. And I do not recall, but I'm going to have to go fact check to see if there was any discussion about Julie being Jewish when the comments about her nose were made. There could have been, but I do not recall that. And now Julie has changed the story completely from what it was before. Wow. Yeah, we're all in the same boat, because we've heard her stories before just recently in the last week, and now it's changed to Granny has experience. Yeah, we know. Granny's shown that.
upset and
Nobody's
distraught about
denying
this. The ignorance is outstanding. And it's hate. And I've been disappointed by a lot of things.
Yeah, I don't either. Well, I heard people a long time ago take jabs at her, and I'm trying to be sensitive here and not insensitive, but to her overbite. People have pointed that out for over a year, and it had nothing to do with her being Jewish. And the story went before that Julie told as things were directed at her about this. But it sounds to me like she's being very clear that these things were said to Granny, and she demanded an apology about it. And then somebody made a comment. I'm going to have to go see what was actually said, because I don't know. And this has changed completely from her previous stories.
I've been also bolstered and happy about the people who have come forward, who have been stand-up people, who have reached out to me with kindness and compassion. And I am so grateful every single moment to know that people like you exist. Even in a community where there's a lot of people and there's a lot of hate, and people couldn't say and do things anonymously and get away with it. Things that they would never do in their real lives, in their real jobs, face to face with human beings, not behind the keyboard of a computer.
Yeah,
anonymously.
I get you. I get it. I'm seeing what you guys are saying. I just don't have the answers of what was directly said to Julie.
After hard things being said for years, we've only
heard Julie's claims. I have not went and tracked those down of Julie's claims about her, what was said about her nose. What she's implied before is that there was a conversation around her being Jewish, and then insensitive remarks made, anti-Semitic comments made to Julie. Like I said, I know that has happened with Granny. I don't know. And her story completely switched today. So that's why I'm like, I can't answer your guys' question.
Today they even noticed, only fucking today noticed after that person said all that she's done. Right. And it's not just against Jews, and it's not just against Muslims, and it's not just against Catholics. We've heard it against African Americans. We've heard it against anybody who doesn't fit a vision of what a professional white person should be, apparently. Air Force, but I appreciate it, and I have read your comments, and I have seen your chats, and I cannot tell you.
Yeah, Bog, I'm seeing where the confusion is coming from. Yeah. And I think what I'm dumbfounded because her story has completely switched on this, because previous stories, they were all directed at her. And today she was actually clear that these things were said to Granny, and she demanded an apology on behalf of Granny for comments said that Granny has highlighted about some of the gross. See, this is what I can't do with Julie. Julie has so badly wanted to be a victim that she has taken other people's stories and completely muddied the water and misinformed people on what was said to her. So people are confused of what was said to Julie versus other people. And she has purposely, intentionally, in my opinion, confused that.
How much it has helped me get through this time that's been very rough. But I guarantee you, I will get through this time.
And I don't think anybody has denied, and I haven't seen it, so please forgive me on that. But I don't think anybody's denied what has been said to Granny. There's clips of it. I get that, Angel, but the thing is if it's not coupled with that, then yes, it can be insensitive. But if that's not even the conversation, if they were just talking and taking a dig at her looks, Julie's looks, outside of anything else, what it's been told before is that it was almost and I'm going to have to go find it, but it's almost been implied by Julie that they were talking about her being Jewish when the nose comments or lip comments were made. And she's been back and forth with lip and nose too. That's why I think everybody is really confused. Am I correct? That we've heard multiple different stories here, and now we're hearing in this one, finally, that she's acknowledging that these things were said and done to Granny? Is that where you guys are getting to? Because that's where I'm at. And okay. Woofda, native.
I will come out the other side of this. And I will be stronger for it. And
I'm going to play a video after this about your insensitive nature. Now, I have trauma around religion, so I say whatever I say because it's my experience and my trauma, and I can do that. But I'm also not insensitive to other people's. Like, people have the choice, but I can also talk about my experience.
God willing, it'll be a stronger community for it. Sometimes people see the errors of the way. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they become more entrenched in their hatred.
That's what I'm saying to White Horse. Context absolutely matters to what was said about her nose. Julie's. We know the comments about Granny, so I'm separating that out. And Julie admitted that those were the comments she saw about Granny. That's where she knew that happened. She demanded an apology. So that piece is completely separate. This is why this shit is getting so, I 100% agree with you guys on this. She's removing context and changing the story again. And I'm one that will say, yes, abso-fucking-lutely, this happens. And we've heard a lot of very disgusting things said by them. But Julie,
at least
she takes other people's situations and tries to put her own twist on them to make them her own experiences, and then switches the story up.
You get to Sorry. At least you get to see them. You get to see who the haters are. At least you can identify your enemies. You know? That helps. It helps. It helps knowing. I got bigger things in my life
Yeah,
that I'm working on. Not bigger than anybody.
I just want to know the context because she has used that so many times as being anti-Semitic to her directly. And I thought it was coupled with because of the stories Julie has told. I have not gone and sought those out because I know, like, you don't have to prove to me that they have said those things. We know they have in the past directly to others. So, but now I want the context to what was said and what was said about her lip and her nose, because she's changed the story many times now.
In particular here, who are my friends, but just, I've got a lot of goals in life. I've got a lot of things going on. I've got a family I love and I care about, who I'm taking care of. I've got family who need me and I will protect.
And I can see why this could cause a kerfuffle. That's my word of the week, a kerfuffle, because Granny has been on the receiving end of comments such as that from there. So Julie saying that she has also wouldn't be a far stretch. However, it sounds like people were probably trying to say that's not what was happening in reference to Julie. That's not the context of what was happening to Julie. Am I following this correctly? That people were telling, and I have not watched it, I don't have a clue, but this is just from what you guys are saying, that it was being taken as if they haven't said anti-Semitic things in general, but people were trying to say they haven't been said to Julie. Yes, they've been said to you, but not to Julie. Okay. 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 Thank you, guys.
Doesn't matter what anybody else says. I don't care. And I'm not crazy for doing it.
No, Granny has every right to feel how she does about that situation. Those comments were directly made at her, but I think this is where your ability to make yourself the center stage is, ooh, Julie, you're slick, man. You're fucking slick. I'll give you that.
People are saying, well, she's crazy Aunt Julie. They sort of changed the meaning of crazy Aunt Julie. I no longer go by that anymore. I no longer accept that. I no longer embrace that, because it was at first said with.
Oh, Joe. Okay. Thank you. See, some of these, I'm telling you, there's videos like that okay. Thank you guys for giving me more context. Yeah, Granny's gorgeous. Absolutely agree with you. Lip locked.
A sense of kind of a loving tone, but it's not anymore.
Wait, what? So now she's not okay with being called crazy Aunt Julie? So she's no longer accepting that either? Like return to sender?
Well, she's crazy Aunt Julie. They sort of changed the meaning of crazy Aunt Julie. I no longer go by that anymore. I no longer accept that. I no longer embrace that, because it was at first said with.
Bog, thank you for drawing my attention to this, because now I see where some of the heightened emotion potentially was. I can understand that. Thank you. And I will try to find the video where those comments were made so we can get context, if I can, to what was said about her nose or lip, because I can't tell you yes or no beyond a shadow of a doubt one way or the other.
A sense of kind of.
And I think all of us are left going, this is what, I mean, people were obviously there who made the comments or anything like that. But Julie has been very evasive on what's what, because we never heard her say up until this point, or acknowledge that those comments weren't made to her. Every time before we've heard her talk, or I've heard her talk about stuff like this, they've been directed at her directly.
A loving tone, but it's not anymore. Standing up for yourself and standing up for your family is never crazy. It's never the wrong thing to do.
But the thing is with Brittany and Craig, let's be honest here. I've been called man sense by some of, well, no longer buddies. I've been called Lady LaDude on her panel by her buddy. She's flat out, you look like a man. Like, this is who they are. They're disgusting, vile people. Nobody is questioning that. Nobody is questioning that. Racist, homophobic, transphobic. I mean, you name it. They have done it and said it. Nobody's denying that.
In my opinion. I hope you all have a good night.
It just matters the context when somebody like her, like Julie, is trying to be the ultimate victim.
And I'm sending you love. And I'm sending you gratitude from the bottom of my heart.
So what is she supposed to be called now? Not crazy Aunt Julie? I thought she embraced that and loved that before, so now she's rejecting that? It's not a loving tone they use. Yeah, I don't think so either, Bog. And that's in the stories she tells. Yeah, see, in the stories. Aw, thank you, Lip Locked. Oof. Nobody is. I see what Julie is doing here. Motherfucker, she's slick. She's a slick bitch. Sorry. And that ain't anything but fucking my opinion on her behavior and actions and words.
And from Al as well. And from my mom.
Stop bringing that man into shit. Please, Julie, stop bringing that man into shit. He seems like a very well-intentioned human being, and I don't think he has an understanding. Maybe he does. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does understand the extent of your bullshit, but I don't think he does. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because I don't want to dislike that man and think he would condone this fucking bullshit that you're doing.
Who, and my sister and stuff like that, who see what I've been going through. And and they notice too.
What you've been going through, bitch. What you've been going through while you're digging intrusively, invasively into other people's lives after you file an attempt to get the fuck out of here.
Who, and my sister and stuff like that, who see what I've been going through. And they notice too the support I'm getting and appreciate it very much. I'm really grateful to know that good people exist.
From now on, when I say I appreciate you guys, I'm going to have to say it's from Kyle, Kenzie, Hank, Cooper. Who the fuck is around here? Luna, Eclipse, Kiki, Whiskey, Smush, and the minis. They see it too. They recognize it too. What the fuck is this? From all of my family.
Everywhere. Thank you. Have a good night.
This is Danita Fida. Okay, I gotcha. So it also could be a moment of, thank you for texting me that, it could be a moment of confusion about people not understanding the comment could be seen as that as is, and then it being coupled with things that have been said to Granny before. Okay. Thank you guys. Wow. Well, here's a prime example of Julie. This is wild. Oh, you can teach me all you want, Bog. I need to learn OBS. I really do. You can teach me everything technical with technology that you want. And my dumb ass will probably still sit here and do everything the way I do. Okay, so I want to just give you a little example of Julie being insensitive to parents of a missing child. This is from February 17th, 2025. This is why I have a hard time taking Julie seriously on a lot of the shit
Smoothie.
she says.
Another smoothie today. I'm in a smoothie mood. You guys looking
I'll take
forward to
Oprah
seeing
lessons.
Seth on the Lore Lodge? Hey, wait, what?
Will it run off of a Mac? Or do I have to have like a desktop to run it?
Can you hear me okay?
No.
Looks delish. Okay, good.
Look, I am all for it, Bob. I am all for it. I'm just very hard-headed about stuff like that, like things that would make my life simpler. There's probably a million things. You know, I've had this computer for almost 4 years, and it's my Mac, but I refuse to set it up with my text messages and shit, so it's not linked to anything on my phone because I'm ridiculous and don't want the notifications, even though there's a simple way of shutting that off, but that's just me.
Everyone can hear me.
I make everything harder on me.
Well,
you run it on a
I
Mac.
got a lot to talk about today.
It's terrible.
As you see, my thumbnail says...
No, it's so true, though. It's so true. There's probably a million things I could do that would make my life so much easier, and I take the long way around. But I don't know what it is with me. I got issues, okay?
I believe the Proudfoots and the Bowersocks might just be possessed by the devil. And I think I'm talking about Chris and Katie and Grandma Cruella and Grandpa Bully, Hater,
Hey, Dawn.
Meanie, Snaggletooth, Jerk Off.
Yep, I will never, Dawn, as you know, I will never, you can't force somebody to see something they don't want to see. And I also don't necessarily, like, that's not what my intent. My intent isn't to force anybody or justify what BJ has done. That's never going to be the case. But also, right is right and wrong is wrong. And this is so far out of hand. And if you just got here late, I encourage you to rewind to the beginning because you'll understand the frustration a lot of us are feeling in the invasive intrusiveness of Julie. She was reaching out to people 7 days after she signed that sworn statement that on January 8th, she was reaching out and going completely, and I mean completely out of control with her questions and expectation of information.
What else do I say about him? I think the devil's got a hold of him. And I'm really nervous for him.
The date of this is February 17th, 2025. Who does this remind you of? Who says all of that? Thank you for saying that, Dina. Who says that the devil, the possession by the devil?
Because if we don't exorcise the devil out of these people, they are going straight to hell. I can't wait to see the Lore Lodge tonight, says Jana. Hi, Callie. Love
This is still when she was Green Team affiliated, I'm assuming.
you. Heather, Mary Harris, Becky.
We'll bump
Always.
it forward.
Always late. It should be great. Number 17. Yeah, hit the like. We got 45. Don't power off. I put my microphone on so I could be ready. Listen, any haters come in here today, don't get rid of them too quick because I got a song for them. I have a song for them. You love my channel? Oh, thank you. Hi, Lloyd. Saying things like
I'm skipping it forward.
Like they're demonic and what is a condition that they have, of which there is no cure currently for autism.
Oh, here.
Not praying. A lot of words. I got like 20 words, I think. Mostly curses.
I'll never forget this.
You like what I stand for. I appreciate it. I need to know how it makes make the stupid of some be gone.
All I know is I think you guys will notice the personality in this one is giddy, focused, happy when she's shaming and mocking the parents of a missing child and his grandparents.
As there are so many terrible people out there, it's really disheartening. I wonder if CP subscribes to that. Well, that's the church they attended.
Casper, I appreciate that. But I just want you guys to know, like, I appreciate you guys understanding. And a lot of you, by saying you stand with me, means you're standing on the facts and the truth that matter. And I get that. But some people are trying to make this into something it's not. And I know you're not, but good opportunity for me to say that I'm going to stand on what I think is moral and ethical. And the wasted courts, it's just not something I can, or the resources here, what she is doing, what she did after. This is a problem for me, and it will always be. So I appreciate more of you that are understanding and see what I see and stand alongside me with this, with the facts that matter. I really appreciate you guys. Some people are making it a little weird. In fact, good reminder right quick. To the woman in my comment section on yesterday's video, making a weird comment. In fact, I'm pretty sure you go by the name Scotland County Girls. If you think that I'm going to blink an eye at you and your stupid comment, making it about something it's completely not, and trying to make some weird statement about relationships that I have, or what you think about them, ma'am, take all the fucking seats. Aren't you the very one, in fact, I know you are, that went on a panel and tried to half-ass threaten somebody? Yeah, I can't take people like you serious. I don't think you were ever welcomed around here. I don't know why you decided to make an entrance and then try to make an exit like you were JFK and you needed to announce your departure. You would have never been invited around here because people that proudly act like that aren't my people. And you know what you're doing.
I don't know. I don't think they were real big churchgoers, but listen, nonetheless, this is very important because there are people, for God knows what reasons, believe in this stuff. Oh, Sunshine, are you still here? Anyway, oh, thank you, Janet. Listen, there are people who do believe in this stuff, and it can lead to a very bad place of children, autistic children, being abused yet again. Okay, good, Sunshine. They better start repenting in church. Yeah, Janet. But it's serious because this type of rhetoric, why they decided to target autistic kids as opposed to...
Nicole, I see your comment. Give me 1 second. Can I respectfully ask you, if Julie felt threatened, the judge will decide. Nicole, did you just get here? And I'm genuinely asking you that. I'm not trying to be like, did you just get here? Did you just come in? Or have you been here when I was reading through what she did 7 days after that complaint? Now, the situation with the Craig RO is completely different. So let's separate that out too. Let's talk about the complaint she filed on Brady and the text messages I just read of what Julie was doing 7 days after. Yeah, I am. Revival, I got her. I got it. Okay, perfect, Nicole. So the reason I ask that is because I think to me it's more about Julie's intent. So let's separate these situations out. I understand the dislike of BJ. Completely understand the dislike of BJ and that BJ needs to be held accountable. However, what I do not understand and what I cannot understand and will never understand is the condoning or agreeing with, and I'm not assuming, but what you are saying here is, but what if this helps BJ? So if the truth lays on BJ's side and what we are showing is the truth and it helps BJ, doesn't that tell you that Julie filed things incorrect? or inappropriately? That would be kind of my first question back to you. So if this, by me detailing this, and I need to remind you, people told me that these things were said, that there was direct threats to BJ, or not BJ, to Julie by BJ and Craig, that the harassment had existed. So when I went to look, I was like, okay, we're going to go easily find these things. That didn't happen. In fact, Julie's stories have changed, and she's been detailing this for months about what she was using for police reports. She has changed the quotes up over and over again. So what that tells me is she has intentionally been misleading. Right, Nicole? And I'm waiting for your answer. And I'm not trying to be like nasty at all. And no, she has not apologized to Chris and Katie, to my knowledge, and nor is that. No, because I believe BJ is responsible for her videos and who is in the background. In my opinion, BJ is guilty. Guilty of what? Why would she have, where did she show her son? Where did she show her son? Julie was accusing, no, and that's, you are incorrect on that. Julie accused BJ of doxing her child. That was the accusation. She said she was calling the cops on BJ for doxing her child because War Eagle had made a post. Now, I need to remind you what BJ was accused of doing on the 25th of December was doxing that young man. When you look at the actual video, he's redacted, face blurred, name blurred. There is no doxing, but that was her first claim. And it's a public video. And here's the other thing. Her own mod around Christmas said his name in her own shorts, and it's still up. There was no doxing. So we've got multiple things that you're changing here. I understand what the report says. It actually says that she identified the high school, which didn't happen either, Nicole. That's the problem, is Julie's making a lot of claims that didn't happen. And I don't know if you are not watching or just hearing what Julie is claiming, but those claims by Julie are not what actually happened. There was no threat made whatsoever in the December 25th video. She could barely stay awake. I already played it, Angel. No, Angel, I disagree with you on that. No, because she was being accused of, if I was accusing them of doxing a child, and it's, no, I disagree with you on that. Highly disagree. Where'd Nicole's last comment go? Okay. It doesn't say docs. Read the report. It's even worse when you actually look at the video and see that she says in the report that the high school he attended was identified when that wasn't even remotely close either. So here's the problem on that. There has, okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's the problem, Nicole, is there have been many lies told. Many fucking lies told. Julie has claimed that the reason why she filed police reports initially on the 25th video of December was because her son was being doxxed. That was her initial claim. Then in the statement she wrote, let me pull that up. She says that the high school was identified. When you go look at the actual video, that is absolutely bogus. Whether you like BJ or not is irrelevant. This has nothing to do with the fact that BJ doesn't need to be held. BJ needs to be held accountable for the things that she has done to the correct people. Julie is not one of them. And that's based off of going and looking at Julie's own words. Yeah, I can't answer that, just Samantha. I don't know if that was done behind the scenes. No. Nicole, Nicole, that was me she accused of identifying the mascot. That's me she accused of identifying the mascot, and no mascot was even mentioned. There's nothing about a mascot on the shirt or anything. Nothing. And that was me that she accused of that, not BJ. She accused me of identifying. She accused me of identifying that. Not even BJ. That's the problem. She's lying. And that was never done. She also accused me of zooming in on his shirts. Never happened. But she initially stated that the reason why she's filing the police report is because her son was doxxed. That's the problem, is Julie has misrepresented over and over again the source of the threats, twisted the context of them, what was said, grouped them together, twisted them again. Every story is different. She is intentionally confused whether this is cyber harassment or private citizen's complaint. The mascot thing wasn't even being accused of BJ. That was accused of me. And that never fucking happened. There was no discussion at all about the mascot. The only thing that was said was the only thing you can see identifiable in that screenshot, which, by the way, the video is publicly available still on somebody's live stream from a year ago, that actually showed the real video and played it directly from Julie's Facebook. Directly from her Facebook. Played the video unredacted. War Eagle posted redacted. I'm not agreeing with any of the shit back and forth between them. Julie and BJ are one and the same. But the facts are just not as you are claiming they are. The only thing identifiable is the shirt said senior across it. And then there might be something under the R. There was nothing even discussed about a mascot, but she sat there and lied to everybody about it. Sure did. Fucking slick as a whistle. She lied her ass off. Said we were zooming in. Said we had identified a mascot. Talked about last names. I don't even know those young men's last name, let alone were they ever mentioned anywhere. She said that I talked about her life previous to social media. I read 2 sentences out of the foreword of her advertised by her public book. That includes the book that she advertised that she wrote on autism. In the foreword includes both of their names that she claims is doxing out here. And as I said, in one of her shorts, her own mod says their names and it's still publicly available. See, the problem is with Julie is she's no different than BJ to me. They're one and the same. And I think it's fucking sick and disgusting to file false police reports and take up our court time for frivolous, petty fucking bullshit like this. Especially because 7 days after she signed this complaint here on your screen, let me share Allegedly Speculating's channel again. She was reaching out to people, Julie, on the 15th of January, was reaching out to people. And if you rewind, she was reaching out to people asking for all sorts of very, very private information on BJ and offering up private information on BJ. Sure was. I think that goes to her intent overall. I'll play this for you, Lip Locked.
This document up. It will be watermarked. If you want this document without watermark, you can find it on my Patreon, which will be linked below. We are going to go through this document.
And Nicole, to the part that you said, if this helps BJ, thank Julie. If any of what I have shown helps BJ, the only person to blame for that is Julie, because she has been detailing this stuff for months, twisting the stories, lying about things, emotionally manipulating people. And her ultimate goal is to take BJ's channel. She said it flat out. She has absolutely said it. And what she is using to try and accomplish that is some pretty shady shit. Oh, that's a whole different story, Nicole. And people might have misled you to believe that we're talking about that. We don't have any idea what was used to even get the RO. We don't know, nor have we seen any of the documents around the RO. If they are backed up by the police reports, I will question the validity of what was used in those police reports as evidence. Because again, I can tell you based on Craig's words of what Julie has pointed to, the timestamps and the dates, which we went and looked at. Julie has misrepresented publicly numerous times what was said to her that was threatening. I know for a fact Craig has said reckless things and threats to other people. Julie has twisted shit. But on the RO situation, we can't even really talk about that because we don't even know what basis she filed it on. We know that it's filed in Superior Court and that he has an attorney and she's pissed off about that. Outside of that, we haven't even really been discussing that. We've been talking about the private citizen's complaint because that's what we have a court docket for and what Julie has very proudly been talking about for months. Does that make sense, Nicole? And I'm not trying to, like, you're asking me questions, so I just want to make sure I'm being clear with you. And I'm really frustrated by this, by me wanting the facts in this, that this is somehow being mean to Granny. No, this is actually the opposite. Granny deserves justice, true justice, for what BJ and friends have done to her in barbecue in court. Julie is a self-made victim and is trying to get the attention. And we have clips of her even saying that she was frustrated or she wishes she would have had the ace in her hand like Granny. There's a lot of jealousy of shit that's actually been done to Granny that's being used by Julie for victimhood. I hope that makes a little bit more sense. But there is so many things, like that 7-minute video that she did. I'm the one she's accusing of showing the mascot. I'm the one that she was doing that. She claimed they doxed him. And here's the crazy thing, Nicole. BJ showed War Eagle's post, and War Eagle's post was fully redacted. There's absolutely no dox. Legally or anything, there's no dox. No name was said. No harassment, no threats, no taunting. No identifying his high school. That never happened. So she is lying, and documents to the court prove it. And then because she's getting called out and we're noticing one after another lie, she doubles down, goes live in real time, creates an entire new story goes after me. She also did a short the other day about supposedly I had said I was going to start going after her, exploiting the one she puts online. I've never even remotely said that, nor would I do that out of respect for him. And even if I talk about her exploiting them, it will never be on him. But she did a short the other day crying. The very first live I did. It has been in real time that we're watching her lies go one after another. And it has been, none of us expected to find this. None of us, we thought Julie was telling the truth. And so were all the other people standing up for Julie and agreeing with this. That's why I went down this. I was like, okay, I disagree with our courts being used, but I'll listen to you guys and I'm going to go look. Unfortunately, going and looking has opened up Pandora's box of so many things that are intentional manipulation. And if I do encourage you, Nicole, if you want to find out a little bit more, in the beginning of this, I played a video from the 16th of January. And then I went over text messages from Julie to another person that were from the 15th of January, 7 days after she filed this in court, that are some of the most intrusive, invasive, have nothing to do with anything legally. And if somebody is being threatened and harassed, why are you a week later after saying this to the courts, trying to collect further and further information on said person harassing you? And we're not talking like things that would help with her case. We're talking about invasive things about her childhood, her family members, nothing to do with the actual case. Julie actually hurts people like Granny. Julie, in my opinion, because justifying what Julie is doing is justifying people like Julie, BJ, Lauren Matthias, BHB lying in court documents. It's justifying people who have done crazy shit and condone it over hate of somebody. Accountability needs to be had, just not on Julie's behalf. That's my opinion. I hope that makes some bit of sense. And I'm not trying to be nasty at all. I'm genuinely trying to explain this is where I'm coming from. It has nothing to do with trying to help BJ. But I do not care who it is at the end of the day. If this is the facts, then thank Julie for putting it out here and showing what a lying, manipulating bitch she really is, because Julie is.
So as you can see, I'm going to zoom in. It is a certification in support of probable cause in the county of Passaic. Date of incident, 3 incidents in December of 2025, December.
That's the other thing, Lauren. People have said that I did all of this because of my hate for Julie. I don't have hate. I just like her. I don't fuck with her. But I've always been respectful to creators when she's been in their chats and shit. And I just ignored her. I should have kept on covering her. I don't have hate for her. I just can't stand liars. And her behavior and misuse of our courts is so BJ-esque. It's unreal. But that happened in real time. People came into the chat, said that a court case was filed. I was like, what are you talking about? Then we went and looked. I asked, hey, do you guys want to look at these things? They said yes, and here we are. Never did we anticipate to see what we've seen. Yeah, no, it's no rush. It'll be up, Nicole. But no, you're fine. I'm glad you asked. I appreciate you asking me so I could explain, because there is a lot of people that are using this whole situation as far as BJ goes, Julie and friends that have helped escalate this situation for this intentional misunderstanding. So I appreciate you asking.
4th, December 10th, and December 25th. Municipality is going to be North Hazelton. I offer the following facts and information to establish probable cause in this complaint against.
Yeah.
And it looks like Craig's name.
Chat could have probably said everything I just said because I've been saying it for a week. But if there's a lot to detail here, there's a lot that we've gone over and so I know people are confused and they've been told things such as the mascot, and that's a blatant real-time lie that had some of our mouths on the fucking ground, including myself. I was like, what? Just blatant lies that are just stunning.
Is marked out, but originally it said Craig Black and Brittany N. Jackson. Craig Black has been marked out, and now it just says Brittany N. Jackson. And then it reads, whom I would like to charge.
This is the beautiful allegedly speculating.
With, and then we got NJSA 2C33-41, criminal cyber harassment. Over here on the side, there's a note that says, I have typed and detailed more on 2 pages my police reports. That's what this square thing says right here. The first question says, how do you know the identity of the person you are charging? And Julie wrote, via YouTube, became aware of them when they included me in an exhibit in a lawsuit in PA against 2 other YouTube creators. And then it says, describe the incident in detail. Under that, it reads, there has been an escalation in December of 2025 of cyber harassment, repeated threatening statements, and alarming, menacing conduct targeting me. Communicated electronically over social media and documented in 3 police reports filed with the North Hadelton PD, Craig Black and Brittany Jackson over their YouTube channel with over 20,000 subscribers, made explicit threats of violence, suggesting bodily harm and death, causing me fear and significant emotional distress. Also, Brittany Jackson obtained and knowingly displayed content of my autistic, recognized disabled by the state of New Jersey, son that I had deleted years ago because he does not want to appear on social media. Both myself and my autistic son were taunted, and although Miss Jackson blurred his face, she revealed identifying his public school at the time of the video. The conduct of Craig Black and Brittany Jackson caused fear and emotional distress to me and my autistic son. And then it is signed by Julie, and the date is January 8th of 2026. So yeah.
Whoops, I was muted. 7 days after she signed that, she reached out to somebody asking for personal private information. Which comment by Sammy? Which one by Sammy? Sammy, what'd you do now? Sammy, the troublemaker. I'm just joking. Thank you, Sammy. Hit that thumbs up button for Sammy. Well, she's causing trouble. I'm just joking, but yeah, that there's many people in here. None of us knew. None of us knew it was this bad. Thank you, Pyro Pam. I'm going to find Sammy's comment before I switch. Queen Widow, when you go listen to them, they're not directly to Julie, and she has twisted and switched it so many times that it became apparent that she knew it. She's actually stated that some of those were made to me. And yeah, she switched up the story. In fact, I'll play that. I'm going to play that before. Where did Sammy's comment go? I don't know what she said, and I can't find it. Did Revival time you out? Hold on. Why can't I find you? What was your comment? Sammy's laughing because I can't find it. Oh, look at you asking people to hit it, and you haven't even hit it yet. Dina, are you sending me on a wild goose chase here? Nicole, are you still with us for a minute? Are you going to hang out for a few minutes? I'll play a different video that you guys haven't seen yet that might give a little bit more context for people that are in here. Instead of playing that one, I'll drop you guys the link to that one that Julie did against Chris and Katie. That's really gross. She even goes into like mocking demonic possession of the parents of a missing kid. Oh, she was in there. Okay. Yeah. I gotcha. I see. Thank you, Dina. I'll find it. If it's still on our channel, if it's not one of the deleted ones, I will find it. But I think it would probably be good to give some context to this. So, according to that complaint, you just heard she filed a police report based on things that were said December 4th, 10th, and 25th. Here's a video that many of you have not watched. Well, twofold. Let me go back a minute and give you even further back context. I have been bringing to attention that this seemingly has been Julie's intent all along, was to get them into court. And this, I think, is one of those that goes to back that up. She was jealous, in my opinion. This is my opinion now, based on what we've watched, that she was not mentioned. She was not sent to C&D. She was not any of these things. Because if you listen to this video from September 22nd, 2025, about a week after the C&Ds had started being sent out, this is what Julie said.
Whatever. It's just a weird thing that her lawyer did.
Hey, F.
But her channel, and I think...
Oh, F. If you just got here, F you. Let me just tell you this. I read text messages today of what Julie was asking for. Thank you, Lauren. I read text messages of what she did a week after filing that complaint earlier on that you might be interested in hearing. Thank you, Lauren.
My feeling is the reason they worded that way is because what he's going after is her channel.
Yeah, let me give you guys a quick sample. Hold on. I can do two things at once. Marigold, do you want me to read lip locked? You guys are forgetting. I have self-diagnosed ADHD. I'm being a BJ right now. Oh, yeah. About Dina's. Yeah, what Julie did to Dina. Yeah. Okay. What did Lip Locked say? Lip Lock, what did you do now? I'm going to find it. And so now, once again, I'm respectfully asking if you would read out loud the one thing that was not read, and that is the actual certification at the bottom of the page above her signature. Yeah. I got you. Yes, ma'am. If I can see it, I sure will. Certification. I certified that the foregoing statements made by me are true. I am aware that if any of the foregoing statements made by me are willfully false, I am subject to punishment. That part, Lip Lock. That one. There you go. I'll just blame it on you. It's okay. I just want to know what that one F word is that I can't make out. Did I get it? I certify that the foregoing statements made by me are true. I am aware that if any of the foregoing statements made by me are willfully false, I am subject to punishment. That is hard to read in that. You're welcome. Thank you guys for drawing my attention to that. Okay, really quickly before we get into this, here you go. I'll give you an example of the text messages I read. So I found out that Julie had been reaching out to people seeking information on BJ. And these are purposely edited. So if I say blank, it means that it's somebody's name or a location that nobody needs to know. These are from January 15th. That statement we read was signed on January 8th. So after she signs that statement, these are things she was reaching out to people asking. She starts off by saying, I hope it's okay. I have a lot of questions. I've done research. I have never shared at all, and I don't plan to, but I am curious as to the stories she was telling others close to her. After. Yeah, I think this is after she did. Well, you're gonna understand. They don't have anything to do with the family tree. Did blank ever mention living in blank after she had kids? Did blank talk about blank or anyone named blank? All information, names of people that the person doesn't know. Never mentioned the name blank at all. Did she say where her youngest was born? What state? Also, did she ever give you a reason for him not having the last name? Disclose his last name. So blank. Did she say which aunt, if any, she was close to? Blank, blank, or any other aunt, or blank? Did she tell you about and discloses another name? Blank. She lived in blank, blank for 6 months to a year, about a year before her blank, but blank, her ex, never lived in blank. Can I ask what she said about blank? Confidential. Blank's last name is blank. Did she tell you blank was blank, blank's half brother? Has she ever mentioned the name blank or blank? So she's not only asking these questions, but offering up information that these people likely do not know. 7 days after she signed that document on the 8th of January. Yep. Here's another one. Another ex-mod of blank said in an interview that she thought blank and her stepdad blank shared prescriptions. Did you ever hear anything like that? And I can guarantee that these went to multiple people, not just this one. Have a good day, Everett. Did she tell you the man she calls her dad is actually her stepdad? Did she mention the last name blank when you were in communication with her? Did she tell you she was very poor growing up? Who from her family do you think blank is closest to besides stepdad, a cousin or one of her 2 half-brothers? Blank, blank, and blank. Was blank drinking a lot like he is now when you two were friends? Did she tell you she was very poor growing up? Did blank mention living in South blank after she had kids? Did she tell you about the DV, or did you learn about it recently when everybody else heard about it? Any talk about going through evictions when she lived with her mom? Did she mention having friends from her youth? Sorry, so many questions. Bye, Bog. Did she ever go away with her 2 youngest boys, like to visit family when you knew blank? Yeah. A week after she filed that complaint or signed that complaint form, those were questions. So she signed that complaint on the 8th of January, and these are from the 15th of January. Sure did. Tell me that that's not invasive as fuck and as real life as you can get. And how, before anybody tries to justify that, explain to me how those text messages and what she's looking for, that information would have anything to do with what she's attempting to do in court. That's invasive and as real life as it fucking gets. Julie asked those questions. Julie was looking for that information. And these have been redacted. So the names, when I give you a blank, they were redacted because I requested them to be redacted because I didn't want that private information. But you tell me what this bitch is out here doing a week after signing that because she feels harassed and taunted. She's reaching out to people trying to collect that type of information. It has nothing to do with her court case. Definitely doesn't seem like she's feeling harassed, does it? And I guarantee those messages went to anybody and everybody that she could access. BJ's ex-mods, friends. Guaranteed there's a lot more than that. Okay, back to this really quick. Here is the video from September 26th, 2025, where Julie, in my opinion, clearly sets out part of her intent.
Channel. That's what the goal, that's her end goal, is to bring down Cluminati's channel, not to take her to court. She'd lose in court.
It wasn't just to bring down Clue. It was the attorney was to go after multiple people is what the claim was. That's why she paid over $8,000 is what she said. Okay, bullshit. She scammed her audience. It is what it is. BJ is a con artist. There's no question about that. And I can say that because out of her own mouth, She detailed how much she collected from her subs, and it just does not add up. So there's that. But her intent was to target multiple channels, not just Clues.
She's trying to go through a backdoor way to get Clues channel down. And she very well may, unless something else happens. I wouldn't, this is my worrying advice. I wouldn't not just wait on it. I wouldn't even just do it. Honestly, if it was me, if it was
SS, you know, when I found out about that, I felt sick. Hey, Amy, it's good to see you. I felt sick about it. If there was somebody, and I won't be shocked to learn that she does that type of shit when it comes to me. I already know she is trying to gather personal information on me. It's what it is. But those are so invasive, especially when you are claiming that somebody is harassing you and you're filing or attempting to file private citizens complaints for criminal charges. It's so invasive and stuff that is not needed for any of what she's doing.
It was me, I'm telling you, I got an attorney for $5,000 to $10,000 will take down Brittany's channel.
Nothing.
Period. End of story. We can skip the C&D. We can skip the evidence collection, and there's no fundraiser involved. I would go directly to, take the bitch down.
And for anybody that said I had intent of rolling this out to help BJ, you can get fucked too. I just found out about those messages the other day. Some of you know exactly when I found out about them. You were here. I found out about them, and because my phone just now, I just got them and learned. So as soon as you guys are learning right along with me, I didn't hold this back and wait for anything. We're learning together in real time, all of us.
That's what I would go to. Take her channel, not her personally, take, as they refer to Clue as a channel, take the channel down. That's what I would do. Because remember, Brittany already read out that thing from Rankin saying she's gonna that people out there doing harm.
She absolutely is, in more ways than one, Belinda. Yep. That's why I'm so sick of getting heat for Julie's actions. She did this. She's been doing this. Right in everybody's faces. She's spitting in everybody's faces and telling them it's raining. And she turns the tears on and it works. And I'm so fed up with her shit. I'll take the heat. I'll sit right here and expose your fucking every word. Try me.
She won't be able to take a channel down. Smarter than her. And she's involved with, I'll text you, give you the plan. Okay. Just let me, you just know I worry and I think about everything. And I think about
well, I'm telling you right now, nobody is to blame for anybody but Julie in this situation. She wanted to be a victim, and I can prove it to you.
All right. If somebody's coming for me, I'm not even going to compare it to this. All right. Let me not go there, get myself in trouble.
When I caught those last night, sorry, I know you've been intensely watching this too. When we stumble upon new things, I felt sick when I heard those messages because I'm like, what does it matter if she was poor growing up? What does it matter if she was with her mom when she was evicted? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What are you going to write a fucking book on her goddamn life? I just felt how dare she?
But, I would just know, Brittany, it's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I could flip that switch, turn that.
Well, and if I need to, just so everybody knows, I didn't load them into the computer, but I can absolutely load these texts. Like I said, they were redacted before they were sent to me. So if it comes to the point where the credibility of those are questioned, trust and believe I have them all in my fucking hands. Every one of them redacted one by one. So, Julie, I would suggest you probably don't say I'm lying on that because all it will do is make me come out and show the actual text messages. I have no problem doing it.
That dial whatever, hit that, and put my foot on that pedal, pull that trigger any moment I want. He takes credit cards, just a transaction. And down you go, Brittany, for all the same things you're accusing Clue of.
To leave. Your channel framed this as debunking lies. I didn't do shit. I didn't fucking do that. You ignorant cunt.
Clue. So
What the fuck are you doing over there? Got this fucking attorney over here looking like nothing but a fucking jackass, bro. Did you fact check any of this?
Did you say fact or fat?
Fact.
Okay.
I'm being dead ass when I asked that. Was any of this shit fact check? Samantha Strong?
Did you hear what she said though about the channel? How easy it would be to come down? This is when she was trying to get people together and she was offering $5,000 to $10,000 to make the preemptive strike to take BJ's channel. That's when she was wanting to do that. That's what she was wanting to do all the way back in September. But let's bump ahead to another one. You can go watch that more. But she makes it very clear in multiple streams what she intends to do. In fact, in one of the streams we watched recently, she mentions that with a misdemeanor charge, she is trying to get a misdemeanor charge on one of them and then send it off and take her channel. And like I've said all along, I feel that that's incredibly selfish because if there's nothing for Granny and Barbecue to attach to recoup their legal costs, that's incredibly selfish of Julie. But hey, what do I know? That's just my opinion. That would be, I don't know. I prefer them to have the ability to attach to something. That's just my opinion though. This video here is from December 14th. So like I said, 2 of the dates previous to this were December 4th and 10th of what she used for evidence.
start the game tit for tat.
Here we go.
I'm really late. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry I'm late. I didn't put on a lick of makeup, nothing.
Proud for Mom. I don't recall if that was stated necessarily. Her obsession with Jay is concerning to me. Oh, and if any of Jay's people are in here, I'll address that later too. But Jay made a live stream yesterday talking about the Arctic fox situation. Listen, Jay, you can dislike me all you want, but don't do that. If I knew anything about him or had any indication of what he was like, I would absolutely disclose that. I don't know that man outside of chats. I barely spoke to him. Haven't really seen him since 2024. I shared some of his flyers and I shared the Amber Alert. War Eagle came into one of my posts and said, "You have Arctic fox mentioned in here." Yeah, of course. The Amber Alert is in every description of my videos up until like the last week or so. Sure is. Because I shared it all the time on every description. So it has been removed now from my videos. But yeah, it's there. I have no idea anything about that man, but the demand of me to like know something or help give warnings, I have nothing that would be helpful. I didn't know that man at all outside of chats. I knew he did awareness. I've been on panel with him a few times, but there was never any private discussions whatsoever. So I can't be helpful. I would if I could, but there's just nothing that I know of him on a personal level to even help. I knew he was going through a divorce and said his mom was sick. Other than that, I don't know shit about him.
Hey, I hate to ask you to do this. Give me 2 more seconds, okay? I'm sorry. I had to get some things. Hey, Britt P. Hey.
And I just heard yesterday somebody came in the comments. I think Simplify, you notified me of it, that she was saying stuff about Jay and myself. And yeah, if I knew anything, I would disclose it. I just don't. There was never a personal relationship with me and him like that to where I would have any indication or warning signs to look for or anything at all. And if I did, I would absolutely say so. I just don't.
Hey, Rocky.
I don't know him.
I had to get a couple things ready for this live, so. And unfortunately, my files and my pictures, my albums got jumbled. I mean, I'm still reorganizing. Everything's still there since I got a new phone, but I had to.
Yeah, I'm not really shocked by that, but the displaced anger in that situation is just not necessary to try and even act like we would cover or I would cover anything. There's nothing for me that, that's fucking ridiculous, but I'm just not giving it any energy beyond that. That's fucking bullshit.
To re-download certain apps and change password, do everything. But I'm not happy today. I woke up in a great mood.
And yes, please understand, I know, like, Body always says this, which I'm glad she does, because I know they can attach to other, like, there's 10 total plaintiffs with fees. But I think they should have the right to attach to BJ too if they need, and this is her only source of income. So that's just my personal opinion on it. Barbecue and Granny could feel totally different about recouping those funds. I have no idea. That's just my personal opinion about Julie's desire to take her channel. BJ's tanked it on her own.
And then people had to, play games and try to hurt me for. What did I ever do to you, War Eagle? What did I ever do to you? You're just a simp for Brittany and for Betty. Brittany thanked you the other night. Thanked you for what you're doing. So she's encouraging it. And, she's going to pay the price for it too. That's the thing. Like, I play by my rules. Here's my rules. I love you too, hon. Thank you.
Yeah, Lindsay, I don't know the extent of everything that was said, but all I can say is that if I knew anything that would be helpful, first of all, I would take it to the police, not the internet. First and foremost, I don't know him like that. I only knew of him since the Sebastian Rogers case. I met him through other people, knew he did awareness flyers. Like I said, I've been on a few panels with him, but I have no personal relationship with him and can give no help with that.
Thank you. You tit me, I tat back. That's how the game goes. Tit for tat. I don't start the game tit for tat. You titted me, I tatted back. Right? Brittany, you had Lolly do your stuff. Said, Lolly, I'm so sorry. People are going so hard on you. And you're my friend and blah, blah, blah. When she literally tried to control me and be vindictive on me by saying defamatory things and lies about Al and threatening to call protective services on my son, Spencer, and Al. It's not cool.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of predators hide in plain sight. And I think most of you know that there would never be a situation like that. So sorry to kind of derail, but that was a good reminder to set that record straight too, because and I don't feel like it needs a whole lot of attention given to it. Like I said, there's nothing that I know. And if I did, it would have gone to law enforcement, not the fucking internet.
These are your pit bulls, Brittany. And like any good dog owner knows, you're responsible for your animals.
This is an older stream. This is from December 14th, 2025. Blank screen.
Behaviors. Animals sometimes do animal things. Right? War Eagle is an animal. It's an eagle, an animal. She's your animal, Brittany. And, you know, you decide to take on an animal and encourage an animal.
Sorry, is this her telling us she's somebody's animal? Or were other people your animal, Julie? Anybody? Is she saying she's somebody's the way she's classifying this and linking people together? So are we to assume that you are the animal for somebody, or which is who's got who on the leash, Julie?
And help train an animal and give an animal a place to stay and show themselves off, right? Like you do on your platform. Can you not put your comments on screen? What do you mean on screen? You mean like captions? I usually set it to captions. Is it not coming up? I apologize if the captions aren't coming up. Is that what you mean? Yeah. Pigeon. I call her bird turd.
As long as they don't say the name Hank or Cooper, we're good.
So when your animals are out of control, the animals that you take in, give a home to on your platform, you know, even though, like, if you have an animal that goes and bites your neighbor, right? Even though you didn't bite your neighbor, maybe you didn't.
Yeah, I think it's strangers on the internet. People can be whoever they are. It's really hard to know. So I think that assumption of any indication is ridiculous, but it is what it is.
Plan on your biting your neighbor.
People, fucking Lady Freedom Raw narrative is on like number 5 or 6 fucking live stream screaming and hollering about we protected this man too. Like, it's the fucking wildest shit. But we know that clowns are going to be clowns, and they're being clowns.
But you never trained your animal, and yet you kept it around knowing that there's people nearby and they bite. And you continue to let them out and give them a place to roam on your platform and endorse them and read the things, because believe me.
Oh, and by the way, to the answers of those text messages, it was predominantly no. Nope, I don't know. Nope, do not know. Nope, not mentioned. Curiosity of what the intent and the purpose, of course, was there, of what the fuck was being looked for. But the person that was being texted those things, just to clarify, didn't even know majority of those names, and had never heard those names mentioned.
Brittany will be reading this later, but I've read it this morning. I'm going to read it. Actually, I have a video already that I didn't get to really edit too much of Al reading some of the comments, some of the screenshots that she put on. You don't have to go to her page. I'm going to read them word for word, what she put on the screenshots, because they're not her words. She, unlike the PowerPoint slides of mine that I wrote and Brittany read word for word, these are other people's words. These are not War Eagle's words.
Not on the internet, Lindsay. We can't.
These are comments left in the so reliable Reddit app. The Reddit app, you know, where people go to talk shit anonymously and never be held accountable.
Wolfie, I'm doing good. How are you?
And lie on people when they have grudges, or, you know, they get blocked by somebody. And
wait, are you drawing attention to your own Reddit thread? You wouldn't be doing that, would you?
Word for word. These are other people's words. These are not War Eagle's words. These are comments left in the so reliable Reddit app. The Reddit app, you know.
Joe, do we know who she was asking for that information from? April of 25, and then again January 15th, 2026. Tell me again, her purpose and intent hasn't been here all.
Where people go to talk shit anonymously and never be held accountable and lie on people when they have grudges, or, you know, they get blocked by somebody and they go to vent over there, or they just want to be judgmental pieces of crap. But this went too far in my opinion. This is far. Okay. This, as far as I know, on YouTube is the first time somebody is now posting about my ex-husband and my son from my first marriage.
Okay. Jesus, Julie. Oh my God. Hey, Brandywine. Proud of her, Mom. You know where it's going to end for me? On my island, cussing people out. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. I don't know who did this, Wolfie. I don't know. It'll probably get blamed on the wrong person or some shit.
And Spencer and Al. Spencer, Al, my ex-husband, and my son from my first marriage. That's a big tit. Excuse my language here, metaphoric. And it requires
Cole, well, just so you know, she is rejecting being called Crazy Aunt Julie. It's no longer said with love as of yesterday. So whatever that means, if you call her Crazy Aunt Julie, she's rejecting that now.
there's a big tap back. But you're not going to get the whole tap today. Unfortunately, I'm just going to tease the tat,
Oh no.
right? I'm going to give you a little picture of the tat, a literal picture, not
KB, I begged somebody the other day to grab me by the foot and pull me out of this fucking rabbit hole, and you guys just let me go deeper. Here we are.
figurative picture. I'm going to show you a picture today. But I'm not going to discuss it today because today I'm very angry. And I'm going to reply to what was posted on War Eagle, both myself and I'm going to show you the video that Al and I did together where he's reading out loud. For anybody,
Shit, at this point in time, proud for Mom, just give me the bottle of tequila with the fucking worm. I'll eat the worm too at this point. God damn, these people are a lot. And the the emotional knee-jerk reactions is wild to me. That's where I just ignore and keep doing my thing.
like Brittany, who says Al doesn't know what Julie's doing. If Al knew what Julie was doing and saying here, and what was going on, he wouldn't let her this and this, right? Brittany, not everybody has a totally shitty relationship. You don't have a marriage. I have a marriage. Since you've never been married, nobody's ever put a ring on it with you. Maybe you don't understand. You don't get it. In marriage, right, there's trust. Hopefully, unless you lose trust like I did in my first marriage, and then you have to get divorced, which I did.
Oh my God, are we going to get a whole divorce?
Can I tell you guys?
Are we going to cry over an ex in this one? Fuck, I didn't watch the beginning of this. This might be wilder than I even know. We might be going to divorce court. Call Judge Judy.
Don't take tears as weakness, okay? Because in a game of tit for tat, Brittany, you'll never beat me. You will never beat me. Your friends will never beat me. You can have an army of people together, and you will never beat just me alone. Nobody does anything. Nobody does my research. I don't research for anybody else. Like you keep saying that I'm doing the dirty work and people are putting me up to stuff and I'm feeding people information. No. If Clue knows something, if Elevated Truth knows something, it's because they know it. They did their own research. I don't give them anything. I've sat on stuff for 7 months now
Bree.
that I've never shared. Right after you and Tony Mathis said that you were going to put out everything about me, good, bad, and indifferent. It's okay. And sometimes I get so mad that I'm like, I cry because I'm angry. And when you come for my kids, children that I love and actually take care of.
Lee Michelle, was it about mobsters in her family, Murder Inc. or anything? Was it anything worth a shit? Shit talking, lying again? Anything?
Still.
Give us a synopsis.
Unlike you, Brittany.
We don't have to watch it.
Who is a piece of crap mother. Sick child coughing in the background saying, mommy. And you say, oh, I'm going to get you medicine and sit on your live stream for hours longer. Disgusting. War Eagle, I don't know if you have kids or a family. Please tell me. I'd love.
We've determined it's martyrhood. I created that. She wants to be the martyr. She wants to be seen as beneficial to a bunch of creators by taking Brittany's channel. That's my opinion.
To know.
Oh yeah, I heard it, Joe. I got it.
Thank you, Mira. It's hard because
I caught that. I'm tracking right along you guys.
You always do this shit, Brittany. You went real life on Illuminati. You brought out the trauma of her child. You and your friends. You said that she enabled that trauma.
Yep, that's the word.
Even last week, I believe, Sludge Knuckles, they call her, who I barely watched up until a few weeks ago.
Hey, Leo.
I almost never watched her. I didn't even know. I had to get her channel link. Said about Illuminati, talking about a pedophile. That's the kind of man you go for, Clue, not me. You're disgusting. I mean, all of you are so disgusting.
Come again. Cram it again, Joe. Not cram it again. Why is cram it's interesting to me right now. That's so fucking funny to me. You don't say. So is she back to accepting crazy Aunt Julie? Is that what she's doing now? I don't fucking, these people give me a fucking headache. And she can't wait for me to be a fool. Julie, listen up. I'll never be a fool. I'm just playing your own words. People are hearing what you're saying. So, oh, okay. So she's back to okay with it. Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me know. She'll never be an aunt over here, but she'll just be the crazy bitch she is. How can she cry on demand like that? She wanted to be an actress, Muffin Mouse.
So
the only one looking foolish is you, Julie, because I just play your own words and I stick to that. See, that's the beauty of this. You'll never make me look foolish at the end of the day. We're just playing your own words and watching you lie in real fucking time.
Oh, it's like there's been so many times where I've seen you do this to people. Let's say like Clue, for example, but not only Clue, Queen.
December 14th. So this is she had filed 2 police reports by this time regarding December 4th and December 10th. So 2 police reports filed, and this is where she continues.
There's other people you've done it to, hurt people, hurt kids. And even though my children are adults, Spencer has a significant
Tell Crimson I said hello.
Intellectual disability. Therefore, we have guardianship. He can never, everybody who talks about consent, Spencer cannot give consent to anything. Al and I have been granted by a court, a judge. Spencer was given his own attorney to represent his interests, to get guardianship of him, because he needs to be taken care of for the rest of his life. So Al and I, who know Spencer best and have his best interests in mind, make all the decisions. Nobody out here, I don't give a shit what you think. I don't care about your fucking judgment, Rowena.
And you're okay. I don't know why you'd get timed out. You're doing fine from what I see.
I protect my child's dignity. Our lives are lived not just on the internet. They're lived in public. They're not just lived in the house or on the internet. We go out in public every day, practically, every single day with Spencer. People see Spencer in public. Hundreds of people in a day can see Spencer. Go to the grocery store, go to the library, bring him to school, whatever it was, to the park. Hundreds of people will see him and his behaviors.
Wolfie, what's really pissing me off is it's so counterproductive to those of us that stick to her fucking words and show her ass for what she is. Julie and people like her go over the top trying to be the biggest victim of Brittany, and it's like, for fucking what? She's already done stuff. She's already gotten people in court fucking proceedings. Why do you need to come in and do this and create an entire story and a narrative that doesn't even exist? It's one thing if there was actual fear here. And I think from the sound of those text messages, that doesn't sound like somebody who's in fear. I don't know. It absolutely hurts. It's so counterproductive, and it pisses me the fuck off. And then getting blamed for highlighting Julie's fuckery. Somehow I'm getting blamed for helping BJ. Well, blame that on fucking Julie. Julie's the one that's done all this.
In public, in real time.
And I'm glad you understand.
Doing all the things that you say are humiliating for him. What should I do, Rowena, in that case, when hundreds of people are looking at my child doing what you say is humiliating? Oh, but don't bring it on the internet. Why not? I have to deal with people's reactions, hundreds of people at a time, often every week.
Brandy Wine. Just because you said that. Look how cute she thinks she is with her tears.
Time is of the essence, you know, sometimes when you're dealing with a bullying situation. Julie, it's impressive how many tears you have. It takes a lot for me to cry. Oh, it's impressive? Okay, thank you. I gave myself an award, fake award, in a funny video I did on the best, like I said, People's Choice Award, Best Crying Creator. And I had Al pretend that we had a delivery of something for People's Choice Awards and gave myself an award. I said, look, I won Best Crying Creator.
What the hell? Where'd that go? Simplify. We did a portion. I played the He Cannot Consent piece yesterday, but we haven't played the rest of it.
Every single week. Or I have to avoid places like, let's say, a movie theater. We can't take him to the movies. He would make noises that would disturb everybody, right? So we can't go. There's places we can't go. Our lives are very limited. But even the places...
Pyro Pam, it's the fisheye is perfect considering I'm going to have concrete shoes and be swimming with the fishies, according to the mob boss here pretty soon, if I don't straighten up my act. No, she didn't say that. I'm embellishing right now. But she's done a lot of content since I've been calling her out about her mob connections, and I might be swimming with the fishies.
We have to take him because he cannot be left alone ever. We have to bring him with us. If I go to the store and Al's not here, or Al's not here, you know, if I'm not here, Al has to go to the store. He has to come with us.
That's me all the time, Sagittarius rising.
And everybody sees his behaviors that you think are so awful and humiliating. They are him. That's who he is. That's what autism acceptance is. It's not about hiding your kids. It's about understanding and having compassion for people who have a disability. And maybe you watch and you learn something like thousands of people have watching Spencer. They learn compassion. They learn that when he has the meltdown, it's not the end of the world. Don't call the cops. He's not violent. It's a moment in time. It doesn't.
That's why education is so important, Julie. And instead, you fearmonger. You fearmonger parents, caregivers, anybody, truly, with the doom and gloom. Education is key instead of fear-mongering in the doom and gloom. That's not what you're doing.
Last all day. You see it. You'll see the beginning, the middle, and the end. I have never shown a meltdown, which Spencer has
Not
regularly.
so much.
Regularly. It's part of his disability, for God's sakes. Do you want profound autism parents to pretend that their children don't have meltdowns?
Wait, she mentioned that she gave herself a crying award on February 5th. She's really proud of these tears that she can turn on, huh? Interesting.
It's part of their disability. But if I have ever shown a tiny fraction of what our real life is like, a fraction, not representative of the actual life and we live, you know, just a hint at it, just a glimpse, so you can understand.
This is everything that advocating for autism or awareness and inclusion is like. This is completely the opposite of what is needed. The doom and gloom, the fear-mongering, the constant referencing them as a diagnosis, these are so counterproductive to what true advocates strive for. And it really fucking irritates me and so many of you.
People can understand and learn from it. I have never shown a meltdown of Spencer's without showing the recovery from the meltdown. Do you understand what that means? That means if he has a meltdown that I have shown on the internet, you always see the end of the meltdown and him calming down and him moving on and with the rest of his day, because it's not his whole day. It's a moment in time. People think because they are not exposed to
moment in time where you feel it's appropriate to stuff a camera in his face and film it for content that is not educational, it's fear mongering. Yeah, make it make sense. Carry on. I could get myself in trouble with saying too much about this shit. MJ's Wolfie, I have thought the exact same thing. I have thought the exact same thing, that eventually they'll be buddies.
what meltdowns are like and don't know what to do in the cases to be helpful, or at least not to make the situation worse in public, where we are daily we deal with the public. Every single day we deal with strangers who have no idea.
Welcome to the world many people live in. You're not alone. Mickey, happy birthday to your baby. That's amazing. Happy birthday.
What they're hearing and seeing. But I'm educating people, and
don't
Spencer's
do
educating
that.
people.
Don't do
And
that.
he's absolutely,
And I'm just saying that, like, she's got an overbite.
you just cherish him.
Right.
You just cherish who he is as a person. You see him as more than his disability, because those are just moments in time.
And
I would argue that there are few parents in the
well, I was going to just say MJ, and then I was like, hold on, let me include the rest of Wolfie so they know I'm talking to Wolfie, not MJ.
United States or anywhere in the world, few couples who have gotten as much education and training, actual training from experts, not experts like Rowena, a nurse who took care of a sister. She wasn't a parent. She didn't have to worry about what's going to happen for the 20 years.
Oh, get fucked. Seriously, get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. Straight up, get fucked. Rowena spoke for herself yesterday. If you want to watch that, please go back and hear her own words. But get fucked. That's what I'm going to say. Rowena asked us not to use her story. I will never do that out of respect for her. She spoke her piece. There it is. But get fucked. Because siblings can have to make decisions like that. And that right there is so narrow-sighted.
That your child outlives you. So sick of the judgment, the fucking judgment.
Okay, and here's something that I've held back from saying, but I said it to one of my friends today. When you have somebody on the spectrum, this is not a blanket statement either, but a lot of my experience, my own personal experience, is when I am upset or unregulated emotionally, my little senses that. So any disruption in the households, any stress, anything that, and you try to hide it. A lot of parents, caregivers walk on eggshells trying to regulate their emotions at all times. Can you imagine living with somebody like this in the emotional roller coaster and what that does? Because many of you understand and have probably experienced it. Again, I'm not speaking for anybody, just my own experience. But those little ups and downs, they sense it, they feel it, and it can lead to further meltdowns.
I would argue there are few parents, couples, who have gotten as much training and education on how to deal with extreme behaviors associated with autism as myself and my husband, Al. We got Spencer into
Oh, God. Oh, Julie.
a 4-month program at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, Maryland, a 16-bed unit that has waiting lists years long to get into this program.
Oh.
16 beds. And
look, I'm glad to see you, of course, but you're supposed to be resting and taking care of you. I hope you're feeling a little bit better and have gotten some rest and relaxation. Like I said, of course I want you here, but I'm worried about you too. But yeah, this pisses me the fuck off. I'm with you guys because Not every family situation is the same. There are a lot of siblings, there are a lot of extended family members that have to step up for whatever circumstance there are. And that was completely another bullshit statement out of Julie's mouth.
And their kids are rotated only for 4 months. And part of that program, it's not just to help the child and change his meds and do data analysis and genetic testing and everything else that they do at the hospital for Spencer. Part of the program.
Yes, I'm not saying that they don't, Yorkshire. Of course, you don't just have to be on the spectrum to have that. In my experience, just with mine, she senses it way more in-depthly, and it impacts her behavior way more.
Is intensive training for the parents. Intensive training. Not for an hour, not for a day. Where we do real life situations with experts, the top experts in the field of autism at the Kennedy Krieger Institute for profound autism at Johns Hopkins Hospital.
So instead of you shaming others because they weren't able to do something like that, you should be very grateful and recognize that you were able to access resources that a lot of parents, caregivers alike would give anything to be able to access, and they can't. So instead of trying to weaponize it as you are better than, you should be grateful and thankful that you had the opportunity to do that. And it makes me even more angry that you have had that experience and been able to do that, and you still try to shame other people. Hoofda.
I pulled every string that there was to be pulled to get Spencer into that program. And even when he was finally accepted, we still had to wait another year before they had an opening. And meanwhile, we're all suffering, because we're dealing with these extreme behaviors and medications and doctors who really don't know. They're not experts like they are at Johns Hopkins.
I'm so sick of hearing about you suffering. You suffering. You're not the only one who has suffered or experienced any of this, you ungrateful bitch.
They literally go through scenarios. I have done videos where I have shown, we came home with binders of things to do and not to do with Spencer, activities, how to handle meltdowns, how to handle aggression.
Yorkshire, that's the only way she talks about the young men in her life is by a diagnosis. They are never spoken of just as young, amazing, capable to whatever level they are. It's always a diagnosis first.
Everything from feeding to toileting to bathing to destroying property to helping them get to safe spaces without getting them.
Which you used as content on social media for accolades. Not educating, but accolades, self-serving needs.
Hurt or you hurt during a meltdown when they are completely dysregulated and your child is now an adult and bigger than you and how to do it safely and how to keep them safe. But people judge, they don't understand. They don't have the education we have. They don't have the training. Most doctors and nurses in the United States don't have the amount of training specifically on this very small percent. I think it's like 25% or something like that of all.
25% is a large percent. I'm sorry. We're not doing this, Julie. Oh, we're not doing this. 25% is a large percentage of people who understand and experience and go through very similar struggles. And you are demeaning them. You're demeaning any level. It's not, oh God, you just drive me nuts. Tracy, thank you for bringing tissues to the next live. And thank you for being a member for 5 months. We definitely need the Costco size, probably multi-packs of Kleenexes and maybe some snacks from Costco.
Autistic people would be considered level 3. And then you have level 3 and profoundly autistic. And profoundly autistic is actually a subset of a subset. It's a subset of level 3. So even less have, this significant impact of autism, intellectual disabilities, and all the things, the comorbidities that come with it. Julie, my mom had to institutionalize my brother in the 60s because he was too big to handle, and she wasn't a very big woman. She felt guilty till her death. Most people don't get it. It's sad, right? And they're still out here judging me, saying, oh, Julie is actively looking for a place to put Spencer. Like shaming us because we want him to have a safe place when we're dead. My husband is in his 60s. Your baby daddy said I'm going to be dead soon, right, Brittany? Isn't it the responsible thing to do? To ease your child when you can be there to help them, rather than waiting till you're too feeble to take care of them or you have some medical emergency?
See, this I will agree with. I will never shame somebody for making the decision of what's best for their loved one. If being put in a home is the best benefit for their safety and well-being and long-term overall care, then there is no shame with it whatsoever. I've got zero shame or shade. In fact, I encourage those types of plans in case you just never know.
And then they go into a shitty place, the only place that's available, which is always the shittiest place, the most abusive place. They're the ones that have the openings. It's so aggravating, Jen. And now, if that's not enough, Brittany, you and your rabid animal, bird turd eagle.
So, and once again, this is not advocating or educating on any of the topics you are discussing. You are attempting to use your experience to shame others. You are attempting to use your struggles and your emotional dysregulation over the situation to shame others that have a completely different situation. This is not educating, advocating. I almost put them together. This is doom and gloom, and you are using, once again, this young man's struggles as a weapon and a shield against somebody that you have poked at and created and gone real life on. I've got zero respect for you, Julie, especially considering that I am in possession of text messages of you violating those children's privacy and attempting to gain more information on those children. But you want all the accolades? See, bitch, get fucked. You don't know the closest thing. And you tried to say it the other day, I'm not for women and I'm not an advocate. You're right. On this fucking internet, I will never be those things besides an asshole. But in my real life, I advocate very strongly for the people I love. And I will never get on here and shame and torment people because of my struggles like you do. I feel horrified listening to you use those young men as weapons and shields. You are a disservice to anybody on the spectrum and in the autism community. I said what I said. Try me.
That you work together with Shady.
And bitch, go take some classes in trauma-informed care for your own mental health, because I don't know what the fuck is going on with you, but you need some emotional regulation, because I feel horrible that they have to deal with you. And I'm not joking.
And a couple others, Sinner and whatnot. Are now coming after me through my ex-husband and, more importantly, my son, Robbie.
Oh my God, here we go again.
Robbie is 6.5 years older than the twins.
Okay, anybody, and please tell me, I might have missed this. Has anybody gone after Julie over her ex-husband and her son? Anybody? Because if that's the case, I haven't seen it. Put a fucking name on it.
I met Al when Robbie was 12. Unlike you, Brittany,
The name she just shared is not of the twin that asked to not be on here. This is her biologic son that she's talking about and her ex-husband.
I didn't even introduce Robbie to Al. He never met him. I didn't even talk about Al. He never saw him. He didn't know about Al until months into us dating. He heard about him. I started talking about him. And 6 months after Al and I got together is when I knew this was going to be a permanent relationship.
Rosebud, this is going to sound possibly insane to some of you, but there are times that I have questioned if she isn't attempting to escalate the behavior for filming content. And when I say trying to escalate, by pushing a camera in the face and being more focused on getting the perfect video for content instead of focusing on simple solutions, redirection, things of that nature.
Is when I introduced Al and Robbie. We went to the movies together and we went out for Mexican food. A very easy meeting. I waited 6 months. So he actually didn't meet Al till he was 13. Yet Al was already.
Aisha, the reason it's our business is because she is using this to toss at somebody that they did this. Somebody is supposedly doing this. Who, where, what, when, why?
Helping, which is something Al mentions here in this video. He reminded me of a very sad thing that because, there's a reason people get divorced, right?
Leo, I don't know if you were here when I stated to Julie and friends, because they're always watching, to make sure she goes back and checks her shorts from around Christmas time, because one of her mods named them all in her short, the comment of her shorts. She still got it there. So when she's screaming and hollering about all these other people doxing the twin that didn't want to be named, that nobody is doxed or put the name out of, once again, Julie's own mod put it in a comment, and it's still on one of her shorts. But here she is now using her own son.
My ex was not a good person.
No, Aisha, I was just explaining for anybody that might question that, because she is weaponizing this against people. And I've never heard anybody do this. I just thought it was a good opportunity off your comment to explain. Julie's doing this. Once again. Weapons and shields.
There were some ways where he was, he wasn't like, he was a manipulator. You know what that's like, Brittany. He was
right there. Right there. This is grimy. Speaking about, oh, Jesus. I thought about sending her to the knitting community, but then I don't think I would trust her with knitting needles either. We could start a new community, the Crying Snorefest, and put her and BJ in the same pasture.
a narcissist. I should say is a narcissist, is a manipulator, is a liar, is a thief.
What's Spooky say?
You two have a lot in common, actually. Also very insecure.
And then if it's used to go,
he didn't like to work.
You notice when it's things like this, when she's speaking about her personal life, I'm very careful what I say, because we've seen her ability to manipulate and weaponize and lie in real time. So I am careful, but I have zero fucking respect for her when she's out here disclosing all of her family business as a weapon and a shield.
Julie, you're so smart. How could you be with a man like this, right? I asked myself that question.
Rowena, this is the rest of that video that I played that little tiny portion of where she cusses you from December 14th. This is the video. She had filed 2 police reports by this time, one regarding December 4th and one regarding December 10th. And then this is December 14th. And we're just playing more of it. And the title of this is Brittany and Eaglebird Turd want to play another round of tit for tat.
A lot. I have a lot of regret, but I don't, because I got my son, who is an amazing, sensitive,
I don't think she cares about anybody but Julie, if I'm being honest, Dina.
wonderful, kind young man. But
Oh, yes.
he was not.
Send her there. No, you're good. You're good.
He let me put it this way. When Robbie was growing up, when we got divorced, right?
Dee, I can find the live stream where she tells you all about her acting classes and how she wanted to be. What was the dancer she wanted to be? She had aspirations of being a comedian and an actress and some sort of dancer. It's not a Boogie Nights dancer. What was you guys know?
And we had shared custody. Thank you so much. Thank you, friends. I appreciate it. He's an ex for a reason. Exactly. And I stayed in that relationship way too long.
Soul Train. Liquid gold. That's what it is.
But when we got divorced,
solid gold.
Solid
gold. That's what it was. She wanted to be a solid gold. I knew somebody would get it. She wanted to be a solid gold dancer.
I did not, unlike he did, and his partner did.
Oh my God, you guys!
Woman who became his wife.
Thank you. I knew you guys would get it.
I did not badmouth my ex to my son, even though he is.
I didn't badmouth my ex to my son, but here I am doing it for the entire internet.
Is a person who I worried all the time about taking advantage of my son, because he would steal money from me. He stole money from my parents. He stole money from my son. He stole money, from the freaking piggy bank. I mean, even though he was, I worried about it. I didn't badmouth him because my son looked up to his dad as a dad. And I knew my son was so smart, and he was.
Hold on. Okay, I just pulled up Solid Gold Dancers perform the top 10 songs. Here you go.
Always ask about the Solid Gold Dancers. And with more of this week.
What the fuck is this? What is this? And hey, she should have done that. That would have been a great thing. She's got rhythm.
Countdown. Here are 3 of them. Darcel.
What is this?
Tony and Alex.
Is this what? I gotta keep my mouth shut on this.
Take it away, kids. Look them up.
Answer.
2 pop superstars who grew up in the same Philadelphia neighborhood as Bill Haley and the Comets have the number 10 hit. Daryl Hall and John Oates and Family Man. At number 9 is an international star who's earned gold records in 11.
This. Oh, I can do that shit. Look at that. Let's get physical.
Group whose last 2 albums sold over 10 million copies worldwide. Faithfully is the latest for Germany.
That's like the Dirty Dancing. So this is what she wanted to do. I mean, I got no shade. Leg warmers. Okay. All right. Well, that's what she wanted to be. And then This is what she became. All right. Okay, cool.
Wasn't a baby. Okay. He was in 8th grade when Al met him, right? And
I can do the jerk, I can do the mashed potato, and I can do the twist. Now tell me, baby, do you like it like this?
he was already playing football and baseball and everything, and he had friends. And then in high school, you know, he was varsity, a 4-year varsity on baseball and football. Ultimately, he was the captain of both teams. He was a busy kid, and I knew that he had. I made sure that my son had. I encouraged sports with my son because it gave him structure. Thank you, Hildy, for sending a membership. It's so sweet of you. Bitter Tea got it.
Isn't she mid-50s?
Thank you, Hildy.
I think.
I wish I had been. Back then, my mom's life wouldn't have been. It would have been easier, right? My life would have been easier with Spencer if there had been a me or a TikTok when Spencer and his twin were young, because I would have had somebody to look to. I used to say to myself when I met the boys and they were 6 and 7 and everything, what is he gonna be like when he's a teenager? What's he gonna be like when he's an adult? I didn't know what to expect. I made so many mistakes because I didn't know. I had to learn things the hard way. I had to educate myself. There were no videos or channels to turn to. Spencer was the only kid like him in his school until 5th grade, when they ended up sending him to. But I met them when they were in 1st grade. But in 5th grade.
Okay, but you're not alone in this. You're not alone in this. This is many people's experience.
In the middle of 5th grade is when he got sent to the very good school for.
And your title of your video is to War Eagle and Brittany want to play another round of tit for tat. This isn't tit for tat. Like, what the?
Just for kids with autism, serious like significant disabilities, autism. I didn't badmouth my ex-husband because my son was so sensitive and smart, and he was old enough to understand. He was not old enough not to be manipulated. He's still not old enough not to be manipulated by your parents. It can be very manipulative. If you have a manipulative parent, it can be a long time and a hard lesson to learn.
Oh, the sister thing, Joe, was mind-blowing to me. The way she talks about Al's sister.
But I knew that if I said to my son, listen, your dad is this and that and this and that, all these bad things, right? He would just tune me out and be upset with me because he, on the other side, his dad.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm going to skip forward through some of this because she's just continuing to weaponize her life experience against 2 creators in the drama sector. It's so fucking weird to me.
Financially. And he,
and I'm sorry, we all of us have bad exes.
Anything good about how he felt about me and Al, there would be a cost he had to pay. He had to.
No.
My ex was adopted.
What?
His child that he's.
That's not. Oh, Julie.
I'll fill in the rest. And this is Al talking about it.
No thanks.
This is no pushback right here.
They play is rejecting self-reflection. Julie gets to treat Spencer like a child because of his disability. So
yeah, how should I treat him? Like a. Yeah, Julie treats Spencer like a child.
Oh my God. So she's pulled Alan again. This is the comment on the Reddit thread she's responding to.
I just said my son has the self-advocacy capabilities of a 3 or 4-year-old. He is significantly intellectually disabled. Just because you hear him talk doesn't mean he comprehends.
Oh my God, Julie. What are you doing?
They sit in judgment of everything. Everything.
No.
Let me back it up. I wonder where they get the source of information.
Who is they?
Physician. He's a grown adult. He was living here. Well, he went to college, and then he was living here with us. You'll hear more. I wonder what Julie's grown adult. And then he says he didn't live. Wait, hold on.
So she's responding to a Reddit thread, got Brittany and War Eagle tagged, and says, do you want to play another round of tit for tat? And this is what, okay.
Let me back it up.
Makes sense.
High school. And we had shared custody. He had to deal with his father.
No,
Happy,
I'm not
which
allowed.
meant posting pictures of his dad and his stepmom without
Nope.
sabotage my relationship with my son, and nothing worked.
Nope.
And
Nope.
it's like I used to go.
Nope.
I went. My son played football and baseball, right? 4 years, varsity in high school.
Okay.
And
Nope.
I got pictures. I'll show you.
Nope.
My son doesn't use Facebook anymore.
Nope.
Hitting him, he's just making sounds.
Time. If I'm ever killed, make sure you have the police investigate him. Would you say that my ex-husband and his wife are reliable sources of information?
Are you fucking joking right now? Wait a minute. Okay, somebody take my computer and unplug the motherfucker, because I'm telling you.
Moved in after a restraining order, right? That I had to take out on him directly because he had nowhere to live, directly into the home of his now wife. And they're saying that they raised him.
That's Spencer
what else
again
did I say here? Oh, there's no pic. So I never talk about my ex on my social media because he is not a good person, to say the least. Let me put it this way. I said to you one time, if I'm ever killed, make sure you have the police investigate him. Would you say that my ex-husband and his
Unfucking real that you're putting that on the
his
internet.
unpaid taxes for all those years
Oh my God, this is your
of school, so he wouldn't know that the power was ever out. I didn't want him to face that kind of trip. I say everything.
I'm skipping through.
Not everything. I'm never listen. I couldn't say everything. I know. Period. It would take a long ass time. Okay.
So she starts this off going after BJ, War Eagle, and Rowena. And this is what she fills this live stream with.
So, but I will. So here's what War Damn Eagle posted. Well, I'm not reading.
So an hour and 19 minutes, and maybe 5 minutes of it to this point has been about her title.
Okay, so then, all right, this is the rest of it. I wonder what her own violence into antics. Oh, you fucking bitch. I didn't see this. You know, War Damn Eagle and Brittany, I have twin sons living in this house.
Not again.
And I have gone to great lengths.
I mean, at least she didn't use a diagnosis, but not again. Not again.
Never to say the name of Spencer's twin, to keep him out of videos in our home when he is here. He's in the kitchen. He's going to the bathroom. I'm driving him into places. Okay. And you fucking put his name in there.
Oh God. Okay. So this is, I remember what we're doing here. So this whole doxing, this young man was being accused way before she filed the police report and used the December 25th of BJ sharing War Eagle's post. This is December 14th. So there is almost a 2-week time gap here where she intentionally just escalated things. I'm backing it up. Here you go. Throw mine in with it.
You know, War Damn Eagle and Brittany,
Hey, Becca.
I have twin sons living in this house, and I have gone to great lengths never to say the name of Spencer's twin, to keep him out of videos in our home when he is here. He's in the kitchen. He's going to the bathroom. I'm driving him into places. Okay. And you fucking put his name in this? You piece of shit. You put Spencer's twin's name in here? I've been calling him Spencer's twin this whole time, and you put his name in here.
Why is your mom not getting this reaction? Julie, why did your mom not get this reaction? Why did White Boy Lockdown not get this reaction? Why just War Eagle and Brittany? Did they get this reaction too? Like I said, I pointed you and your mods in the direction so you can go fucking delete it. Even though she fucking lied on me and I could pull it right up here and show it. I would never fucking do it. But I could have. You lying fucking bitch. I don't know if there was an initial post that it wasn't redacted on from War Eagle. I have no idea. But the one that BJ showed in the video that she uses for the police report that she filed and what she claims in that complaint form or the probable cause statement that she made, all of that was redacted. But there is a possibility that War Eagle had up a post that it wasn't redacted in. But again, her own mod said it in one of her shorts around Christmas time. It's been publicly available, the video, not just a screenshot, but the entire video from a creator that reviewed it over a year ago. But she's using it to go here. And she had already filed 2 police reports at this time. My opinion is she was trying to, once again, poke for more. A pattern of behavior, per se.
Thank you, Christina.
Oh, shit, Rowena. You just got here, huh? You just got here a little while ago. Rowena, you have to go back and hear the text messages that I read. That Julie, a week after she signed that complaint, Blue Harlow, I'm refusing to give her what she wants me to do. I don't threaten people. I just use their own words and let it unravel, but I know exactly how to play her game. I've done it with so many. Oh, you did hear him? That shit's so fucking invasive and intrusive. I can't even imagine. I don't like Brittany, but what does her childhood and whether they were poor, her family, like extended family, and then you couple that with BJ saying her dad had been reached out to. I mean, unfortunately, she didn't show proof, but I tend to believe her when this one's digging into all of her family.
Oh my God. Jelly,
So
can you
weird.
believe, and I can you believe this shit?
So wild. Oh, Rowena, a week after she signed that complaint, just to give you kind of a preview, she reached out to a person and asked for wild information on BJ. Wild. And also offered up information of a bunch of people.
I've been on YouTube for a year saying Spencer's twin, to be respectful of my stepson's wishes, to keep his anonymity. I have permission from him to show pictures of him, not his name, of when he was 13 years old and younger. So sometimes you'll see baby pictures or pictures when they were little. He has given me permission to see this. Who are you, Andy?
100% casual art.
You put the name of an autistic child, not child, he's an adult,
December 14th.
that he is also autistic with comorbidities. Spencer's twin is autistic with comorbidities. He can't drive a car. He has issues surrounding his autism called comorbidities. So he is both ASD, autism spectrum disorder, with other comorbidities, meaning some conditions that often occur coinciding, which are also disabilities.
Yes, his name is in the book. I redacted it the other day and showed that it is absolutely in the book, that she has multiple times promoted and told people how to find it, spoke on the book that she wrote. Yep, it is.
Disabilities like seizure disorder and other things with autism. I have made it very clear that he chooses not to be named.
I respect that, Fit and Curvy. This one's a lot. A lot. It's always like this. And she, like I told a lot of people, and they thought I had like multiple heads. I said, I think she is worse than some of the ones that we have seen. She's dangerous, in my opinion, with the manipulation that we watch her do. She is incredibly dangerous, and nothing's out of bounds for her.
I didn't even see it until just now.
Thank you, F. Hey, Brittany Britt.
Why
Hey,
would you do
Rubber.
such a thing?
Yeah, she did leave Michelle. Right.
Hold on. I have to figure out how to do this. I'm reporting War Damn Eagle right now.
I don't know. I agree.
For the post she's referring to about my biological son and pictures of him on social media were taken
I'm gonna pay you mines because I like you, fit and curvy, but I get it. Trust me, I get it.
from when he was a teenager.
it.
That is not an adult. He doesn't. He had Facebook, and he might have had Instagram back then. He does not.
100% confirmed. I showed it the other night. It's on. Is it the forward? Am I correct in saying that? I think it's the forward of the book where it gives more information about her. I read the last 2 sentences, which is just a little bit. I did not, of course, did not read the name that he does not, out of respect for him. I'm not going to do that. I would never. But yes. And she has publicly had that. Plus, what she's lying about here is she continues to say she deleted this video a long time ago. No, unfortunately, she came to the drama community and all of that stuff was still up there. She used it on TikTok, many other places.
Have those anymore.
But she blames everybody else for it.
And you put the first name.
I agree.
An autistic kid who is legally an adult, however, because of his ASD, he is, slow to mature.
F you want to hear the fucking crazy thing that I learned through this process? So she screams and cries about the name of this one twin, which most of us have shown the twin more respect than she ever has. Just correcting her lies. But I learned through this process that she puts out the location of the group homes. She films inside. So you have people who she is on the internet sitting here talking about their struggles, their disabilities. And then she films them in a place where their safety could be compromised, anything of that nature. She films outside of these places, puts it on blast. I'm sorry, but what? That is so ridiculous to me. Wouldn't put it past her to go for subs as well. She has Caffeinated Duchess. She's dug into subs. She dug so far into Dina that she found out specific charities Dina had donated to. And that's when she was a supporter, not a supporter, but like followed her and was on a good, in a good space with. And thank you, Caffeinated Duchess.
Right? Because he's between level 1 and level 2 autistic with comorbidities, serious comorbidities. I have talked about the fact that I don't know if he will ever be able to live. I'm talking about Spencer's twin, totally independently. I don't know yet. At this point, he would not be able to. He would have to potentially live, let's say.
Angel, she's drawing attention to it herself. They're in her shorts. They're on her TikToks. She's drawn plenty of attention to it. I don't know why. I mean, again, I'm not going to go show those videos, but she has absolutely detailed way too much information, and it is concerning for me. It's a concerning situation that she should, but here we are.
One day in an apartment where they would check on him every week to make sure he had food in the refrigerator and his bills were paid. This is a person who doesn't have the same.
Dina, are you still here? Down to the charity she donated it to. Abso-fucking-lutely. She popped in her live one day and she actually praised Dina for donating to this charity. And she was like, what? Yeah.
Capabilities as a neurotypical
No,
person his own age.
Not kidding you.
His interests are that of somebody much younger than him. He can't drive. And I protected his name for a year. I respected it for a year. And you put his name. I'm reporting you now for referring to pictures of a teenager.
Did I tell that correctly, Dina? I think I've told it enough now to. If I need corrected, just let me know. But I'm pretty sure, like, you went in, you were on an okay basis with her, and she brought it to your attention about the charity and like praised you and thanked you for donating to the charity. That's how far she had looked into you.
And posting the name of Spencer's twin, who is autistic, that I have gone to great lengths to.
Rowena, 2015. She found that. Bullshit.
I'm reporting her channel and the post. Look what she just did. Tit 4. Oh, you're a piece of shit. Della. No, I'm not. I'm reporting her for harassment, bullying, and it's not a copyright thing. It would be for and anybody can do this, by the way. Anybody can report. It doesn't have to be your child. I'm just saying anybody. You go to that post. If you go to that post I know. I'm just telling you. That's why. So that's all I'm doing is I'm not doing a copyright. No. I appreciate the help. I appreciate that. I'm not doing a copyright. I feel it's. I mean. He can't defend himself. He can't, a whole year. Did you see it? They put his name in it. That's awful. I'm reporting her and I'm getting off. I'll talk to you later. I'm going to wait to tat back, believe me.
Della and Island High. So I mentioned by name who was gaslighting Hartley yesterday in her video. It was Island High and Della were over there instantly like bitching on Hartley's video. That's where the gaslighting was coming from. Island High wasn't winning an argument, and so then brought up Kenzie and Cash and what has been done there. They encourage wild behavior and they go around looking for shit for Julie.
I don't even know what to say. Honestly, whose kids have I doxed? They are awful. They are disgusting. You think we're the same? We're not the same. Oh, I'll talk to you in a minute. Okay, bye. Sorry. Patty, thank you very much. I am going to do it, but I'm not doing a copyright. I'm reporting more Dan Eagle's posts for
Oh, I don't care. She's an adult. I don't give a shit. Her name's out there, but it was just one of those situations. They were trying to compare apples to oranges. Not even. I mean, those are still two fruits. But they were trying to like excuse Julie's behavior and trying to blame me for doing stuff. And I was like, I didn't even do anything.
I have to look at the categories, but you can report it. There's a bunch of categories when you report a post or a live stream, right? Like harassment and bullying. I would say this is harassment and bullying of a child, a neurodivergent child who's autistic with comorbidities. I'm not going to say all his comorbidities, but I am telling you, they are significant impairments. And then the pictures that are referred to that she posted about are pictures of a teenager. I appreciate your help. I'm not going to read the rest of it.
Do you guys want to do one more stream to review? You guys want to carry on for a little bit more? I got a little bit more in me, and I got a couple more streams pulled up that I can show you and give you some examples of the escalated behavior in the tit for tat. We just have to go back 2 days to December 12th, if you would like. Yes or no? Or you tapped out today?
I've explained that. I'm going to give myself a day to talk to Al. And yeah. Thank you for being here. Bye, everybody.
Okay, so that was December 14th. This is December 12th. So again, this is going to be after she filed 2 police reports. The title of this video is Craig's threatens me and Brittany calls the sheriff on me. You can't make. Here we go.
Hello. Hi.
Baby, are you still here? Kenzie just got her kitten. It's so cute.
Hi, gang.
And no, not a
Turning
real.
on my lights. I'm turning on my lights. Happy Friday. What a day. What a day. Brittany's a loser.
Oh my gosh, it's so cute, baby. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Whiskey is trying to take it already.
Hold on, I'm trying to show. The show.
She's putting her earrings in. Hold on.
Thank you.
Oh, say that again.
Thank you.
You were turned away. It's so cute. I'll take a picture of it for you, baby, and send it to you. It's super cute. Oh my gosh. Whiskey's trying to take off with it already.
Sorry. And this one. Hi, guys. I'm getting started. Let me do my little lighting the candle ritual. Actually, it's Shabbat. I could say a blessing for lights. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kedeshanu mitzvotav b'tzivanu lahadlik ner shel Shabbat. Lahadlik ner means light. Blessed are you, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who sanctified us with thy commandments and commanded us to kindle the Sabbath lights. Amen. Although these aren't Sabbath lights, it's just a real candle. Nonetheless, God loves us all.
Hold on. It's a warmie. Hold on. Here. Oh, that's super cute. Here, let me set this. Oh my gosh, it's heavy, little sucker. It's a warmie. Oh my God, did you smell it? Look at it. It's a warmie. Oh my goodness, it smells so good. Whiskey. Go away. Thank God it's not a real cat. Otherwise, I'd be sending Kenzie to baby.
Thank you, Dylan, for coming over. I appreciate you. Hi, Three Sides. Well, you know, have you heard the news? Have you heard the news? Oh, Brittany. Brittany. Hey, Brittany. You watching me today? You watching, Britt? I hope you are. I got some news for you. I'm so busy today. So I want to get this little timeline with Brittany, who did a live stream today called Skull, S-K-U-L-L, Neck, N-E-C-K. Thank you so much. Oh, really? What is the latest? I record scanner tonight.
It smells good. It really smells good. Lindsay, to your question about how do the cats do with the dogs? Fine. They do fine. The cats torment the dogs torment the cats per usual. Cooper wants to be best friends with Smush. She allows him sometimes, but just gives him the look. But Smush is the most loving. Like, she wants to love on Hank and Coop at all times. Kiki wants to slap the shit out of him. That's just because that's Kiki. But Whiskey plays with them. It just depends on the day. They're all bipolar as fuck. My animals are wild. They're wild.
And BJ had another visit today. That wasn't about me. That wasn't about me. Hi, Jay Kells. Yay. But I did go to the police department today and I took a picture of it and I did a post today. I don't know if you guys saw it. I'll just show it to you real quick.
So the second police report, according to Julie, was filed on December 12th in regards to the December 10th video. And look how happy she is.
Let's see here. My post on my live. There's a post here. 3 pictures I did. Here's the first picture. I'll read it to you. It says, Brittany said.
Yeah, you guys know my zoo is freaking chaotic. I have 100+ pound lapdog who thinks he's 2 pounds, a 20+ pound little miniature Aussie who thinks he's 100 pounds and he's rabid. Sounds like a fucking gremlin when they get wet. An old lady with no teeth who just bitches at everybody and everything that goes on. And 5 psychotic cats alongside like 7 outside. What is my life? I don't know. Here I am. And then I fucking do content on people like this. Am I the fucking problem? Yes. Likely it is me. But here we be. Welcome to my zoo, aka the farm.
Craig didn't threaten me, or didn't threaten. On this live stream, this one, titled Wednesday, and yet Brittany deleted it. Why is that, Brittany? Good thing I downloaded it for evidence. See,
Okay, now this is a different video. This is the Wednesday one. I've got that pulled up.
downloaded, right? That was Wednesday. She titled the live stream Wednesday. That was a live stream where Craig threatened me and, in my opinion, also possibly threatened Nonsense. And she did this live today where she said, she titled it, can you read it? Oops. Why does it look so? Hey, it just says, if you can read, shoot. Hey, attention skull, what does it say? Attention skull neck as 2 words. That's funny, Brittany. You're hysterical. Should go into comedy. And throughout this live stream, this disgusting live stream that Brittany did today, she dog whistled on me to everybody listening throughout the live stream. Isn't that what Brittany calls incitement? Isn't that what Brittany, you call that incitement? You know, the way, I had to delete like 30 live streams today. And it's all, if you want to blame somebody, if you're mad about that, blame Julie Skullneck.
Did you hear her at the beginning of this, though, announce that BJ had interaction with police? And then she says, wasn't to do with me. You guys caught that, right? In the beginning of this?
And then she started calling me Julie Snatch Neck. Snatch neck? Are you planning to snatch my neck, Brittany? Or are you referring to women's genitalia? Which is it? Are you being like sexually vile? Or are you changing my name into something threatening, like snatching somebody by the neck?
Man, this bitch can reach. Go gadget arms.
I also want to say that, and I'm going to come back to this, Brittany weaponizes Craig. She weaponizes him because Craig doesn't know jack about me. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know about my kids, my family, my life, my YouTube channel. He doesn't know what it's named, nothing. Okay? But he didn't know my address till it was sent with a copyright strike, which Brittany shared with Craig. And yet today he talked extensively about me and my kids. In addition to the threats.
Wait, what? What? We haven't watched this one yet. No, we haven't.
And yet today he talked extensively about me and my kids.
Huh? That's this video, you guys. She's saying Craig talked extensively about her and her kids. That's this one. This would have been the 10th into the 11th. Mm-hmm. That's... This has got to be a fucking joke, right?
Ryan, how you?
I'll play this.
Crazy. A lot of
I'm going to I'll transcript this because now this is a new claim. Another one.
In addition to the threats of violence he made against me and possibly nonsense on Wednesday. So she tells him all the things that are going to.
That's right. I did play that portion where she acknowledges that she isn't sure who it's true.
Get him, as she likes to say, these other creators get Julie gassed up. No, Brittany. Everything you say, because you're a manipulative, lying, conniving piece of crap, is projection. That's what you do. You gas up, literally with alcohol, by the way. Your baby daddy, who won't put a ring on it. I am Nevada gal, don't worry. And thank you, though. And you tell him all the things that are going to get him riled up to say stuff about me. But you kept him sober today, which was good. But, you get him riled up and then you unleash him. See, this is what I've realized about Brittany. She tells him stuff that's going to upset him about anybody she wants to upset him about, and then unleashes him on the public, gives him access to the microphone to say horrible things. And in my case, what is the reason for that? Because there's a big risk in doing that, because Craig gets out of control. I didn't call anyone. Fail. Thank you, Black Widow. But Brittany did. Brittany called the sheriff on me after Craig threatened me. Yes, she said. She wrote, I have a screenshot. I'll show you. So she weaponizes Craig. I'm going to get back to that point. And then, here's a picture I was sent today. This was from early in the live stream I did today. Somebody sent this to me. Sorry. Somebody sent this to me at 9:24 a.m. You can't see who sent it to me. I took their name off of it. She was in Sinner's chat, 9:24 Eastern time. Well, actually, it was before 9:24 because it had already been said, screenshotted, and then somebody brought it up in my chat, and it took me a minute to send them my number, and then for them to send me the picture. So let's say before 9 a.m. Before 9 a.m. this morning, Brittany had already called her sheriff's department about me. And this is what she wrote before 9 a.m. because I received this at 9:24. And anybody who's watching my live knows it took.
She's giddy about this. She's fucking giddy.
It took me a minute to see it, and then it took me a minute to get to the email, and then to send somebody my number, and then for them to message me back and for me to read it. Okay? So before 9 a.m. this morning, Eastern time, we're both on the same time zone, Eastern time. Brittany wrote in Sinner's chat, allegedly with Brittany J. I just hung up with my sheriff. they visited old Julie's page, I guess my YouTube page, and are waiting on her false reports. Ooh, aren't you so smart, Brittany? Getting ahead of. So let's just be clear on this timeline, okay?
Yeah, let's try that, Julie.
We have to go back to the 9th. Today is the 12th. On the 9th, the 9th, which was, my goodness.
No, not that I've ever seen. Oh, my Lanta. There is one titled Skull Neck, but outside of that, no. The one she was referencing was Wednesday, and I do not see any tags or anything. I just went and looked.
I have to look at a calendar. Okay, Tuesday night, the 9th. On Tuesday, it seems like, it seems like a million years ago, and it also seems like a minute ago. On Tuesday night, the 9th, Brittany did a live stream about me. And not just about me. She played Elevated Truth, and she played Nonsense too, I believe. I know she played Elevated Truth. I think yes. And no, I'm not sure if she played, but she talked about Nonsense. That's for sure. She talked about Nonsense because that was part of the strike. So on the 9th, she played a live stream of mine.
Yeah.
And didn't use fair use.
Oh, my Lanta, yeah.
And I read out what Brittany didn't read out. Brittany wrote, Brittany read one little portion of a long document I filled out on why I struck her channel. So on the 9th, on Tuesday night, at around, let's say 10 p.m., I have the emails here between me and YouTube. Brittany showed my live stream. She didn't use fair use. I'll read you the 9 points again about why she didn't use fair use. Okay. And I did a fair use copyright strike on Brittany. That didn't make Brittany happy. I understand. But just because you're not happy about somebody doing a fair use copyright strike on you, Brittany, doesn't mean that you can get your baby daddy gassed up, tell him things.
Blue Harlow, or I can only speak for me, but my island has been protected from her for a long time. So I stick over here. As far as the other overlapping, I mean, we all kind of do our own things. She's welcomed in a lot of those spaces. But for me, in my island is the only thing I can speak for. And the Islanders, she got thrown out with the floaty the very night she came to YouTube. She was tossed right off. There wasn't even a vote. Pika said, nah, bitch. Nah. It's Pika's fault, after all. That was just my way of blaming Pika once again and reminding everybody this is Pika's fault. Pika is the one who brought Julie to my attention. For anybody that doesn't know, it's a joke. We like to fuck with Pika. It's not really her fault. Of course, my ass was like, let me go review another crazy person, because why not? Why fucking not? That's just my forte of fucking picking the crazies. But no, she's not welcome here. So we're safely protected. And she's too busy crying and fucking blubbering and boo-hooing to go anywhere.
To incite him to say threatening things.
We could do a hashtag marked safe from Skull Snatch. Or we could just, since she loves the word so much and is offended by it in this fucking capacity, we could just do marked safe from Snatch.
To me, to try to intimidate me, to put fear in me.
Cupcakes, I love that.
So this is Tuesday night.
Okay, that worked.
So I do the copyright strike. This is the reasons. I'm just going to read them real quick. 9 points on why I did the copyright strike. Why you didn't use fair use. Okay.
It is. We're all in agreement for once. Look at us all agreeing on something for once, and it happens to be Pika's fault.
All right. So I'm not going to read you the whole thing, but I'll just read you the 9 points. 1, as the creator, Brittany J, begins to play my video, which was about boycotting homophobic creators who espouse homophobia on their YouTube channels during the month of June, which is Pride Month.
Put a 1 in the chat if you've heard this. Put a 2 in the chat if you have not. This list of what she included in her copyright strike. Poor YouTube bots are out here going, who the fuck is this crazy bitch? Oh, sorry, that was my computer. Can we get some confetti or something? I can outdo you guys.
These things, these are from another planet. Things are not glow in the black light. Fuckers aren't. They glow. It's not real. It's an alien that attack us. It's not a bug. It's a fucking alien. Yeah.
Julie's not a bug. She's a fucking alien, according to baby Kyle. I agree, Kyle. She probably does glow in the dark.
This video was from May 29th. She played it Tuesday night. And why did she play that? She played it because she thought this clip from 6 Up Media was still in that live stream, which it wasn't. I cut it out. But she played it.
Oh, that's right. There was that whole debacle about, I forgot, Julie accused Brittany of saying something that was actually another creator who said it. And she got the information from 6 Up, according to Julie. I forgot about that debacle.
She thought it was, but it wasn't.
I spread her up.
And as the creator, Brittany J begins to play the video, she pauses quickly to answer a question from her partner who's asking, who is this? About me. He doesn't even know who I am. That's not transforming. Pausing to ask, to answer a question from your baby daddy, who is this? Not transforming. 2, the creator, Brittany J, then plays.
Oh, hold on. I got to slow it down a little bit.
The video and stops and reads a comment from chat asking about her partner's criminal record. That was from somebody kind of trolling her, which is not in any way referring to my live stream. It wasn't on topic about, boycotting homophobic creators for the month of June, which had already passed, about her partner's criminal record, which is not in any way referring to my live stream, which Brittany J is playing at that moment. 3, the creator, Brittany J, still playing my video, makes a quote unquote joke about her partner, Craig, being referred to as a quote homicidal maniac, which is a reference to a different creator's live stream. She was referring at that point while playing my video to, she said, Craig, can you believe they're calling you a homicidal maniac? Who? Elevated Truth she's talking about. Okay. This is not having anything to do with the live stream. That's not commentary and transforming my live stream that included PowerPoints that I wrote. I took my time to write it. It was an important live stream to me. 4, the creator, Brittany J, then pauses.
Belinda, I don't know nothing about copyright, but is this typical that people write bullet points for this?
Again, to answer a question from her partner, Craig, about food in the refrigerator and what she will cook for dinner. Parentheses, nothing to do with my live stream video that she is playing. That's 4. 5, the creator, Brittany J, then pins to her screen a comment and reads the comment, and I have a screenshot attached. And the comment is from the chat by a person going by the name of Chronicles of the Shady, asking if, quote,
I mean, think about all of this. Like, what the fuck? What? They do? Look up the definition of a cry bully. Oh, God. Stargazer. This is wild. No. Oh. Shocking. I get hollered at a
I
lot.
wonder if Adult Protective Services can make these people log off. How does that sound? I believe this is referencing this is a reference to a recent event where another creator named Lolly threatened to call Adult Protective Services on my profoundly autistic son.
Oh, I'm sure she's fucking hollering today, Lee Michelle, considering what I read out of her fucking invasive, intrusive text messages that she was trying to collect information that had nothing to do with anything that she's doing. Further proves her harassment, in my opinion, and her intention of setting all of this up. Green-eyed PI. Yep, ultimately the courts will handle it. But it still is what it is. She has lied a whole hell of a lot.
It could be referenced to something else, but that's what it seemed to me to be about. The creator, Brittany J, laughs.
I don't know. For me, I would be pretty concerned about lying to courts, but you know, people like Julie, BJ, BHB, Lauren Mathias don't seem to have any concern or care when it comes to lying to courts, police officers, anything. Their victimhood is all they care about.
At this comment about calling Adult Protective Services on me or whatever, and says, quote, shady, that is some funny shit. Again, in all caps, this does not transform my original live stream video in any way. 6, then the creator, Brittany J. This is the part that she didn't read you today. Then the creator, Brittany J, fast forwards my video and shows the PowerPoint slides that I alone created. The creator, Brittany J, says, look at this, and proceeds to read out the bullet points on my PowerPoint slide word for word. This in no way transforms my live stream video. 7, the creator, Brittany J's only comment after reading my PowerPoint slides word for word is to say, bro.
Give me a few minutes till she gets to a natural break here that I can segue, and I'll just read them really quick. Again, I can read them pretty fast and give you guys a quick synopsis of the text messages that she sent.
That was her comment. Bro, that is not fair.
Say hello to my little friend. Whoops. Yeeted. Sorry about that. That was called Cooper's Paw. You're welcome.
Brittany J's screen on her live stream.
We're back. You guys will be back. You'll catch up in just a second. Sorry about that. Cooper said, shut this bitch off. Mom. Do we have to listen to this fucking bitch anymore? Cooper and Hank have attitudes, okay? They might get it from their mama. Oh, there he goes. Now see, I'm telling you, he's pissed off. He's barking. He's yeeting shit. Actually, he was just trying to jump in my lap is all he was doing. Yeah, he's like, I'm done. I'm shutting this fucking shit off.
The bullet points on my PowerPoint slide, word for word. This in no way transforms my live stream video. 7, the creator Brittany J's only comment after reading my PowerPoint slides word for word is to say, bro. That was her comment. Bro. That is not fair use commentary and does not transform my original live stream video. 8, while my video is still on the creator Brittany J's screen on her live stream, she gets into a conversation with someone in her chat. Oh, Hildy, I just told I think it was yesterday, Cluminati, what you said about her. You know, growing up, that was so touching. And you sent a member. And Sunshine in Texas got it. Thank you, Hildy, for being here today. I hope you're doing okay. And I told Cluminati what you said about her. I said, I mentioned you by name. Gets into a conversation in her chat about the husband of another creator, this I believe was Nonsense, selling merchandise on her YouTube channel that refers to her cat named Mabel. This has nothing to do with my original live stream and is not at all relevant to the topic of my live stream, which is boycotting homophobic creators who espouse homophobic rhetoric during the month of June, which is Pride Month. Angelina, player for 4 months, an amazing person who, honestly, there are moments on YouTube that I would not have gotten through without Angelina. I swear to God. I owe you for that. 9, the last thing the creator Brittany J does is
hold up. Kyle and I got mentioned in her copyright claim. Did you get that? I made it into her copyright claim. Look at me, I'm famous, bitches.
This, I believe, was nonsense. Selling merchandise on her YouTube channel that refers to her cat named Mabel. This has nothing to do with my original live stream and is not at all relevant to the topic of my live stream, which is boycotting homophobic creators who espouse homophobic rhetoric during the month of June, which is Pride Month. Angelina, player for 4 months, an amazing person who, honestly, there are moments on YouTube that I would not have gotten through without Angelina. I swear to God.
I
owe you for that.
I don't know what she's inserting herself into. Kathleen, honestly, I don't even know anymore. What is this? I don't know.
9. The last thing the creator Brittany J does is to go into the comments left on my original live stream video and read out several of those comments word for word. That's it. That is not fair use commentary, nor does it transform my original live stream. For all of the above reasons, I'm requesting YouTube remove my original content for a copyright violation by the creator, allegedly, in my opinion, with Brittany J. Which YouTube Legal received that and did remove it.
But didn't it go right back up?
On Wednesday night. So she got a report about the copyright strike on Tuesday night. This was
obviously it went right back up. So she responded, but she's been sitting. Okay. This is a lot. I don't think so, Island Princess Kimmy. I think Julie's associated with Julie and the voices in her head. And that's not a medical diagnosis, just with all the multiple personalities that we've seen. And again, not a medical diagnosis or an assumption, just a factual statement. They're like characters. They just keep appearing.
Around, I don't know if I filled it out around 10:30. She was probably informed within an hour or two.
Hey, Sheila.
She saw it. Because she was live, that I did a copyright strike. So within a couple hours. So, at that point, I'd probably gone to bed. Hi, Green Eyed PI. Thank you for being here in Grammy. Oh, Susie, Stitches, Nevada, and Kimmers. Oh, you received one from Island High sent. Oh, Island High, you didn't have to do that.
Or are we going to fucking cry over goddamn memberships? No.
My goodness. She sent 5 memberships. Nevada Gal got it. Susie.
Oh, thank God we're not crying.
Stitches got it. Leslie got it. Kimmers got it. Grammy H got it. Yay. That is so sweet. Please
I
thank
was going to say, if she fucking cries, I'm tapping out.
my mod and my rock, Island High. So that's Tuesday night, late Tuesday night. The very next night, Wednesday night. Okay, that's the timeline. Tuesday night, she does not use fair use commentary on playing a live stream of mine. Talks about all kinds of things, makes jokes, talks about nonsense. She thinks Kyle is selling merchandise about Mabel. I mean, none of it has to do with boycotting homophobic creators who espouse homophobic rhetoric on YouTube. Nothing.
Look, I don't know what BJ's upcoming Humble Request live stream is about that I just got a text message about. But BJ, if you are going to request those text messages, you're going to probably need to have your attorney reach out to the person, because you don't seem to, you turn everything into content. So I don't know if that's what your humble request would be, but yeah, that's it. That's all.
But nothing she talked about had anything to do with my live stream. She paused to talk about dinner. She paused to read Shady's nasty
And it might not have anything to do with those text messages, but if it does, yeah.
comment about calling Adult Protective Services and said, that's some funny shit, Shady. Reads my slides that I wrote. So it wasn't just spoken word, it was actually written word, which she read out. That I
Oh my God.
wrote word for word. And it says, the oh so insightful bro. Profound, really. She receives the copyright strike And I'm sure
the threat.
livid. So the very next night, she goes on
Never.
her live stream, which she has now deleted, right? It was called.
I'm actually embarrassed for the people that are enabling her. This is the same shit that happens. That's true, Lauren. That is very true. Yep.
Always had such creative titles for her live streams. It was on Wednesday, and the live stream was called, guess what? What was the live stream called? It was called Wednesday. You're a genius. This was it. Burning down. Talking about me. What a picture. What a picture when you were talking about me to play on Wednesday. And during this live stream, Craig makes several references to me, all very threatening and very menacing.
The fuck he did. Audacity, I'm hollering at you because you're probably at work. Audacity lets me yell at her when I get frustrated and my brain's about to explode. I have fucking looked through this stream, and that's why I'm yelling at Audacity, because she knows that this is so frustrating to me, because I'm like, what the fuck am I missing that was said in this stream? This is the stream regarding the 10th of December. This is the one where she's mentioned a few different times, oh, I'm so fucking mad. Ooh.
Hostile, antagonizing, intended to make me feel both uncomfortable, harassed, and
look at that fucking grin.
Fearful.
Nah, fuck you. Nope. We're going to let you continue this, and then I'm going to play that. I don't care if I fucking irritate everybody with another 7 to 9 hour live stream. I'm playing that because I'm so sick of being gaslit over this and lied to.
And you said today, Craig did not threaten Julie in that live stream on Wednesday. He did not. All he said is that she's old and she's going to die soon. That's it. That's all. He didn't threaten her. Well, that's not all he said. I mean, he did say that. He did call me old many times. He was referring to me as a grandma and granny. Said I'm old enough to be their grandmother. Okay. I'm 15 years older than you, Craig. But he also said other things like, die, bitch. Die something. And called me a bitch. Later in the live stream, he said, you may not wake up tomorrow, bitch. You might not wake up tomorrow, bitch. Brittany turns to him during one of the multiple threats that he made to me and says, Craig, don't do that. Stop, Craig, don't do that. And then she mutes the mic. Oh, first he laughs, a maniacal laugh, which is really chilling. And she mutes for a second and comes back and says, Jesus. Brittany said they never referred to me by name, and Craig never referred to me by name. Nope, Brittany. I downloaded the live stream. I downloaded oh my God, Angelina, thank you for the support. You are too, it means so much to me. Angelina is like the best person. She's been like, I cannot tell you, so supportive of me. Mikazador, my heart. Bosco Monster, Spike Mountain Dew, Tracy Dale, Girl Next Door. Oh, sorry, hold on. Sunshine in Texas, Missy Michelle, PNS, Lisa, What the Croc, Blue Bonnet, Misty Thompson, Carrie, Mom of 6, yay. Crime Mime, Danku, 3 Dudes, Lorton Girl. I appreciate you, Julie, and you are deserving of all the best things. Don't make me cry, seriously.
Oh my. Have you ever seen somebody cry over getting gifted memberships? Don't answer that. You guys probably are going to say yes, especially if Belinda's still in here because she knows cows.
Well, please thank my dear friend, Angelina. Strong woman who is willing to stand for what she believes in, no matter what other people think.
I agree.
You know, when Jay was first said she's not talking to me.
Okay, before we get into this here, let me read these again for you guys really quick. I can do it faster this time. Okay, so context of these messages, just to kind of give a little timeline and backstory. So we know that she filed that little affidavit or whatever it's called, the probable cause statement that she did on January 8th, claiming that they were being taunted and tormented. Well, as of January 15th, she was actually reaching out in text message to people. And these are the questions she was asking. Every time I say blank, it is somebody's name or a location, private individuals. It starts off saying, I hope, and these were from January 15th, so a week after she signed that statement. These don't have anything to do with court at all. This is just showing the lack of boundaries. Absolutely the lack of boundaries. I hope it's okay. I have a lot of questions. I've done research. I have never shared at all and don't plan to, but I am curious as to the stories she was telling others close to her. Did blank ever mention living in blank after she had kids? Did blank talk about blank or anyone named blank? Never mentioned the name blank at all because the person was saying, no, I don't know, never heard of that. Most of these people, this person had never heard about. Curiosity of what the hell her intent was, but grateful that the answer was no. Did she say where her youngest was born? What state? Also, did she ever give you a reason for him not having the last name blank? Did she say which aunt, if any, she was close to? Blank, or any other aunt? Or blank? Did she tell you about blank? She lived in blank for 6 months to a year, about a year before her blank, but blank, her ex, never lived in blank. So not only is she asking questions and trying to collect information, but she is offering up personal and private information. Oh, Casper, yeah, that's a totally different situation. I'll give those two bitches their cries. Okay, I'm just joking. I'm not saying that. I'm calling them bitches as in a term of endearment, not. Don't get offended. God, I've already had to apologize for calling people bitches once. I'm not doing it again. Okay, hold on. Yes, this is all Julie trying to gather information on BJ. Text messages that were happening on the 15th of January, 1 week exactly, 7 days exactly after she signed that complaint. Can I ask what she said about blank? Confidential. Blank's last name is blank. Again, offering up confidential information. Did she tell you blank was blank's half-brother? Has she ever mentioned the name blank or blank? Another ex-mod of blank said in an interview that she thought blank and her stepdad shared prescriptions. Did you ever hear anything like that? Did she tell you that the man she calls her dad is actually stepdad? Did she mention the last name blank when you were in communication with her? Did she tell you she was very poor growing up? Rowena, no, because we don't know who the blanks are. Like, the person knows, of course, this was redacted on purpose. But this information and where she was gathering this and all of that, and I know you're being funny, but it's actually concerning because whose information is she actually getting? And trying to tie together. Like, it's so wild to me. And I know you're being like goofy funny, which I get it. But that was something I thought about too. The blanks are people's names that she has attempted to claim are family members or family of one of the two in that household. But that one right there, did she tell you she was very poor growing up? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? This is where I get pissed. But I'm not going to do it again. Who from her family do you think blank is closest to besides stepdad? A cousin or one of her two half-brothers? Blank, blank, and blank completely discloses the information. Was blank drinking a lot like he is now when you two were friends? Did she... Oh, that's the same one. Did blank mention living in South Carolina after she had kids? Did she tell you about the DV, or did you learn about it recently when everyone heard about it? Yeah, no, you're good. You're completely good, because it's twofold. Your comment for all of us that have been hearing the blanks is hysterical. I just can't laugh anymore because Julie gives me a fucking headache. Listen to this one. Any talk about going through evictions when she lived with her mom? Well, it could be funny, though, Coco, because I am sitting here blank, 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 blank. And if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but when you realize these are actual people's names that we have no idea who the fuck she's connecting to. Did she mention having friends from her youth? Sorry, so many questions. Did she ever go away with her two youngest boys, like to visit family when you knew blank? Tell me those are not invasive. And tell me what the fuck Julia was seeking out that information for. And she's talking about her kids going on vacations, growing up, if she grew up poor. Right, Rowena. I agree. Unfortunately, I don't even know where you'd begin with that. I don't even know, because you would have to go dig on all of those people to see how she linked. Like, it's so beyond invasive. It's so beyond. And put this together with the fact that 7 days earlier, she signed that complaint, the probable cause statement. Yeah, January 15th, Marcy. These are from January 15th. I just found out about this shit happening the other day and got them last night. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't like BJ's behavior, but I'm never going to hate somebody to the point where I agree with this shit. That's beyond invasive, intrusive, crossing every boundary. And once again, this is one person, Rowena, but I know for a fact that this has happened with many others that she has reached out to. I don't think it's the exact same questions or the same time frame, but we listened to a video earlier that she said she'd been sitting on information for 7 months. January 15th. They're January 15th. Hey, Zero Fox. That's what I came into this live stream, and I was really, I'm pissed. I'm tired right now. So, I mean, I'm still good, but I'm not going to pull a BJ on you guys, but I'm just like tapped out. So you get more of the monotone now. But who in their fucking right minds files a attempt to get a private citizen's complaint that somebody is harassing you, tormenting you, taunting you, and then a week later tries to reach out and find out all that information? None of that has anything to do with her court case or would be helpful to proving harassment. Quite the opposite. So I don't want to hear anybody give me the fucking excuses that this was to help her build a case, because no, the fuck it's not. No, the fuck it's not. Stop making excuses for the real life behavior. There is no excuse for this shit. None. Eat some weed. I'd be into couch, Leo.
And didn't really explain why, and everybody was going along with.
And this is December 12th. Back to this live stream. How would you guys feel, though? How would you guys feel about that? Right, lucid dreams. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is nothing. I've sat there and gone rounds. I got sick to my stomach hearing this. Just thinking about that. Like, these are things that I don't even ask my friends. I've never asked Revival these things. I've never asked Pika. Like, I wouldn't even ask the people I'm closest to these things about their own personal lives, let alone somebody I dislike. And this is why I'm so fucking angry, because while people are like ignoring and condoning or okay with Julie doing this, there is so much more beyond what Julie is doing here and the intent and the boundary crossing than just even the court stuff. It's fucking, that's why I wasn't trying to be rude earlier. I think it was Lazy Wolf that said, I don't think she was in fear. And I said, I don't even care about judging her emotional state, really. I think her intent explains it right there with those messages a week after she signed that. She's giddy about this shit.
Her and thinking Jay's like, the perfect person.
Oh my God, back to Jay. The obsession with Jay is concerning too.
Danku, 3 dudes, Lorton girl. I appreciate you, Julie, and you are deserving of all the best things. Don't make me cry, seriously.
Julie, call my sister. Bet you won't. Guess who my sister calls if she's having somebody bother her? Bet that'd be me.
Please thank my dear friend, Angelina. Strong woman who is willing to stand for what she believes in.
My sister would be like, who the fuck is this crazy bitch? Which one is this?
No matter what other people think. When Jay was...
Right, Pika?
First said she's not talking to me and didn't really explain why, and everybody was going along with her and thinking Jay's like, the perfect person, and I did too, only to find out that we were being lied to and all this stuff came out. Angelina was one of the people who was like, I don't like what's going on here. I don't understand why you're doing this to Julie. Like, it doesn't make sense to me, and I don't like how this is going.
He's doing what to Julie?
That's right, F him. And she was saying that when it wasn't easy to say, when everybody was going along with Jay before it was found out about the stuff she had written about Queen and the alt accounts she was using.
She gets me in a lot of trouble, Lindsay. She deserves to handle one of my crazies because I handle her crazies all the time.
In Elevated Truths chat. And
I'm not even joking, though. If she has problems or stuff like that, she's always like, so can you help me? And I'm just talking like social media shit when people are like trolling her. I'm like, okay, this is what you do to get away. She's met some crazy people.
The use of the N-word and everything else.
She's wild.
So I appreciate you so much.
Stormy,
next. So Wednesday.
Stormy, did you just renew? I think you've been with us. Thank you, Stormy, for either renewing or becoming a member. Welcome back or to the cabana. Thank you.
He makes multiple threats. You said he didn't say my name. I did a count. You use my first name. You and Craig use my first name, refer to me by my first name at minimum 5 times in that live stream. And you referred to my last name a minimum of 14 times in that live stream. It was clear who you were talking about.
Okay.
And he was referring to. You were calling me skullneck and all the kinds of things, right?
Rowena, one thing I'm kind of worried about, though, for the people who have been supporting her. So she sends information, right? Not requested information, but I worry that she might have been doing a lot more and dumping it in places to kind of build in a failsafe to attach herself, and could be attached to. But I think she's going to try to spin shit even more on people. Hopefully that makes sense. Meg, thank you for being a member for 8 months. It's good to see you. East Texas Mama, thank you for being a member for 7 months. I think she's going to do, well, her and Chroma Reels are way more involved than a lot of people want to. And we already know what Chroma Reels was trying to do by using creators' names. I won't be shocked at anything with this situation with Julie. And the way Kramit is reacting with this whole, that's another side piece. I don't know. There's pieces I'm definitely missing.
Throughout the live stream, I had to go through, it was a 4-hour live stream. I had to download it. I had to go through. I have it all, like, I don't know how many pages it was. I have it here on my drive, my Google Drive, and I saved it as a Word document. And I had to go through and find my name each time and the different threats that were made.
Different threats again. Now we're talking about threats, and we're going to listen to that video because I'm irritated as fuck. We're not just going to listen to that statement. We're going to listen to when Julie's mentioned by her nickname, her name, whatever the case is. And I want your guys' honest opinions because I'm so sick of this bullshit. Lee Michelle, I've had that happen too.
The harassing, the menacing, the intimidation that was going on me, the dog whistling and everything, and highlight everything and do a count of how many times you said my name and what Craig said. I had to go back and listen several times to try to decipher what, because you try to talk over him so people can't hear when he says, like,
yeah, that Choo Choo's mommy is 100% on that, because I went back and watched that the other day, and she was in there cheering it on.
Something like die, witch, maybe die on a stake, witch, old witch.
Oh, I'm sure she's mad. I would be mad too that I'm being exposed for being the intrusive, no boundary having, fucking lying, wretched whore. You called me a ragged whore, so I can call you a wretched whore.
You're not going to wake up tomorrow. You might not wake up tomorrow, bitch. Anyway, there's others as well.
Same. The girl next door.
I didn't hear that last part about you're not going to wake up tomorrow, bitch.
Yeah, Nikki Jax, that's what I intend on doing, is looking for the pieces. We're not going to listen to that whole fucking thing. No way. That double torture. We've done that with the BJ Julie, but I think it's necessary to look at those and get full context of these things. Because I'm sure y'all heard that she said that Craig was speaking on her and her kids and all these threats were happening.
Yesterday, which was Thursday, when Illuminati played it. And I said, was that about me? And she played it a number of times. And she also played an earlier one.
Ooh, Trixie, I'm not the right one to ask on that. Chat, genuine question. Is it racist to make fun of someone's accent? I think Pika, Chico, who else is in here? Somebody else want to take that? I think there could be different ways that it could be, but depending on what's done and how it's done. I think it would mean, like, if you're just trying to imitate like a UK accent, it would really depend for me on the context. That would be my statement. Oh, Pika says depending on context. Okay, yep.
And she's like, yeah, that's about you. And says, this is threatening. That's where I heard it first, was listening to Illuminati listen to it. And she said it was threatening. The chat was saying it was threatening. I felt it was threatening. And not good. And why was he threatening me? Because the night before, Tuesday night, I did a copyright strike. So therefore, he can get drunk. Oh, Kitty Finger Bags. What a beautiful name. I love it. Send a membership. Oh my goodness.
Earth.
Thank you so much.
Earth, enjoy your torture. I know what you're up to.
I didn't have anything to do with the SWAT. No. But this was about Angelina. Thank you so much for standing up for our sweet Julie. Yes. Thank you, Angelina.
Oh, no. I wouldn't say that. In Trixie's creation, they're both white women. And that's why I say, like, not that, no, I think it would be different if it was a person of color and depending on the context. Am I correct on that? I don't see Julie imitating BJ or BJ imitating Julie in any. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. You guys weigh in on that. I think that's just mockery.
And
I don't know.
I didn't see who it went to. I'm sorry. Oh, look.
Can't see that.
So who did it go to? I can't see. Thank you, Kitty Finger Bangs. Meow. Prayer hands for Mabel. Oh, Italy got the membership. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Clemson girl, but wouldn't apply to either one of them. Correct? Because they're both white women. Wouldn't apply because they're not mocking each other's voices to mock each other's race. Right? They're both white women. I don't know. That's a good question, Trixie's Creations. Huh.
All right. So then,
yeah,
Wednesday. All right. So that's Wednesday night. I didn't hear the second part of the live stream until Thursday when I was watching Cluminati's live, and she was reviewing your live from the night before.
You're welcome.
You called me skull neck. I'm calling you bitch knee from now on. Okay. If I'm skull neck or snatch my neck, you're bitch knee. Okay. Bitch knee. Meow. Kitty.
Yes, the copyright claim, the copyright strike was before she initiated any of the litigation from what we know thus far publicly. But we have not seen any of the documents that she filed with the RO.
So bitch knee. You like that, Brittany? Keep calling me names. Okay. Anyway, so I didn't hear it till Thursday. And Clue, I was in the chat. I'm sure Brittany was watching. She always watches, and her simps always watch for her Clue's chat, Clue's lives. And I was in the chat, and I sent a super chat, and I said, is that about me? I sent her.
Rubber Ramada. Did you get somebody else's on accident? Can you give that away to somebody else? Isn't that your DNA thing, the 23andMe? I would be offering to trade somebody if there's even a possibility.
A super chat asking the question. And Clue went back and played it a couple times and said, yes, it's about you. And it's threatening. She felt it was threatening.
Right. That's what
so did everybody else.
Maybe.
In fact, Brittany, besides that, I had multiple emails and texts from friends and subscribers, subscribers who are also friends who are.
Yeah. Thank you, Clemson girl, for reminding people of that too. I think you guys are right, though. It wouldn't apply with Julie versus BJ because race isn't necessarily even a discussion with the two of them.
Subscribers, multiple.
My perception.
People who don't know each other, all saying to me the same message. None of these people, they're not on mod chats together. I don't have mod chats.
Oh,
only have a handful of mods. It wasn't my mods talking to me about this. I had multiple emails from multiple people who have no connection to each other, only a connection through me, sending me messages like, Julie, here, let's see. Let's look at some. I'm not showing him on the screen, but just.
So people have definitely been gassing her up. As we know, Rubber, I'm sorry. That's all I can say. I'm sorry.
What the messages were. Because it's not just my interpretation. I mean, most important is my interpretation, how it affects me, right? How fearful I am, how seriously I take it, and of course, the history of you, Brittany, and Craig.
A contentious woman. Thank you for explaining that. That's a very good explanation with the.
You had to. a SWAT team or whatever the hell you had at your house. You had police at your house twice on Friday. Days before.
What?
For what? What was that for?
Excuse me, what? Solo writer, what? By the way, she said the RO was rescheduled for next Thursday. Okay, we know that. And Julie has added Al, the boys, and her mom. You're fucking joking right now. Is she rage baiting people? Is this a fucking joke?
Remember?
What is she?
What happened there? Oh, you forget? It's been so long. You're trying to deflect. Oh, when it was, let me remind you, it was Friday, just this past Friday, where Craig said, I've got a gun so big, it'll make, talking to Chris Proudfoot, saying, I have a gun so big, it'll make you look like Swiss cheese. At that point, you immediately said, I'm getting off here, y'all. And you shut down that live and you deleted that live. Just like you deleted the live you did on Wednesday. It's not threatening, right? So why did you delete it? He made no threats, right?
She deletes a lot of live streams.
I'm asking you, Brittany, I need you. I don't know. Is what time is he going live tonight? If
you guys want to switch, you want to switch and listen to today's. Oh my God. Who wastes the time of the courts this way? This has got to be some fucking joke. Okay, we can come back to this one at any point in time. I can finish filling in the gaps of this. But you heard again right there, she makes the implication. We'll finish this one out and the next one, and then we'll do the Wednesday with this one coupled together. For the most part, we've already seen that Wednesday one. It's where he says you might not wake up and the inaudible die. Oh, Lauren, I think my head just fucking exploded. Packwalker Sue, did she not say Cheese comment was at her, or did I mishear? No, she has. So depending on the day, we have heard her group that together with different things. She's never stated that that was made directly at her, but she's taken that and put it together with other statements and tried to imply things around that. Now, I don't know what she claimed in the police report regarding that. This is fucking unbelievable. Okay. This is today's.
I know, you guys. It turns out that I have a little time on my hands today. I don't have to go to court tomorrow. And so.
And I got it sped up to 1.5. Does she cries in this one? Jeez.
I don't have to go to court for another week. So I had a little time on my hands.
Oh.
Otherwise it would have been.
Packwalker Sue, I'm sorry. I was really like, well, thank you for the support. I appreciate you.
Very busy. And I decided to do a little crafting.
Oh my God, what the fuck? Okay, already? What voice is this? I gotta hear it regular speed. Which personality are we getting?
So I don't have to go to court for another week. So I had a little time on my hands. Otherwise it would have been very busy. And I decided to do a little crafting because if you know me, you know, I like to craft and I like to do decorations and decor and all kinds of stuff. And this year we have Passover and Easter, which are usually close together, but they are particularly early this year. They come at
I'm going to 5150 myself for a 72-hour hold just to get the fuck away from Julie for a couple days. again, joking because I'm making a choice. Don't say, oh my God, nonsense. You don't have to do this. No, okay, I don't. But here the fuck we are.
Unfortunately, busy
But I still might do that to myself because it might sound great.
time for me. And we celebrate in this household both holidays. One holiday, Passover, we celebrate for my family. And Easter, we celebrate for Al's family. Actually, I have to look up the dates. Hi, postcards. Hi, Harley. Thought it'd be a little fun hangout. Okay, so let me just look up the dates for Easter and Passover. And in the middle of this, they also have a court hearing. And more seriously, my mom is having her rescheduled heart surgery, assuming she's healthy enough.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Pika, were you here the other day when Julie mentioned the class action lawsuit?
They rescheduled that, I think, for March 30th. So I got a lot going on. When is Easter? Is Sunday, April 5th.
Right.
Passover is the 1st. Oh shit. Passover, the first night of Passover is the 1st. There's a court hearing in New Jersey. It's virtual for the party who's from out of state.
We're about to find out. Oh, it was granted as virtual. Well.
In person for me, I assume. I don't know. I haven't been informed specifics about that.
So this is just in reference to the RO with Craig.
And March is how many days? So we got the 1st and the 3rd. That's super close together. Wait. Easter, did I say the 3rd? Passover is Wednesday the 1st, and Easter is...
Just letting all of you know that none of you have these holidays to worry about. Just Julie. These are only things in Julie's world. Only one with holidays, medical appointments, family things. Just Julie.
Oh, the 5th. Okay. And there's how many? 31 days. My sister's coming into town. I'm trying to figure out my schedule. My sister's coming into town for my mother's heart surgery. She's going to be here. My mother...
Pika, speaking of sisters, guess who's coming to visit me in a couple months? My sister.
Is going to stay in the hospital at minimum 1 night, hopefully 2 nights. It was disastrous last time she had heart surgery because they let her go with the 1 bandage on. That was like a silicone thing on it. And when I had to change it, it was me alone here with my mom. She started bleeding. My mom is diabetic and she has problems with bleeding, and the wound wouldn't stop bleeding. And I'm putting pressure on it for like a half hour. And I ended up having to take her back to the hospital and she had to be readmitted. So I said, I'm not taking you home from the hospital this time until they change your bandage at least 1 time, the surgical bandage. It's an ablation surgery. So they make an incision here and they go up into the heart that way. Okay, that's not very crafty, talking about ablation surgery.
She's spinning.
But I am making crafts. So.
Yes, Stormy. But
I had leftover these things that I used. Sometimes I made, and I sold it at Al's Brothers Bar for a while for like Christmas decorations. I do crafts and things like that as a fundraiser for Spencer's Living Trust.
Oh, Pika, I'll have to remind you, or remind me to don't just ignore everything I just said right there. Remind me later to tell you a story about something that happened there that you'll love.
I don't make much money on it. I do a lot of matchboxes and some holiday decorations and things like that. And I don't know, maybe I'll make anywhere between $500 to $1,000 a year on all the crafts that I do and sell. Sometimes people are nice and they buy a $2 matchbook and they give me $5 for Spencer's Living Trust. I have a picture of him. I have a little write-up about him. But so I had some.
Already done, Aisha. Already done. As soon as you guys mentioned it, I went and grabbed it. Sure did. Unfortunately, BJ was a good learning lesson for me of locales that like to delete content.
Leftover ones of these. So we already ordered from, there's a kosher restaurant There's several kosher restaurants around here, but we ordered from this kosher restaurant that has a Passover catering because I'm not going to be able to cook with my mom having heart surgery on the 30th and the 31st coming out, and then the 1st coming over to my house for Passover, assuming she's able to sit up and participate. So that's a big if. So we just decided to order the food. I bought linens for like that are kind of like springtime linens that have like a lilac color, and I thought I could use them for both holidays for Passover and Easter. We haven't decided if we're having Al's family here or not. I'd like to have them here. Yeah, you cheat. Usually I would make the main court. I would make the brisket myself because I make an excellent brisket, and then I would get a lot of the side dishes. You know, I would purchase the side dishes like the carrot simmis and the potato kugel and things like that instead of
Sorry, for some reason I'm getting the spin.
making all that from scratch. I don't make gefilte fish myself. My grandmother used to, and my great grandmother used to make homemade gefilte fish. It's really disgusting, actually. They take a fresh pike fish that they would buy at the market. And when I say fresh, I mean it was still alive, this pike fish.
F, I think we're there. Yeah, we're already at 1.5. This is 1.5.
And they would fill a bathtub up with water and let the fish swim around until they were ready to use it for the gefilte fish. That was fresh.
Why is it doing the spin?
Gefilte fish. Anyway,
it is.
I thought I'd make a little Easter banner thing using these. So I got like a bunch of these things, and I'll say E.
Thank you, Joy.
ASTER.
Do we get a little heads up in advance, Joy? I'll put up a screen. Does she like walk out the door? So I know what to look for, so I know when to put a screen up. Chat, please yell at me and remind me put a screen up when we see her walking out the door. Thank you.
Right, EASTER. So I need 6 of them, and I got 6 of them. And I had, so I just like, I always use stuff that I have. Yeah, I got matzo ball soup. I always use stuff that I have. You know, I'm like queen of reusing stuff. So I had these pastel color, you know, not post-its. What are these called? Postcards. Not postcards. You know, the lines that you read from. I had these pastel color ones. So I figure I would cut. I mean, I traced these, right? So here, this one's kind of done, and I traced these because each one's a different size, and I'm gonna string them up, and one's gonna say EAST.
Why the hell are we getting
for that? So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. And I broke a pair of scissors already this morning. I can't see my food alive before I eat it. I know, me too.
Hold on. Let me switch.
It's disgusting. But I actually used to like gefilte fish. We'd have the little small ones, the fish, the gefilte.
Give me, okay.
The fishlets or whatever they.
The spin's driving me nuts. I'm going to try to switch to my hotspot and see if that helps us have a smoother situation here. So give me 1 second and let me see if I can just get this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Let me know if that's okay on your end. Should be back and ready to go.
Called him. And when I was growing up, my dad was a rabbi, and I used to have to go to, my parents didn't believe in babysitters. They took us to synagogue all the time. I spent my whole life in synagogue, which is why I learned so much about the Torah and so forth. And on Saturday mornings, if they didn't have a bar mitzvah, they had a long ass service on Saturday morning. And at the end of service, we would be starving to death.
Yeah, much better.
And we would go into the social.
That's so much better. We'll run off my hotspot. My girls are gaming, so.
Social hall after the service. Well, Saturday morning we were there. Then we go into the social hall. I was a kid, and the only thing that they served, right, is just a little nosh of something. They would have a big challah.
Okay, I'm gonna skip
until I met Al. All right, so I'm using this side of the paper, right, the side without the line. I'm not Martha.
We're gonna bump until she gets to shit talk.
Martha Stewart, no, but Martha Stewart grew up around here.
I don't care about
the defendant's attorney.
Oh, hold on.
I'm gonna take this side with the
there we go.
With the lines on it, and I'm taping it here. Look, I got a tape, And I'm going to take my scissors that I could use to trim my eyebrows, and I'm poking a hole. All right. Some people want to know about the court case. What happened? Well, what happened was the defendant apparently didn't make arrangements to come to New Jersey for some reason. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Excuse my language. And their attorney, the defendant's attorney, filed for another adjournment for another week. And it was granted. And my lawyer, did not make a stink about it. We said, okay, no problem. Frankly, they couldn't get in touch with me because I was filming with Al and Spencer. And that went really well, by the way. That went terrific.
So we have no verification, though. She's talking specifically about the RO. Right, Rowena, that would be a totally different thing. I already got it, crispy treat. Thank you. I am confused here. I thought she was going to oppose a virtual, but the only person that ever said that he had to be there in person was her.
I think I did Christmas stream where I did a little live stream crafting. I think I did one for Christmas. All right, so let's do one more color here.
I don't know.
I'm gonna get at least the EAS done. Again, whoops. Each one of these is a different size, so you have to match it up. I'm gonna cut it out. I'm gonna glue it on, and then I gotta figure out how I'm gonna decorate the letters. I want the letters to be big so you can see it across the room.
The only person that hasn't said it's virtual is Julie. Julie's the one that said he had to be there in person. But the first one, they appeared by Zoom, and somebody said that that's what gets to happen again. I don't know. We'll hear what she says.
This I do for the benefit of Al's family. I don't know who's going to be able to come this year. Al has his niece, his goddaughter is pregnant. She's about to have a baby.
I'm sorry. I don't want to know all this information about her family.
Chairs. I think it's going to rain, unfortunately, because I really would have liked to have used. And now we got to think about what I want to do for this. There will be no more adjournments.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Protection order. And now we got to think about what I want to do for this. Oh, so yeah, we didn't make a fuss about the change of dates. I don't know how happy the judge is or not. I do know, I was told that the judge stipulated when agreeing to move the date of this court date for the final.
So this is a superior court judge and solely referencing the RO that she has on Craig.
Protection order that the judge stipulated. This is the last adjournment in this matter. This will be the last. This last adjournment they wanted, to move the date again, is the last adjournment in this matter. There will be no more adjournments, and it will be in person. So.
Oh, it will be in person.
They didn't.
Oh, so she's saying that they do have to be there in person on the 19th.
I agree,
okay.
But I want to be reasonable. He is being asked to travel a great distance, although North Carolina is not as far as people think. I mean, I've driven to Florida from here, as a kid a lot, and North Carolina is a lot closer than Florida.
If I was him, I would want to be there to defend myself. We've talked about this before, but as the plaintiff in a situation like that, if I was feeling threatened and they were states away, I don't know. I wouldn't want. Is Julie going to have an audience there present? Is that what we're doing here? Is that why the want for them to be in person? Is that what we're doing here for content? I bet we are.
Right? I mean, there's a lot of families who travel to North Carolina, Outer Banks and stuff like that every year. South Carolina, even Myrtle Beach from here. So it's not the end of the earth, I mean, let's be real, okay? How many anybody here ever make a trip from New York area to Florida? And I'm talking Miami Beach all the way at the end. You get to Florida, you still got another 8 hours to go. But they don't. It's my understanding if they don't show up, nothing happens, legally in terms of no one's getting arrested if they don't show up to court. But they would default, if they didn't show up, and I'm sure they don't want that. Their attorney costs money every time they do these adjournments. I know that. So it is what it is, If they don't show up, it's just a default. That's all. No one's getting arrested, and all they have to do is stop threatening me and talking about me. And
all they have to. It's just a default. It's just a default, and all they have to do is stop. Oh, Julie, you manipulative. What?
Costs money every time they do these adjournments. I know that. So it is what it is, you know. If they don't show up, it's just a default. That's all. No one's getting.
I mean, because there's only one party. If he doesn't show up, let's be very clear, he is the one you filed the RO on in Superior Court. So if he doesn't show up on the 19th, and she's saying that he has to be there in person on the 19th.
And all they have to do is stop threatening me and talking about me and violating the terms of the protection order. That's all. You think it would be kind of simple.
Violating the terms. Julie, never mind. Never fucking mind.
But for some people,
I can't understand these fucking people. This is unfucking believable.
That kind of stuff is harder for them than other people, I guess.
Yeah, that's a waste.
Here, I'm making another hole right here. Courts do that so it doesn't end up in appeals, right? Yes, as was explained.
Mama Angie, I disagree when you hear what she said after court the last time. She's referencing they as in BJ.
It's not so far. If we could be the, oh yeah. Yeah, it's simple. Just back off. Don't engage. That's all. Right. So it is what it is. I wish it was over for my benefit because in my opinion, there's been violations already of the protection order, including the day after it was served, and more. And there's games being played talking about me without using my name. You hear Reality and her partner, the creator, with Reality going, he never says your name. He doesn't say your name. You know, judges are not as dumb as Reality thinks they are, apparently. Reality thinks if somebody doesn't say your name, that nobody would ever know who they're talking about. Not true. This isn't there.
So we don't know the stipulations of the RO or the temporary RO to know that what is actually said in this. But here's my question of this. So she's thinking there's violations already. BJ is not a part of that RO, neither is Reality. However, is she trying to claim it's third-party contact or third party? Is that what she's doing here?
First, this isn't their first rodeo, so to speak. Okay, with protection orders, and even through the use of social media, which is new to a lot of judges, but they know they know people like to play games up to the line to see what they can get away with. But if you have recordings of somebody identifying you already as like that granny in New Jersey taking me to court, you got 8,000 subscribers when I have 7,940 subscribers. I don't know. Saying I have 8,000 subscribers, talking about my big forehead, saying I'm old. His domestic partner saying on a recording, that's how he's described me before, as having a big forehead and being old.
Yeah, but that was done previous to the RO. Those things were said previous to the RO. The things he said after the issuance of the... What? So now she is intentionally convoluting what was said before the issuance of the temporary order and after. What? The fuck is...
And then when you add in trying to destroy our lives, taking me to court when I'm having a baby, and you should drop this thing, telling me I should drop the protection order. I mean, no, Reality. He didn't say my name when...
Oh, my. Deep breaths, collectively. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
And he told me to drop the protection order. Does he have any other protection orders currently that he would be talking about a person with a protection order against him? Or is it just me, Reality? What do you think? Veiled threats are still threats, right? Like when he says to you, we got your address, honey. We got your husband's address. Well, that narrows it down, right? Reality's partner over there, she's not married. I'm trying to think. Queen Bee's not married. Granny's not married. Clue and Cletus are engaged. I can't think. But when you say you got your husband's address and then you narrow down the number of people who you'd have their address and you're talking about going to court in New Jersey and who's married, the courts aren't stupid. Maybe you're stupid, reality. He never says your name. He could be talking about anybody that has a protection order against them. Yeah. And even they say, I got it on a recording, a little clip. Well, the only thing he's ever said about you is that you're old and you got a big forehead.
Lindsay, remind me in about a week and a half when my brain recovers itself from throwing itself at the fucking wall. Okay, thanks. No, I'm with you, but I need to. Holy shit, this is a lot.
And then while he has a protection order, he said, a big far-headed fucking Karen bitch trying to ruin my fucking life, taking me to court or something to that effect. God forbid, nonsense, I should misspeak, okay? I'm paraphrasing here.
Well, you're talking about legal stuff, so your paraphrasing is one thing. But when you... okay, Julie, I see your game.
You think I'm the big far-headed Karen bitch that should drop the protection order, even if they don't say my name?
I mean, I didn't call you that. I think you're a fucking Karen. I didn't say anything about your forehead, though.
Think that's a violation of a protection order nonsense?
No, I don't. Nope. Sure as fuck don't. He said one thing after he got served, Body, unless there's been more that I have not caught. There could be. I haven't been paying as close of attention to the RO stuff because we have no documentation whatsoever of what she even claimed in it to begin with, or what's included, what's checked off, checked on. So we have no idea what, I have no clue what could be a violation or not. He did say, I'll have to go pull it in exactly, I can't quote what was said, but.
You think somebody who would play up to the line that way nonsense?
You want to talk about playing to the lines, Julie? I don't think you want to, considering you have had 0 lines to begin with. Go on.
Is a person that maybe people have fear of because they're unpredictable. Their behaviors are unpredictable. You never know what somebody can do.
Yeah, your behavior is unpredictable, in my opinion, Julie. Just as much. Pointing fingers at them, you're pointing them right back at yourself, too.
Hi, Shauna. It's a violation. Yeah. There's been more than one. There's been more than 2. You know, I guess it's going to depend on what the court decides to do, because the frankly is when
again, why does it matter what I say about the RO? We have very little talked about the RO because we have no idea what you even claimed or used as supporting evidence with it.
There's a violation, as has been explained to me over and over by attorneys and so forth, and the courts and everything else I've read, is that when there's a violation of a protection order, it's no longer plaintiff defendant. It is a what's the term I'm looking for? Postcards. It's contempt of court. It's contempt of court. It's the defendant thumbing their nose at the court, at the judge, at the judge's rulings and edicts and guidelines.
Body, that's what we've been saying. If he has, because we don't know what the orders are and what's included in them, but if he is breaking those and they know it, that's on them. But again, BJ keeps bringing him into audio, so I don't know. Is she trying to get Craig wrapped up more too?
And I would have nothing to do with that case. That case would be a defendant. Let's say there was, in fact, a violation of a protection order. A violation of a protection order is essentially, in my understanding, he's defying the court, not me. Right? It's not me. I didn't write the protection order. I was able to ask for family members to be put into the protection order, including Al is in the protection order. So let's say when a defendant says, we got your address, honey, and we got your husband's address.
But that was claimed before the RO. Okay. Is she referencing when he made the statement after? Let's hear it.
Al is in the protection order.
Well, he's a part of your household. That's common.
So who is he talking about there? Kind of narrows the field a little bit.
They would be, I think family members in the same household are usually automatically, if you ask for them to be included, they're usually included. Again, none of this matters, Julie. I don't know why you're so defensive on this RO with Craig. If you've got sufficient evidence and he's violated it, we haven't been talking about that. Now, the other one, we have been. Absolutely.
It would be a contempt of court. And I don't know what the penalties are for a contempt of court. I mean, I know that there's been times where, lawyers can be found in contempt of court, right? Lawyers can get jail time. If a judge wants to make a point to a lawyer who's not following his rules, right? You could find a lawyer or anybody in contempt of court. And I think it's...
Thank you, guys. I can't remember the date of some of these and which ones were which, but I trust you guys on that. It was after. I know he said stuff that I was like, oh, you fucking idiot. You got an RO on you. That's why I've said all along, I think there's a likelihood of Craig getting it. Now, the basis for what she claimed to begin with, that's going to be interesting.
They have a lot of discretion as to what would it be? Just, oh, Mary, I may not speak, but I want you to know I support you. Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. And I know it's not easy. Does anybody know what I honestly, I just don't know. And I haven't looked into it because I don't know, maybe I'm in denial about things, that they've gotten as insane as they have. It's hard to believe somebody would be such a loose cannon as to not pay attention to a court-ordered protection order and follow those rules,
What did you expect? That's how they are. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely, Body. That's why I was like, I've said from jump, I think if anything, they have likelihood of getting the RO to go through.
That's one of the reasons also.
His reckless mouth afterwards, not even beforehand, was stupid.
So
stupid.
I'm not so happy about having this postponed. Protection orders are put in place for a reason, for people's protection. I am in fear of him. I am in fear of the consequences of his own actions and what the court might do, and him potentially taking that out on me. I have a right to be on the internet, on social media, without being threatened. And
he's got an attorney, so that'll be interesting.
He talks about people who come against him have ended up dead. Thank you, Spooky. I appreciate that very much. Have come up dead. Some we know about, some we don't.
All we know is what Julia said about this and what BJ has kind of said. We don't know anything in regards to what they claim, what she claimed to get the RO granted. We have not seen any of the paperwork with what type of protection order she has said what it is, but we have no clue on any of that stuff. That's why when that all popped off, I didn't even touch any of that until the criminal complaint, the private citizen's complaint, and the docket. That's the only thing we've really even been able to figure out pieces of it because of what Julie's statements are, the court doc, all of that stuff, understanding the private. The RO is from Superior Court, and none of us know. That's that. We don't know the basis of the claim, what boxes are checked of what they can and can't do, anything. We have no idea.
I'm my daddy's babe. And then he says, she tried to shush him. She says, I'm not muted. And she mutes, and then she unmutes. And when she unmutes, he goes on more and says, in fact, nonsense, I'm paraphrasing, don't have a heart attack.
Julie, you don't get me worked up like that. Don't worry. My heart, I got a pacemaker. We're good, bitch. We're good.
He says, in fact, he goes on after she unmutes him. He says, people have ended up dead. Some you know about, some you don't.
Didn't Lauren do the same thing too with hers of asking for an extension? If I'm correct, Lauren extended hers out and wanted another one. And that's when the judge said no.
He says, I'm not muted. And she mutes him. Then she unmutes. Then when he comes back, she goes, he says, now that I think about it, something to that effect. He says, now that I think about it, of course, I do have the actual recording, the screen recording, the audio recording, the transcript, the chat that's referring to me at times in different, we're talking many different occasions now. And then he goes on to say, in fact, like something to the effect of, when I think about it, all those people who came against us, they're all dead now. That's what he said. They're all dead now.
One question on that. Let's say, do any of you guys know, and you might not, but if an RO is granted, is there a process to undo it? Like, is there something that they can file to remove it? Let's say if what was used to get said RO was manufactured. She got a temporary, that's what prevented and gave them the ability to remove Christina. Is there an appeals process for this? Okay, so some of them, it just depends. Okay, all right.
Hi, Gigi. Yeah, it's, the court looks at the people's records of history of violence or communicating threats and things like that. It's not a position I'd ever thought I'd find myself in. Okay, I got 6 of these. So we're going to start with the E. I don't know how I'm going to decorate this. I got to figure that out. Because I want to make it big, but I want to make it like kind of flowery or something, or do like a border around it. What do you guys have any ideas for this? Each one of these is going to have a letter, E, A, S. Is this my office? Yes, I'm in my office, and I'm against the wall here, and I'm on the floor. See me here? Can you see me? I'm on the floor.
Well, in this situation, temporary has already been granted. A temporary order of protection is already in play.
This is my little crafting corner. I got my crafting stuff over here, and I want to like decorate the outside. I do have some colored pens. Let me see. Where'd I go?
Oh,
I got to get up. This is not going to be very glamorous the way I get up because I'm a little stiff right now. By the way, Spencer was absolutely a sweetheart, adorable. He read a book to the TV news interviewer she's a really lovely woman. I took a beautiful picture with her. She was wearing this blue jumpsuit. I felt bad for her because every time she had to go to the bathroom, she had to completely unzip her thing. But she looked really cute, and she's super short. She's as short as me, and she was wearing heels. This is not going to be very glamorous the way I'm going to stand up. I want to get my colored pens. Oh, and I'm going to show you what else I made. I made something that this is a good thing I made for Easter also to go with the lilac.
This is the part I just won't understand, though. Why is there not a criminal complaint against Craig, since he is the basis of the one that's making the threats? I mean, I think we kind of understand the logic behind why she filed them the way she did. However, if he is the one that's making the valid threats, why isn't there a criminal private citizen's complaint alongside the RO?
Hold on 1 second. Ouch. Here's some.
Now I'm going to have to look up New Jersey RO stuff.
Okay. Al, by the way, got a little cold feet during the interview. Not cold feet. He didn't really want to do it to begin with. Hold on, let me get my soda.
Right. Leo, that's where I stand on it too. Depending on what was used, though, I will say with the whole caveat, if there was falsified police reports or misrepresented police reports in order to get the restraining order to begin with, I might have an issue with that. Outside of that, though, yeah, it's up to the courts, but that's just a personal issue. Like, I think that's bullshit if they can use falsified information to get one. But with an attorney, somebody should be able to prove that because they should be able to.
Al really didn't want to be on it to begin with. And he participated a little bit. And then when they were bringing Spencer in, they had 2 chairs out when Al and I were talking first. Oh my God, his voice was.
Oh my Lanta, I get that part of it. I understand why she's doing what she's doing for the purpose of removing her channel. But if you are feeling threatened and he's the one making the threats, that still, there doesn't seem like you have to pick or choose. It seems like they could do both, an RO and the private citizen's complaint on him.
So sweet. He read 2 different books, the ABCs of giving and the 1, 2, 3s of giving. And he says, you know, he has what's it called? Why can't I think of it? He's got hyperlexia too. So he had an early ability to read, but it doesn't translate into comprehension. So he can sound out words. And he got to the letter E. And the word was, E is for empathy. And he says, E is for empathy.
I'm not sure on that, Mama Angie. You're trying to say that because Craig's mom said that he's violent or something, that can be brought in and Julie can use it. I don't know how much of that will take place. Pattern of behavior, what's written in there. But if there's no, I don't know. Well, just wait and see on that one.
Right. He goes, empathy. And I said, and then he also struggled a little bit with G is for generosity. He said Jenner, and then he said city, Jenner City. And it was so sweet. Oh, okay. So I have this, I bought this, I don't remember when I bought this little tree with lights on it, right? And it lights up, look. And I took some of these that I had left over and I wrapped it with
Yeah, he was not convicted, so I don't know if that will come into play. I don't know. You guys are asking some good things.
Put that in, and I figured, I mean, it's not perfect yet, but I'm going to put this on the center of my table as a centerpiece with the lilac for the Easter table. And I could even have it for Passover, although we have the matzah and everything. A Passover Seder, by the way, is the most physically intensive holiday in order of preparation. You have to have all the items on a Seder plate. My mom used to make me go to the butcher. You know, you had the shank bone. And some people just get like a lamb's bone or something like that. You know, they half-ass it, you know. My mom was like, she knew the butcher. She says, you saved me a shank bone. And he smoked it for her.
Yeah, I think that's just manipulation. Again, I don't think that can be legally used.
He cooked it and he put it. So it was smoked and it was ready to go. And I would have to go pick up the shank bone from the butcher that she ordered weeks ahead of time. And then for the
well, and I understand what people are trying to say about it shows a pattern of behavior, but it doesn't because he's not convicted of it.
Roar, the bitter herb. Some people just take the Gold's horseradish, and use that. No, my mom, she wants a big, like the horseradish with the skin on it and everything, a big piece, and slices it up and everything. Then we have to make the haroset. The haroset is supposed to be symbolize what the Jews used to build the pyramids when they were slaves in Egypt. And you make it with chopped apples, tiny, tiny, tiny,
I'm going to bump it forward. That's pretty common, Tara, that they can't bring in other.
Oh, letting loose. I don't want to say just yet, but it's one of the 3 big New York stations. Okay. What are the 3 big New York stations? ABC, CBS, NBC. Hello? Let's see. And it's because I'm a lefty, and I think I'm gonna make it like this. I'm gonna make it like this, and then I'm gonna go around and do like a little decoration around it. I want it big, so you could see it.
For who?
Here, I'm starting like this. Let me make this a little thicker.
Marlene, for who? A setup for who? You're going to have to expand on that.
This little line. Maybe I'll elongate this a little bit.
I don't
up like that.
Be allowed.
Maybe I'll do that same thing up here. Maybe get like this. Hold on.
Yeah, right.
Can you imagine listening in the background all these years, somebody like Nonsense covering the people she's been covering all these years, right?
Oh God, back to me.
Listening to him make threats,
say absolute insane things, talking about how what kind of unhealthy environment things are and all this shit. And then when I'm threatened, there's a recording of it. Say, she wasn't threatened.
Oh my God, here we go again. Julie. Craig has absolutely threatened people. Craig has absolutely said reckless things.
Can you imagine? What's wrong with
I don't know which line are we going with that you were threatened this time? Which part? Which statement was to you that you're using for this threat?
What is wrong with her? Did you just wake up and meet them? Have you not been listening to them this whole time? Oh, because it's me? It's not possible? Right? Nonsense?
Oh my God. Oh, Julie, you exhaust me.
You know, nonsense. You forgot about the precursor event taking place.
Oh, now we got a precursor. Okay.
When you said he wasn't talking about me. There's some things you forgot. There's some things you didn't pay attention to, apparently. Maybe because it involved me. I don't know. Maybe I should put some flowers around this. Hold on. I don't know. I hope nobody from her family ever gets threatened like me.
Julie, I hope nobody from her family ever gets threatened like me.
And they put her address and everything out. And put her.
You dumb fucking bitch. You dumb bitch. Do you realize I was doxxed by a creator initially with a tiny little channel? And then the very next day, it got put on an 80,000+ channel. Everything was put out. Julie, oh my God.
Kids' pictures out and look at their shirt and say, what do you think that t-shirt says? Can you read the name of the school on it? Is that a...
What? And here we go again. You guys, I can't take this. Can you read the name of the school on it? Again, real-time live.
And everything out and put her kids' pictures out and look at their shirt and say,
Kids' pictures, fully redacted photos.
what do you think that t-shirt says? Can you read the name of the school on it? Is that a logo? Well, all those logos kind of look the same, and that mascot kind of looks a lot like.
Here we go with the mascot lie again. And once again, right into lying. Right into lying. Unreal. Unbelievable.
You know, some other mascots.
Who the fuck is she listening to? Who is she listening to? This is such a lie. Again. Oh, yeah. So you say. I'm not going to rehash it all, but I've been there, done that with actually worse. Betty called me and did all this shit. You guys have heard it. We've been there, done that. I'm not. Julie, you're wild and your lies are fucking insane. Logo, mascot, school name. Lie.
What the fuck is wrong with you, nonsense?
You know what, Julie? You know what? Here. What the fuck is wrong with you? You are 50+ years old and you are on here lying. Boldly fucking lying once again. Don't ask me what's wrong with me when you're sitting here once again fucking straight up lying.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You're sick.
Oh.
You need help.
Oh my God, BJ.
You need to talk to your therapist about more than just that one person you've been talking to about.
What? 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 Okay, BJ. Pika?
In my personal opinion.
Oh.
You're not an advocate. You're not.
No shit. I'm an asshole.
Not for women.
Oh, Lord. Here we go again. I'm not for women. What am I for then? Cats and dogs? You got it. To all the women in the chat, I'm not for you. Can only the men participate? Thanks.
You need to talk to your therapist about more than just that one person you've been talking to about. In my personal opinion. You're not an advocate. You're not for women. Not a feminist, that's for sure. You don't care.
I'm sorry. Am I supposed to take this seriously and be offended? This is the same repetitive bullshit she did the other day in her 7 minutes. Okay, tell me more.
About women's lives, women's safety. You don't care about the safety of children.
Oh, here we go. Has she been like watching BJ and mimicking? Like, is this a mirroring situation?
Vulnerable people, vulnerable adults, people who have
God, she's clueless, isn't she?
learning disabilities or intellectual disabilities.
Nope, I don't know anything about those people. Tell me more. You know what I do know is that I don't dehumanize people to a diagnosis.
What the fuck is wrong with her, right? It's disgusting.
I don't like liars, and you're doing it once again in real fucking time. Once again, real time, fucking straight up lying.
She can't stand me. Meanwhile, every day.
It's not personal, Julie. You're just a fucking another asshole on YouTube that talks too much and says too much. That's it. I can't stand your lies. I can't stand the manipulation. I can't stand how much you are making BJ a victim when she actually needs to be held accountable for the very things she has done. That's what I don't like about you. It's really not that deep.
With Jay for Justice.
Oh, no.
Call somebody the N-word.
No, not the fuck. Nope. No. Back to Jay.
She can't stand me. Meanwhile, every day with Jay for Justice, calls somebody the N-word, talking about someone else's child, calls them the N-word, is recorded calling them the N-word on a phone call, and it's in writing as well, and she won't speak on them.
What? I said what she said was wrong. This is fucking insane. And fuck Jay, especially after yesterday. I don't fuck with Jay, period. But what she did yesterday with the whole Arctic Fox thing, yeah, no. But I still don't have to take up your fight with Jay.
This moral authority won't speak on her buddy who uses the N-word to talk about somebody else.
My buddy. Julie.
No issue there? No problem there, right? Nonsense?
You're delusional.
That's cool. Julie, you need to get over Jay.
You do. You really do.
I'm fucking over Jay.
What sounds like it?
What I don't understand is you. Nonsense. What's your what's she got over your head?
Nothing, not a goddamn thing.
You can't speak out when somebody uses the N-word to describe another person's child.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm wondering.
Oh,
I mean, I think I'm gonna make one more over here. One more flower. It's not coming out as dark as I want it to, so I'm gonna go over it in an outline, like with a black. And also, I'll show you. I got this
Here. And I'm gonna make.
Good thing it's not a J.
Should I do one up here? I just think I should.
I don't know. She's talking to.
You know what else I forgot is coming up in March? Oh my.
Jay just said that she was basically taking digs, like we were buddies with him and should have saw something or shit like that. And it's just I didn't even have a relationship with the guy like that. He was a stranger online that was in same chats as me. I wasn't friends with him or anything like that.
God, is March 17th, 2 days before the new court hearing, is St. Patrick's Day, which is very big up here. They got a lot of parades, different places, and
FU, isn't that crazy? Because right after it came out, I talked about, I thought it was disgusting, but I guess we're all hallucinating again.
Al's just, oh, thank you. Thank you. Al's sister, her husband is Irish, you know, he's real Irish. And ever since they got together, we've been, Al, around St. Patrick's Day, Al goes out and gets corned beef and makes corned beef and cabbage, you know, with the mustard and carrots, and he makes delicious corned beef and cabbage. And we buy the Irish soda bread. Hold on. Hello? Hold on one second. What's going on? Me? Yeah. Oh. No, they moved the court date till next week. They adjourned it one more time. I don't know exactly what's going on, but it doesn't make me feel good. I've added people to the protection order and stuff like that. You know why? And it's just.
So, I got a question. Body, are you still in here? If she added people, doesn't that have to be served? Because the original people wouldn't be covered in that temporary order. So if she's adding people, wouldn't that be an entire new filing where it's just a temporary? Or is she making a request to add people? See, this is where I can't follow this shit, because where it's a temporary issue, doesn't that have to be reserved to be factual or like in place? Where it's, well, you can request for like your household to be covered in the same temporary order of protection. But if she's adding people, it would be in New Jersey, once you have an RO, you can add people to it through his lawyer. Okay. Even with a temporary though, Marlene? Yeah, I'm going to have to. I haven't paid attention as much to the RO because we don't even know exactly what she's doing there. So that's what I don't know. This is why the RO stuff has been something that I'm like, I don't know. Different households, though. I don't know. Interesting. Huh.
Unbelievable. And meanwhile, I got crazy people on the internet saying
amendment.
I wasn't even threatened. It's insane. But anyway, let me call you back, okay? And I'll tell you about it. But it's not for a week, okay?
That's the problem, is she's not a factual narrator of the situation. So yeah. Good thing. Yeah, it was just one of those instantaneous things that I thought, because an RO, even a temporary, to be active, they have to be served. And now she's talking about adding other people. So for them to even be covered, I would think that, yeah, there would have to be a request, an addition, and served at least through the attorney. That would be my assumption. Hmm.
All right.
Read that long.
Bye. Family. Did the caller sound like me? Did the caller on the phone sound like me talking? Because it was my sister. We sound exactly the same on the phone. By the way, I got some happy news from my sister's son. He's a lacrosse player. And I don't know.
Yeah, those are questions that we all are asking that I think are valid. I don't know.
And everything. And I added my mom to the protection order. I don't have any idea if that was related in any way. I have zero idea. I'm not.
Okay, hold on. What?
Phone with me when all that stuff went down with my mom and the internet and talking to the police and everything. And
it is to me too.
I added my mom.
It's really
to the protection order. I don't have any idea if that was related in any way. I have zero idea. I'm not implying that it's anybody in any way related, but just in case it is related, I thought it would be prudent to put her on it, considering, especially now that my mom is having heart surgery and I will have to sleep at her house several nights after the surgery and help her depending on how quickly she heals.
You came back, Leo. It's good to see you.
And she'll also be over here for the holidays for Passover, assuming she's well enough. We've got a lot going on.
Well, Cajun Mama, I don't know if you're just coming in or not, but did you rewind? Hear what Julie was trying to seek out on Brittany after she filed that order. You want your mind to be blown. She was trying to get all sorts of fucking private information after she filed or signed that complaint against Brittany. You want to talk about personal information that she was trying to dig into? And I know what you're saying, but that's some wild shit.
Okay, that looks kind of cute. You see what when I went over it with the black, it's better. I think I'm gonna do.
Yeah. This is why I say she's not an accurate narrator. She's not an accurate narrator of these situations at all. Leo, I am cussing you right now for that. You're digging and speaking up. Why I followed you years back. You're back, baby. Leo, that's not a good statement because I'm giving myself a headache by digging. Don't they have to? Okay, so she doesn't even know if it has anything to do with her mom, but she can add her mom with this Craig situation. But don't they have to prove the source of that? Come here, Coop. Come here, buddy. No, it's okay. This situation is so confusing because don't you have to? She's even acknowledging right there that she's not sure who it is or what, if it's related. How fair would that be?
A little green dot in the middle of each flower.
Thank you, Leo. Oops. I don't know. I'm pissing people off, and that's where my good.
My sister sounds exactly like me on the phone.
Leo, when I start shutting the people who are willing to destroy anything at all cost over hate, I know I'm doing something right, and that's where we're at. So we're shedding right now, and I am glad for it. Trust and believe, because going along with this shit and not questioning it has my brain spinning by some people.
Even Al and my sister's wife. My sister's gay. She's married to a woman, Italian woman. They can't tell when I call, like if I call and I can say
Leo.
to her wife,
We got
hey,
two
hey,
Leos.
how are you?
Leo.
And they'll sound like her. And she can do the same thing with Al.
That's right, Leo. Leo too.
It has a 70s look. It's a little cute. Anyway, I have here, where did I just put it?
I don't know, you guys. That confuses me too. Like my brain is seriously trying to process how you can add somebody to a temporary RO or an RO when she herself is saying that she doesn't even know if it attaches to the ongoing situation.
Oh, I have two different color threads. I have this one's like a lilac and white, and this is a yellow and white.
The part with Al isn't shocking to me, F.U. And the reason why I say with Al, because oftentimes people in your household, you can request for your household and dependents on ROs. So Al isn't shocking to me that he would be covered under that if there's a valid threat to their household by Craig. The mother, though, where she doesn't live in the household, according to what Julia said, and they're not sure that this was even anything to do with that situation. That's the part that
I haven't decided which one
me
I'm
up.
going to go through, and what I do to get it to lay flat, right? Because you don't want to go through and have it like going like this on the side. You want it to be laying flat when it's hanging on the on the banister, not the banister, on the fire.
Okay, hold up though. Is this a possible baiting situation? Hear me out for a minute. Hey, come here. Is she potentially baiting and saying that she's potentially adding these people so reckless mouths run their mouth? Because we know that Brittany has no self-control and Craig has no self-control. So could this be a baiting situation of trying to get them to say more? Because otherwise this doesn't make any sense about the mother situation and her admitting that publicly. Let's just be honest here for a minute. That makes no sense in a legal sense, in a common sense, in a rational sense at all. Okay. All right.
Place,
Possible.
So
okay.
You do a hook this way and then you go through. And you could do that with the string. You could make a straight hook this way with the string.
I hope whoever is encouraging Julie and still helping her with this, you get your day when your foot's slammed in the fucking door and you stub every toe too. To encourage somebody that has this lack of boundaries and is willing to do this type of shit. This isn't a game, but here we are.
Or you could use something else like this. You see, I love these things. Go out and get yourself a pack of
Rowena.
These are, what are they called? Guard.
Rowena, I'm going to put you in timeout. Thank you for the support. I just now had to change my Netflix password because someone in Turkey was trying to use it. I blame Julie. She doesn't like me. Off to the courthouse. I mean, that's the level of shit that's sounding like. That's where we're at.
In ties for $1 at the dollar store, you could get like a pack of 100 of these, and they have a little wire in it, and they are so useful.
I mean, just hearing this though, again, I want to remind you, and I know they're two separate situations, but I just want to remind people the reason why I do this to begin with is think about how much of a hard time Chris and Katie have had to get the ROs on Betty and get them to be granted, and all of what they've had to go through when she went from Florida to Tennessee, kept them under surveillance. Before she even got there, she was keeping them under surveillance. And think about what a hard time that they've had to even get those to begin with. And then you think of something like this and where this is. Victims struggle to get protections. Domestic violence victims, assault victims, get the door slammed in their face over and over again. And here we are, just, well, I'm going to add my mom and I'm going to add this guy. You're going to fucking add. Do you have a dog? Are you going to add the dog too? Like, this is the frustration that I feel about all of this.
For so many things. Where's my scissors? Oh, here they are. Right? Take this and cut yourself a little piece off of it, right? A little small piece like that. And then, actually, I don't think that's long enough. It's not. Hold on. Yeah, I can always make it longer, and then you can always cut it off. But if you go in this way, right, like that, like this, and you could just do a twist tie here, right? Let's say, like this. So when you go through with your string, like this way, right, like this. I'm gonna fix that. But when you go through with your string, it'll lay flat.
And she hasn't, here's the thing, they're in the same area. These people are in her neighborhood. And they, what a slap in the face to actual victims. What a fucking slap in the face to victims.
That's what you want, because otherwise it'll be like,
Absolutely,
you can't see it. But this way, when you do it like that, it'll lay straight. And I'm going to keep making it. I got the E. Let's do an A. We'll do the A. Oh no, I smudged it. I'll fix that. Let me do an A here. Look, this is kind of like off center here. So
Autumn, it's frustrating as fuck to see this shit.
I want to make this. E-A.
Yeah, that's such a fucking gross excuse anymore. Fuck that. That's such a gross excuse. Whoop, the courts are going to decide.
Montez says I'm going to keep suing people. First of all, I'm not suing anybody.
Oh my God, Julie.
It's criminal court. In case you haven't figured that out, nonsense.
Actually, you're talking about the RO with Craig, and that is Superior Court. And this is a civil order of protection, correct? Am I wrong? Isn't this a civil order of protection?
Montez says I'm going to keep suing people. First of all, I'm not suing anybody. This is criminal court. In case you haven't figured that out, nonsense. It's not a lawsuit. But if I was going to sue somebody, which I'm not, because you said I was, I would put you at the top of my list.
Here we go again. Here we go again. I would put you at the top of my list because you hurt my feelings and played my content. Oh, Julie. So did she just pull a Betty move right there? By misrepresenting that it's a criminal court when that's what she did with BJ? I'm following that correctly, right? This is a civil order of protection in Superior Court. BJ's is the criminal complaint solely in municipal court. She is intentionally, once again, in my opinion, convoluting these. Yep. Okay. That's what I thought. I was like, when did Craig's become criminal?
You know why? For fun. Just for fun. Because
well, that's a great clip. Just for fun.
That's what you think I would do. You think I would sue people for fun.
Julie, how many people have you threatened to sue?
Because you're a twisted, wicked person who thinks I would sue people for fun. I would just sue people. Why?
Today.
Sounds like a little stereotype right there. Anyway.
Stereotype?
She's very litigious.
Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you've heard Julie threaten to sue numerous people. Put a 2 in the chat if you have not. 1 in the chat if you've heard Julie threaten to sue numerous people. 2 in the chat if you haven't.
No, I'm not. Did you do a fundraiser nonsense? When I came to YouTube, this is what happened. I didn't know what.
Sure fucking did. I sure did. For the Black and Missing Foundation. For your first lawsuit threat. Sure fucking did.
Free and fair use was. I came from TikTok. We make 5-minute videos over there. Now I think you can do up to 10-minute videos. But there used to be only 5-minute videos, and you could like stitch people's videos, but you didn't have people reviewing videos. I didn't know what free and fair use was. And I came to YouTube, and she was the first person who I noticed who.
Actually, I think I'm the first one that she threatened to sue, but I could be wrong. I'm sure there's previous ones on TikTok before I even knew who she was. I'm assuming that behavior was before YouTube too.
Was reviewing my live streams from beginning to end.
We just listened to a live stream the other day where she said her and Al intend on filing suit against Lolly.
Entire live stream, beginning to end. What I noticed is she was stopping every few minutes and saying something not particularly interesting, just kind of snarky. And I didn't find that very creative or anything. And I said, that's got to be a copyright violation. I'm literally brand new to YouTube. I didn't know the rules. I didn't know the ropes. I didn't know who Bullhorn Betty was. No idea who she was. No clue. And I said,
not phased.
That's got to be a copyright violation, right? How can somebody take your entire live stream and play it beginning to end and just stop it, and just make little comments? That doesn't seem right. Well, it is okay. It's called free and fair use. It's under an act from 1970. What year is it? 78, 76, 79, whatever it is, 78.
76.
It's the Free and Fair Use Act, that people can use other people's material for commentary.
Why do people like this actually make me miss Molly? I never thought I'd say that day, but Molly at least was like had some fucking inflection in her voice and wasn't always crying. She was screaming usually, but at least she wasn't crying. Is she going to cry in this stream?
Hi, Angelina. Hi, Vince and War.
Oh God. I'm glad she's got.
If they stop it and do commentary and transform it. And what I said was, when I first got to YouTube, I said, I think I'm going to call the lawyers at my publishing company and find out if this is a copyright violation. And if it is, maybe.
Let me be honest, you guys. I know why she's pissed. Rightfully so. I know why she's pissed today, and I know why she's doing this. Those messages that I talked about expose a much bigger picture of what's going on here. That's a major blow to her and the people that have been supporting her. Major blow that she has been doing this, especially after filing this. And that is they're going to be in hyper speed. So I do anticipate the people supporting her to rally and support even harder. So I expect the games to even be, yeah, she sure was digging. They're not leaked. They were directly sent to me, Tara.
Sue her. Maybe the lawyers at the publishing company want to sue Nonsense. Someone told me, and I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe Nonsense can confirm or deny that when I said that it was near her birthday or something, and she might have had a fundraiser.
We did.
to raise money for that? Because I said, I'm going to.
Abso-fucking-lutely did. 100%. Stream still up. Proceeds went to the Black and Missing Foundation.
Check with the attorneys at my publishing company to find out if it's a copyright violation. And you know what they said when I checked? They said it's not a copyright violation. It's free and fair use. It's totally legal. She's not doing anything wrong. There's nobody to sue. And that's it.
Right.
They can do what they can, review your entire live streams as long as they follow certain rules about pausing, about, transformation and stuff like that.
Sure can.
And that's what I found out. They said perfectly legal. And you know what happened? I said, okay, I dropped it. But she wants to carry this on like I was pursuing her. That's a bunch of bullshit. It's
Julie, we laughed about it.
such a lie. It's such a damn lie.
We know
I didn't know what free and fair use was. Didn't know. I know. How does Julie not know what free and fair use is? I didn't know.
But you gave me a whole lesson on it.
You have to understand something, okay? There's creators on here. Most of them.
Julie, this is the live stream. Let's celebrate the nonsense of Julie Profound Autism, a fundraiser for the Black and Missing Foundation birthday celebration. We raised $1,700 for the Black and Missing Foundation because of your legal threats. You're welcome. And nobody was upset. We laughed. And it was a great pay it forward situation. Carry on.
Are younger than me. Most of the larger creators are younger than me by many years. I don't know how old Nonsense is. Does anybody know how old she is?
43.
She in her 40s? She in her 30s? Does anybody know?
43.
Illuminati's like 40. I mean, people are young by like 15 years.
Oh, got you.
Then he continued with threatening statements the day after the temporary order was granted. Oh, yeah, on the 15th. Yep, got a recording of that. More than that. More than those. Reality going, he never says your name. So when he said, this big foreheaded Karen bitch trying to ruin my life and I'm having a baby and you really should drop this court thing. And I got your address, honey, now. And I got your husband's address. I'm not supposed to think that's me. Oh, that's for Easter. I just added some of this and I'm doing 2 different sets of decorations because I got Passover and I got Easter and my mom's having heart surgery on the 30th. I'm supposed to have court on the 1st. Anyway, I'm making like the EAS. I'm going to put this for Al's family. God, now it just reminded me that I need something for Al's sister and her husband if they come up. I don't know if we're even going to be able to do it because that's the 17th. The 19th is court. That's next Thursday. But yeah, that was the whole thing with Nonsense. She said she was going to sue me. Did I continue to say I'm going to sue you? No. I found I was wrong. Oh, I know what I was saying. I'm older than most of the people who are creators by many years, decade or more, right? When I started social media, right? We didn't have social media. Remember those days? No cell phones, no social media. Then we got something called Facebook.
Can I just say one thing really quick? Really side caveat. I'm not usually block happy at all. Like at all. At all. But I have enjoyed the fuck out of blocking some of these insane people. Wendy Coco just told me we're all losing our channels. And I got to block that bitch so fast. And it kind of feels good sometimes. Anyways, carry on. I hardly ever block anybody. The mods block occasionally, but they time people out usually. But that felt good. I kind of like it.
And who did we make friends with? We made friends with our real life friends, people who were in our family, people we went to high school with or grew up with, people we went to college with, my husband's family, my family, neighbors of mine, people who went to my synagogue, literally people I knew. Maybe a mom in the class of, my son's class. I made friends with a mom in preschool. Some of the preschool moms became Facebook friends. We posted our real life pictures and we talked about our real lives, right? A little bit, not a lot. Some of it was stupid. Sometimes people played games like farm animal games. Remember that? It was really annoying. You get all these like requests for some stupid farm animal game. We didn't know what the hell we were doing. We literally didn't. People say, can you believe Julie said that she doesn't have the password, the email for her Facebook? Believe it. Believe it. It was over.
I do more personal blocking than like page blocking.
18 years ago, I started that. The email I had 18 years ago, the second email that I used as a backup 18 years ago, the cell phone number and the backup cell phone number. Guess what? None of them are my email or my phone number anymore. And I was on Facebook. And then after I met Al and we started talking about autism.
That's what they're wanting. They're wanting to amp him up. I think this is bait. And it will likely work.
And things like that. I realized very few of my friends.
I don't know.
There were very few people in my life, in real life, Spencer's class, who had profoundly autistic kids. I had some people I knew who had kids who were autistic, but not profoundly autistic.
Yes, she tried striking me. They hit me for a terms of service violation. I think the first or second video I did of hers. Yep. Can't confirm that it was her, but in the spot, it's her, Terry Lynn, and Chroma Reels that I'm talking about. So could have been anybody, but pretty clear. That's the only time I've gotten hit.
So we had these private Facebook groups, Mittens and more. It's going to take the strong shoulder from Al and a thick skin for the next couple months. But you will see, you're the ones who are true, 100%. Yeah, a strong shoulder. He's been an amazing shoulder, and he's been in disbelief over what's been done and said, what people are allowed to get away with on this internet, and the vitriol. So I'm on Facebook. We started some secret Facebook groups for parents of kids who were profoundly autistic, so we could talk openly about our lives as profound autism parents and share information and resources and speak openly about the struggles we were having, right? And for a very long time, that's all I had was Facebook. That's it. Nothing else. I didn't do Twitter. I didn't do MySpace. What else was there? I had Facebook. That's all. It was my real life friends.
What's the point of this?
Yeah.
Why do we care?
She'd fare better if she shared less. I know. And no one should pry into your social media.
Huh? What the fuck is happening? Jesus, take the wheel.
I mean, you're going back 18 years of my life, at least.
Ooh.
My sons. I have 3 sons.
Who did that?
My oldest from my first marriage. There's videos of him in high school. There's videos of him in middle school. You gonna bring those to YouTube? Talk about what he wore to his 8th grade graduation? Nonsense.
What the fuck are you? Julie, stop it. No, you're not. Now you're blaming me for shit that... Julie. God, you have a fucking habitual pattern of lying, don't you? This is out of control. I haven't even... What are you doing, Julie? Seriously now.
Marriage.
I gotta hear this again.
There's videos of him in high school. There's videos of him in middle school. You gonna bring those to YouTube? Talk about what he wore to his 8th grade graduation? Nonsense.
I didn't bring...
Those are on there too. That's all we had.
Julie, I haven't even looked at your Facebook. Sorry to not flatter you. I don't have to. I have the ability of going in and seeing what's already been brought to YouTube to confirm that those things were here. I haven't even gone to your Facebook, and that's an honest, truthful statement. Haven't even needed to. Fucking, does she selectively listen? Because once again, I told her exactly where this was for her to go look.
It was really my friends. They still are my friends. They're still people I know. And then around COVID, well, no, it was before COVID. I wrote a book, a self-published book having to do with autism. And I had a page in it. Dedication page.
Here's the thing, Autumn, we know how this is going to work. People are going to jump on the bandwagon, and it's because of the creators that are condoning Julie's behavior. Okay, cool. They're going to jump on that bandwagon because their favorite creator might be not speaking out against this. But when this all shakes out and people finally wake up to what she has used the courts for, in my opinion, very clearly, especially with the BJ situation, they're going to be known for supporting this shit. I'm sorry, it is what it is. And she can demonize me all day long because the people who are supporting this shit aren't my people. If you give this little about the facts and how shit like this puts victims back, I don't want to hear any of them say a fucking word. Let her demonize me. These aren't people that I care to engage with as is. If they believe her shit when she's blatantly lying to their faces, I got nothing for them. They're strangers on the internet. I know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. You ain't going to rock me in the slightest.
I self-published it because I was very concerned about the abuse of autistic children happening and other things. And I wanted to raise the alarm about stuff like that. And nonsense went on and got it, and clearly she saw that back then I didn't have fears like I have now. That people would go on my, things I did to try to help other people or to bring attention to a problem for law enforcement and politicians to pay attention to be used against me later on. It wasn't even a freaking thought in my mind at that time. Who would think?
Julie, just so you know, I didn't even go find your book. I actually haven't spent any time wasted on that either. People sent it to me because they had told me over and over again that it was in other places as you were accusing people of doxing him and brought that to me. So once again, I didn't go search that out. People verified the facts. Sorry, it makes you mad.
Everybody was posting pictures of their kids and everything like that. Every day. I remember I used to feel a little jealous because all my friends had kids who did activities that, Spencer and his twin weren't doing. They were ice skating and dance recitals and, playing in soccer games and all this stuff. And my son did some of that, but, they got to all the high school graduations and getting ready for prom pictures and everything that they were posting. And Spencer wasn't doing any of that. And everybody was posting that stuff.
Okay, I want to remind you really quick of what she is referencing here in this dramatic whole play. I read 2 sentences from the very end part of her forward of her book, 2 sentences to prove that the name was already there. I never said the name, anything. And it's a book she has talked about over and over again publicly and promoted. That's it. That's all. Didn't show anything. Didn't go into her life. Didn't do any of the things.
And so later on during COVID, I said it was 2000. I realized that's 20 years ago. It wasn't 2000, it was 2020. Nonsense, probably going to come after me. She said she wrote her book in 2000. I made a mistake. Nonsense.
She doesn't get this. You don't get what I do at all, and it's very clear.
I wasn't thinking right. Anyway, and I doing a little yellow flower here. And then I wrote a book during.
Man, think about if I turned on the victimhood like her and BJ with the shit that they have done and said about me and implied about me. If anybody called them child predators, can you fucking imagine the come aparts? Can you imagine if Julie would have been on the receiving end of the threats and shit that I actually received, that I have proof of, the veiled threats, the fucking phone call from Betty? Can you imagine the come apart for my OG Islanders that have been here from jump? Can you fucking imagine that? Nope. Happy life. It's so good to see you. OG Islander here, bitch. Hashtag good trouble. Peekaboo. Thank you, happy life. It's good to see you.
COVID, because I started getting into genealogy and I found out I had more than one famous relative.
They would love it though.
Actually, but there's one famous gangster relative. And I started researching about his life, and it was a way to escape kind of in my mind what was going on, you know, Spencer being at home with no school, not even virtual school for 5 months.
What does this have to do with anything that's going on?
Not even virtual school. After 5 months, they started virtual school. But, you know, for a kid who thrives on routine, it was a very tough time, not just for me, but for other parents. And there was these, they're actually twins, fraternal twins, who used to do my hair. They moved salons now, and much younger than me. And I told them I wrote this book and everything about my relative and all that stuff. And they said, you know what, Julie? Have you ever gone on TikTok before?
Yes, Molly.
I said, no, I'd never gone on TikTok. So they showed me they had a TikTok. They said, we also have an Instagram. You want to see Instagram? I said, sure. My son had an Instagram. My oldest son had an Instagram. It turns out Instagram was just people taking pictures of themselves. I wasn't about just taking pictures. And so I think I made an Instagram account.
Man, I could be real shitty. I could be real fucking shitty to the people supporting this. I could be real fucking shitty and say some real fucking crazy shit. The people in there gassing her up, just like they say about the people enabling BJ's behavior, but that's where I'll leave it. The people in there gassing her up, I hope you have a mirror. So when you talk all the shit to BJ's enablers, you turn that mirror right around and look at it yourself. Because those of you encouraging this behavior and sitting here knowing she's fucking lying, knowing she's lying straight to your faces, spitting in your faces with slobber, snot, tears, and you doing the same exact thing.
I never really did anything with it.
Especially her fucking mods. You're no different than the people that you bitch about that enable BJ. Hank, no, you're not getting in the chair with me.
And they showed me their TikTok, and they were advertising their business on it. There isn't anything to be ashamed of. My daddy, I guess Julie asked someone a lot of very personal questions. Julie asked someone a lot of very personal questions about BJ. What did I do that? What personal questions about her? But anyway, so then
Noreen, that's exactly how it happened. Julie covered it to honor the victim, not for BJ. Oh, yeah.
Are they still trying to twist that she did that? No. This has got to be a joke. This has got to be a fucking joke, right? She's still trying to say that she covered BJ's uncle's story to honor the victim. No.
Oh my God. Brittany brought that up. I didn't even know about that uncle. She talked about it and said she was going to cover it as a true. Let me talk about that in a second. Let me just finish this. And then let me talk about the story about the uncle. Because I hope to God they bring that up. Let them bring that up in court. Let them bring that up in court. First of all, I think Brittany's got this idea in her mind, right? That she's going to go into court for a criminal charge against her, and I'm going to be the one on trial. It's not my trial, Brittany. It's not. Okay? Your team who's gathering clips of me doing parodies or whatever. Guess what? They don't care. The court doesn't care about the parodies. If the court cared about the parodies, then everybody on Saturday Night Live, we should be able to threaten every single one of them.
That has nothing to do with what you're claiming for the criminal complaint, Julie. So I don't know why you're twisting that. Or is it intentional again? But this is what you've claimed. And this is what's going to matter is this right here. And your evidence to back that up and support that.
Right? Harass each person who puts on a wig and does a skit and writes a song to point out the irony of that person's bad behaviors. But keep going. I hope you're sending it to an attorney to review and who's charging by the hour. Yeah. So anyway,
so weird.
My hairdresser says we have TikTok and we advertise the hair salon on TikTok and everything. We get a lot of clients that way. And they said, you should go on TikTok, right? And you could.
I don't know what you're apologizing for. Don't apologize. This is wild. And I think we've all kind of just hit that. What is she fucking doing here? I don't know, but somebody else needs to start covering this week on the courtroom drama from YouTube because these people are exhausting, I tell you. There's one of me and like fucking 40 of them.
Talk about your book and you could talk about autism. And there's a lot of people on TikTok and they make these videos. They showed it to me. I didn't go on TikTok.
April 1st.
I didn't make a TikTok account until several months later. We were down the shore. We rented a house down the shore for a week. We pay for it ahead of time. And Spencer was there with us. And he was not doing well, adjusting. He was not behaving well, and he was becoming destructive to.
I'm speeding her back up. We'll slow her down if it needs to be again.
You know, specifically the furniture in the house. He was like turning over chairs and things. And he pulled down a picture, and I think he pulled down blinds, which we replaced. And this was only the second day of a week.
Happy life. It's kind of similar in the fact that lying, manipulating, wasting resources, you know, same kind of thing politicians do. And in essence, just a lower scale. People who think they're way more important than what they are and get their fifis hurt, and I'm going to sue you, and I'm going to take you to court, and I'm going to get you charged and jammed up with stuff. And people who can't regulate emotion or understand that you're a participant in this.
That we had paid for a house at the shore, which is a lot of money, you know, to rent a house at the height of the summer down the shore. And Al says, I'm afraid Spencer's going to cause damage to something in this house, and I think I should take him home. But we couldn't get our money back for the house. So he said, I'm going to take him home. This is in New Jersey. We live in New Jersey. Okay. It's not that far away. An hour, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, depending on where you're staying.
I don't think I've ever seen Judge Alex.
He says, I'm going to take him home, but you stay, Julie, and relax, because we can't get our money back anyway. And Spencer's twin had gone to...
I really don't know. I can't tell you what a municipal court judge is going to do with this private citizen's complaint in regards to BJ. I have no idea at this point.
Sleepaway camp that summer, and my son was working. So it was just the three of us. And then it was just the one of us, me. And I was alone in that house. And it's not the biggest tragedy in the world to be alone on vacation,
oh my God,
right?
That's crazy.
On the Jersey Shore. That's not the worst thing that can happen. But it wasn't what we planned. It wasn't what I wanted. And that night, I made my very first TikTok video. I had 0 followers. Other than the TikTok videos that the hairstylist and the hair colorist showed me at the salon, I had not seen any TikTok over furniture and being worried that...
Sorry, you guys. I got to bump it through some. This is annoying.
Grow up.
Oh, no, not
thrive
again.
in his way. And I had no followers. None. 0. I had 0 followers. Al wasn't on TikTok. Maybe I got my hairstylist too. So I was really honest. And what happened? I'm talking about a sensitive subject, profound autism, a subject people then weren't really talking about. There weren't a ton of channels. There's now a lot of channels dedicated to profound autism. When I started talking about it, there were less. And I talked about it in a very, very honest way. I talked about our struggles as a family. And I started to get followers really fast. I had no idea I was going to get as many followers as I got, as fast as I got. And it was because I was being as I am, you know. This is me. This is my family. This is our life. These are our struggles. This is profound autism. This is what it means. And I started to get followers. And I made videos that now I wouldn't make, you know. And people changed their mind, you know. Spencer's twin, he was interested in what I was doing on TikTok. He wasn't on TikTok. He was on something else. I don't know if he was on Discord or something. Might have been Discord. He was very into like Pokemon and Bakugan and all that stuff. And they had Discord accounts for that kind of thing back then. Yeah, there was such a need for it. And most importantly was Spencer. You know, it was Spencer who I was honest. I could verbalize what was happening, but Spencer, people hadn't met anybody like Spencer after the inauguration. And
I'm speeding it up.
Everybody should move their videos to YouTube. So I went onto YouTube like a bull in a china shop, not knowing what I was doing, not knowing how things work, saying TikTok's going away. I believed it. Actually, it did go away for a day. One day. I started moving my videos, and I liked the long format. I felt like there was more of, you could build community here. If I had to do things over, there's a million things I would do differently, you know?
That's life.
But we didn't know. We didn't know. And when I say we didn't know, I mean, we really didn't know.
That's life. Everybody has regrets and wishes they would have done stuff differently. I mean, what are we getting this for?
Right, Kenna? We're not part of this generation who grew up with, you know, iPhones and iPads and communicating with each other, right? We wanted to see our friends. We had to ride your bike or walk over to their house or call them on the phone. We had no idea when we had got Facebook that these things were going to be used against us later on. Like I said, I'm old. I'm 55. In 2026, I'll be 56. Al's 62. What do we know? I mean, I'm not saying I'm stupid or I had no technological skills. Not at all. I'm smart.
It just was different. You know, the people you were friends with on Facebook, they were people you really knew in your real life. You know, you really knew them. They were your neighbors. You went to elementary school with them, or your kids go to elementary school with their kids, or it's your friends, you know, your roommates from college. They were, or, you know, your sister-in-law. That's who's liking your pictures, right? I put up a picture of Spencer. Who's liking it? My mom, my sister, Al's sister, you know.
Okay.
Al's niece, Al.
What is this all relevance, Your Honor?
My best friend from high school. Oh, look at Spencer. He looks so cute. That's who was commenting on this stuff. Just didn't know. It was different. It was different. And, you know, if I had known back then, Kenna, that somebody on a platform called YouTube, which I had never even heard of when Facebook came out, I didn't know about YouTube at all, would go back to things that I posted on my personal Facebook from years before, even 3 years, even 4 years ago, even 10 years ago, and could dig through it and could find things. And here's something else. I wasn't so secure.
So she would do it over for her, but yet she's okay with digging into other people's Facebooks. So let me set this straight, Julie. So what you're trying to do here is, whoa, poor me, I'm a victim, wah, wah, wah. Because people can see what you posted, but you take it up a notch. So that's foul for people to do to you, which I don't know who you're implying is doing this to you. Except you tried to imply I was. Earlier, I don't know if that's still who you're talking about here, but whatever. But instead, you reach out to people and ask extremely invasive questions. Okay. All right. All right. Fuck it. What was that?
I need your help, Tyrone, again, I think.
I know we are strong. Come on, sing.
I got some bullies. Tyrone, I'm gonna send this to you. You saved me before. I might need your help again one day. Protect me from the bullies. Protect this community from the bullies. It's fucked up.
It's all you and the truth. I need it.
Somebody come call Tyrone ASAP, please. Or can I go swim with the fishies on my own? I'll save somebody $1,100 and a Groupon. Can I hire a hitman for myself? This is fucking torture. Usually I torture you guys and I'm okay with it. I'm torturing myself listening to this shit.
With my information as I am now, like I was back then. I mean, back then, you would put your email right in your profile. Why not? Oh, there's a high school reunion coming up.
You know, here's another example of I don't do the foul shit other people do. I've been very, very kind and considerate and open to other suggestions and ideas throughout this whole process, getting less and less while we're actively seeing her lie straight to people's faces. I could drag you for filth, look, shame you, do all the things, mock you. I don't have to do that. And you're still reacting like this based on your own words. I've been incredibly fucking kind to you, considering you've sat there and the implications and the lies and the things that you in your chat saying that I was going to be responsible if your adult child had a seizure. Get fucked, lady.
Right?
when you first got Facebook. Of course, I want to be invited to the high school reunion. Let me put my email right in my bio and say what year I graduated and say the company I work for. I mean, now it looks stupid, but back then we were only talking to people we actually knew. It wasn't a big secret.
Sorry, I'm sitting here and my brain's just trying to process all of this, and like I'm spewing out what I'm thinking because the fucking tears. These assholes spoke out both their sides of their fucking mouths. They were all up in the chat gaslighting all of us, telling us, no, a DA signed off, a summons has been sent. It had to go through here. They had to have charged here. They've done this. They've done that. And then instead of providing facts and standing on it, when they get addressed, they go just as low as BJ's chat.
We had to keep. But people want to look at us, B. Tim says, you should never put your name. You should never do this. You should never do that.
He took out a private citizen's complaint in New Jersey for a criminal petty disorderly persons on Brittany J.
All right. Well, hindsight's 2020, and I'm a lot older than you. Things we did, we wouldn't do now.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, and I'm sure I'm not alone, I didn't go back and scrub all the things that I did for 18 years on Facebook. I didn't go back and say, "Ooh, let me take that 7th grade dance that my son went to in this picture and giving a girl a corsage. Let me take that down because someone might find that." I didn't go back in time and say, "Let me erase this video of him hitting a T-ball." I didn't do that. I didn't think people would be able to hurt me.
Oh my God.
I don't know. All right. I said I would talk about that story with the uncle of somebody.
Everybody's out to hurt her. But her hands are far from fucking clean. But poor her.
She brought up that uncle. I had no idea who that uncle was. She said, I have an uncle who committed a horrendous crime. Took the life of somebody. No clue who this person was. No idea who they were. And then,
you're welcome.
Worse than even hearing that was immediately saying, and that is a true crime case. And I think I'm going to cover that case. And I was like, what? You're going to cover? I'm thinking about the way they had done other true crime cases. And this was a case of somebody who lost their life in a very horrible way. And you're going to cover it to make money? When did you even know the victim? No.
Well, here's the problem with this. Okay, it's bait. We know she's drawing attention, so she's hoping that somebody will go to Facebook. If you don't see the game here, it's right in front of our faces. She keeps bringing that up because nobody has done that. There is somebody that did go scroll her Facebook on a public live stream from a year ago, and she has nothing to say about it. But what she is hoping will be done is that one of us, especially me, because I'm really the only one covering this, will go to her Facebook and scroll and look at all of it. That's what she's hoping, so she can.
I don't think you did.
Cry victim some more.
And I said, you're going to cover this case the way they do it so disrespectfully, not thinking about the victim at all. And I said, well, I can't let that happen. Let me find out what happened. Let me look for the articles, public articles about it, and cover it the way a true crime case, in my opinion, should be covered, centered on the victim of the crime. The first half, more than half of that live stream discusses the life and accomplishments of the victim. Before the name of the person who took their life is even mentioned, I talk about their life story, where they grew up. Their father was a war hero. They were in the Vietnam War. They were a decorated soldier. They started a business. They had friends. They had interests. I covered the case from the victims, centering the victim in the story. And I think it's a pretty damn good example, if anybody's looking on how you can report on a horrific crime respectfully. That's what I did. And it's a horrible case.
And that man did not deserve to lose his life. He was taken advantage of. He was a gay man who, at that time, people were treated terribly if they were gay and out.
Okay, look, let's stop trying to convince people that you did it to try and respect the victim. Let's stop the fucking bullshit. Yes, BJ talked about it, but it doesn't even sound like she knew the details of it because she was a child when this happened. Am I correct? Wasn't she a child when this happened? So how is she going to know everything that even happened in this case? But let's stop trying to convince anybody, because that's a fucking crock of shit, that she tried to do it so the victim was respected. No, she did it to throw fucking a jab at Brady.
So they hid things. And because of that, they became targets for people who were preying on people who were hiding things in their life.
Good, yep.
Because of prejudice. So I said I would do that. Yeah, Shauna, and thank you. And you know what? And I kept doing that live stream, kept somebody who has shown a repeated history of being disrespectful to victims of crimes over and over and over again.
Take the fucking computer away. Take the computer away. You're no fucking different. You're no different. I started covering BJ and you both because of the disrespectful, disgusting coverage of Sebastian Rogers' case. You are no fucking different. BJ hosted foul panels. You did parodies mocking parents of missing children. They're one in the fucking same. How people... I'm glad, honestly, again, I'll say it. I'm glad people are showing themselves by supporting this stuff.
And if it's not them personally disrespecting the victim of a crime, it's somebody in the background. While they're talking about somebody losing their life, an innocent person, you got some creep in the background talking about their body part. Sick. I remember being like 8 years old when my family lived in New York City.
Yeah, that's why some of us cover BJ because of the disrespect. But that's why some of us covered you too because of the disrespect to victims.
And there were two men holding hands back then. It was unheard of. It was. And, you know, even in my own family, my sister didn't come out to me until she graduated from college. And she didn't come out to our whole family. And we were a very close family and very, you know, progressive in our thinking, but apparently not progressive enough that she would feel comfortable coming out as a gay woman. And I felt, to this day, I feel terrible. Like maybe I did something wrong, you know, maybe.
What gets me, Leo, is the use of emotional manipulation by both of them. They're not even close to transparent about what they're saying. Their stories switch, but then they mask it with emotional manipulation. So you forgot the lie that they just told before, or the rewrite of the story. And they fill it with all this fluff and bullshit that you don't even remember what the fuck they were saying before. You have no idea. Because of the fucking intentional word salad. And it's all manipulative. Every bit of it.
Maybe I
Unreal.
said something that made her feel like she couldn't talk to me about it. I didn't see the other comment. I'm sorry. 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 We have to catch up on the first hour.
You guys said 1:44. We got a few minutes.
We can't change anything. Just let him talk. I know. I just been getting mad. And it sucks. You know what? Black Widow, I got to show you my flowers outside, my fake flowers. I'm so embarrassed. But I have to show you. I feel like I have to admit it. Wait, let me scroll up and find Laura's comment. I'm sorry. I missed it.
I was having a conversation with somebody last night, and I continue to ask, like, how are people believing this shit? Are we the crazy ones? How can people listen to this? Or are they just intentionally not? Which is it? What do you guys think? Are they intentionally not listening so they don't have to hear it? So they don't have to admit that she's lying? Or are people that comfortable over hating a stranger who's done nothing to the majority? Now, it's different with Granny, Clue, Cletus. She's filed stuff on them and used courts. But these are strangers who hate her on behalf of actions she's done to other people. Now, some other people have gotten caught up in that hatred and have every reason to dislike BJ. But for the majority, it's hate bonding on behalf of. Yeah, I'm talking subs. I'm just... But at what point in life do you get to... And I'm talking the subs, not like, I know the people that she has done and cost money. That's a whole different ballgame. That's why I've separated that out from Jump. But I'm talking the subs who sit here and call out the people supporting BJ doing this shit. The same people cheering Julie on are honestly in the same moment supporting her, but screaming about BJ doing the same exact thing. I cannot wrap my brain to make this make sense. And these people, the subs, are hating and condoning this on behalf of one or the other. That is some weird parasocial bullshit.
Parents don't realize they need the legal work done. Yeah.
Yeah, I would think so, hun lover.
I'm gonna show you guys a couple things upstairs real quick. Sorry. Forgive me, I'm looking for a comment from Laura. I see you said hi to Sunset. Oh, I know. Oh, Lisa Viejo. Lisa, oh, the interview went well. Laura, I can't find the other comment. I don't know if I'm missing it or what. You know, the problem is I'm talking about it because I was supposed to have a court hearing tomorrow. I was supposed to be in court tomorrow, and they have the defendant adjourned it through their attorney for another week. These cases are not supposed to go weeks on end. Okay, what I said was you need to stop apologizing for what you feel and what you did. No one can tell you what you felt. The people who are not condemned are not Jewish, and they are not from the East Coast. Oh my God, Laura, thank you so much for what you said. You know, and you were criticized. I know that people were saying that it's not just you. Granny's watching, dealt with it yesterday. I dealt with it. You dealt with it. People saying, oh, well, if you just bring up religion, you know, Julie's going to say you're anti-Semitic. No, I'm not. And anti-Semitism does exist. And we know exactly what it is. And we know exactly what it feels like. And we know the consequences of these things. And we know that we have family, my mother's family in particular, my mom who's still alive, my father passed away.
Okay. But am I wrong? Yeah, they are sassy. Did we not just hear a video of her yesterday admitting that it was not to her, it was to Granny, which I know you can feel something on behalf of. I get that. And my understanding is people aren't trying to deny that it exists, but they're trying to get you to be honest about what was actually said to you versus to others.
Who were killed in the Holocaust in my mother's lifetime. This is not ancient history. This is not ancient history. These were her aunts and uncles and cousins. This is not ancient history. We've dealt with this, you know, here. And when you grow up here in wherever there's Jewish people, unfortunately, there's been incidents of anti-Semitism. And if you grow up Jewish,
You know exactly what it looks like, what it feels like, what it sounds like, the words that are used, the stereotypes, the tropes. And then to be told it's not anti-Semitic. Thank you, Laura, for standing up for that. I appreciate that. And I know you got pushback from people. And you said, don't tell me. I'm from Long Island, New York, or New York, wherever you're from. I know what it feels like. Every one of us has a story of somebody doing something that was an example. Sometimes it's a microaggression, and sometimes it's a major aggression. All right, let me show you some things real quick. I'm a Texan and Jewish, and I see the bullcrap clearly. Yeah, in Queens. My mom's from Flushing originally. Then she went to Great Neck. You think in Great Neck they wouldn't have anti-Semitism, but even there, they had it.
Oh, Lauren, it's been encouraged people to stop listening because then it can just be condoned, the hate bonding and whatever happens.
I told a story. It was in gym class. There's a girl throwing pennies at this Jewish girl, taking pennies, throwing it at her, laughing, think it's funny. Here, Jew, pick up the pennies. You cheap Jew.
Wait,
Right?
she goes out. Okay, I got him.
Called a stupid Jew girl. Graffiti on my synagogue. A woman killed in the parking lot of our Jewish community.
Okay, but wrong place for all this, Julie. Nobody is denying that these things happen. At least not here. That's not being denied. That these things happen. That people are killed. It's not just Jewish people. Every time you get pushback, and then you admitted yesterday that you were demanding an apology on behalf of what was done to Granny, not even you. That's the problem I have with how you're manipulative. Like, this is fucking wild.
Community center by a gunman, a Molotov cocktail thrown at my temple. And then when that didn't work, 2 men throwing a boulder through our stained glass window of our sanctuary. Break. It's not real. All right. This I just made. I just put some flowers on it. Okay. And this lights up. And I'm going to put this on.
Sorry, I'm putting that screen up again because she's going out.
On the table for Easter. I'll do it.
Oh, go. I just got nothing for it. I got nothing for it because if I'm wrong, pushing back on what Julie's doing, then I was wrong with defending the misuse of courts with them. But I wasn't wrong with that. So they can have their opinions, but if it's wrong, wanting the truth and the facts in this, and people to stop misusing our courts, then it goes across the board. It's not rule. Yeah, that's not how this shit works. When people are blatantly lying, they're blatantly lying.
Easter decorations, and I'm doing Passover decorations because I got everything coming together, and my mother's having heart surgery.
And I am abso-fucking-lutely okay every day saying this is wrong and screaming it from the rooftops. And like I said, I don't give a fuck at the end of the day if I'm standing here alone. I'm never going to condone this, and I'm never going to let somebody continue to lie straight to everybody's faces and not speak up about it. Wouldn't do it with BJ. I'm not going to do it with Julie. Wouldn't do it with any of these people. Not going to take it from this one. Just because BJ is hated by some. I can understand the hatred towards her from a few people. But this other weird attachment, parasocial bullshit of hating her on behalf of other people, strangers at the end of the day, and completely ignoring the lies that this one is telling. Yeah, no, I can't get down with that. Nope. And I'm glad that's not expected, because fuck that. That's some petty ass, no backbone having shit.
On the 30th and the 1st, I have a court date. Let's go. I want to show you outside here some flowers that I put up, and I want to show you something else too. I'm going to be all right.
I wish, I wouldn't have talked. I know what everybody's saying. And then I talked about the court case and everything. I'm frustrated because this was supposed to be over. I didn't want nonsense to go on for another fucking
and that is absolutely, and we have said that till we're blue in the fucking face. We can't say that anymore. But that's because we want actual justice for Granny and the courts to be dealt with appropriately. And accountability to be had the proper way. This isn't that.
Week doing 9, 10, 12-hour, 8-hour, 4-hour live streams night and day, making money, talking about me and my court hearings that she doesn't know shit about. And now it's going to go on for another week, and I'm pissed. I'm pissed about it. Here. The Black Widow channel has a gardening channel. And I'm very embarrassed about this, but I'm brutally honest. So I'm going to show you my fake flowers that I put in front of my house. Okay. We're going outside. We're on a field trip, everybody. Oh, look, I got a package. What's this? I love getting packages. Oh. This is for you, Al. Bummer. It's for Al. This is your package. Oh. Okay. You order new hot sauce?
Some of them absolutely are Solo Rider. And again, we have separated out the people who BJ has actually done stuff to. The people encouraging her are creators that were helping her gather stuff that she has named. And I'm sorry, you can continue to bitch about how long these lives are all day long until you're blue in the face. I don't give a fuck. I'm not forcing anybody to sit here. This is fucking wild to me. Wild to me. Yeah, absolutely. And we've been saying that. But it still doesn't condone. Granny has the rights. The other weird shit, oofta. I'm glad you guys get it, though. It hurts my head. I'm sure a lot of you sit back and go, how the fuck? At one point in time, and I told you guys this the other day, at one point in time, I knew more than likely who was going to stand up against this stuff and speak out and say no. Now, there's some people that at once I thought really stood for something that have just been like,
sauce? It's a mustard hot sauce?
And don't construe what I'm saying. I'm talking about subs and people that support Julie very openly in her chat, her mods, her subs. They pretended good.
Steaks left? By the way, we went and after the interviews today, we went and got some pizza that was absolutely delicious. I got a margarita pizza. All right, take a look here. I just ordered these white flowers and I started putting up because the weather is so nice. Okay, look. All right, here. Wait. Can you see? Whoops. There on that side, and then along the. You see the base of the house here? Can you guys see the white flowers there?
She's showing her house, so I'm got the screen off because I'm not allowing that. Even though she's showing it on her page, I'm just not allowing it. Well, and I think here too, like I know a lot of us subs are feeling disappointed, and I think that's the problem for me that bothers me. That you guys, I don't feel disappointed in my coverage at all, not one bit. I have not regretted it, not twitched over it. Don't give a fuck what creators say. I don't give a shit who I piss off. You guys know that. You should know that by now. I'm apologetic to the subs because I feel that many of you forgot what my channel is about. This is what I don't have the expectation of a lot of these other channels to cover this stuff because they don't usually cover this type of stuff. Most of those other channels that overlap do more of the true crime stuff. So I had no expectation of them to cover this. But watching the subs fight with people that they respected, like some of you respect, or fighting with people that you once sat in chats with and thought stood for something because you agreed on BJ, BHB. And now this, because of the hatred of this person, is blinding them. That's what bothers me. is watching many people that you could count on pointing out the things that BJ was doing were wrong and not okay, completely cheering on the exact same thing now. I'm sorry, F you. I'm really sorry for you guys. I'm not apologizing in any way, shape, or form. This is my comfort zone. But I feel bad for you guys because it shouldn't be this divisive. The truth and the facts should not be this divisive. But it's really telling. It's real fucking telling.
And then here on this side with the flag, and then I put some white. Look, I went crazy with the white. Then I put some here. I got to figure out what to do here. And then, hold on, I don't want to.
No, Ken has inserted her shit. Coco, let me just say this, and I'll say it publicly because she wants to be up in my email. Ken started emailing me shit and screaming at me in her all caps bullshit, telling me how wrong I was for days on end. And I sat there and listened to her, and I was like, okay, let me go look at this. Let me go look at that. Nah. Even the other day when we were explaining and walking through the actual filing, what a private citizen's complaint is, she sends me some other fucking bullshit trying to condone this shit. And I'm like, nah. She's also, Kenna is the very mod of Julie's who said the young man's name in her shorts. Why isn't she getting scolded? I'm getting lied on. But Kenna isn't even getting scolded while she runs around here fucking saying all this other stuff when she knows herself that she made a comment and used that young man's name. So she knows her friend here has absolutely used his name. That's the pieces I'm having the biggest issue with. Island High. When she couldn't back up what they were pointing out in that video, she went right to bringing up Cash and Kenzie. That's the people that are giving me the biggest fucking twitch. It's disgusting. The way that they're treating you guys because you are interested in the facts. They don't give a fuck about the facts. But then they have this fucking screaming at you. And here she is once again. They all know that mascot wasn't said. That I was responding to a comment about the logo. Nobody was zooming in. They all know that. They've seen it. Do you think for 1 second they're going to spend energy correcting it? Fuck no. But guess what if it was BJ? Like this is
Show my address or anything, God forbid, even though nonsense is probably showing it right now. I put some down here, look by the mailbox, you see? So those are the white flowers that here, if I put it.
No, this time it wasn't zooming into audio, Autumn. This time it was zooming into a shirt. So we got audio in a shirt now. God, I wish they would understand that you can't even zoom in on a YouTube video like that from how I do it. Like, fucking weirdos.
Let's see. You see? And then all along the wall here. And then some here and here. And I think I just showed my car thing. This Cadillac, Al got me this as a surprise like 7 years ago. I didn't.
You know, it makes me feel some sort of way, Tara, seeing you guys say it's hard going against the grain. That's the problem I have, is knowing how much this is impacting you guys. And you guys are talking about the facts. That's what we're trying to go. This shouldn't be going against the grain. Think about that for a second. Good night, Pika. This shouldn't be going against the grain. What happened to wanting the facts? I guess if it's in reference to their favorite creator, they care about the facts. But if it's someone they dislike, fuck the facts. Is that what we're learning? If I'm doing this for money, Jesus, I'm going about it the entire wrong way then, right? I've never done a fucking thing on this app for money.
And I always wanted a Cadillac from a certain place that was next to my temple. And one day I'll surprise me with that.
I could get on here. Never mind. Let me just.
And was there anything else I needed to show you? The chairs are coming tomorrow on the back porch. Oh, I know what I'm to show you. The table linens for Easter and for okay, good. Because I just made some Easter decorations downstairs. I'm live right now. Look. Good. I feel bad because usually we do the okay. So you saw the purple linens I got? I mean the purple on that little tree. Look at this.
Tara, but that's what we know that works. So when you can't win an argument because the facts, what do? You turn up the emotional pull. So then people feel like somehow, some way, we know how they work this public optics. We know exactly. That's why it was so hard and heavy to try to claim that I was doing this to help BJ, that I was probably working with BJ. They knew exactly what to do. That's why they hit hot and heavy right away with the fucking attempt to say I was working with BJ, doing this for BJ, helping BJ, because they play the optics. When the facts don't fall where they want them to, then they play the public optics. And I don't play that way ever. I know it exists, but yeah.
It says Lilac Garden. Can you see? Let me open it up so you can see it. And then this is a Lennox. This is I know it's hard to tell, but this is a lavender table runner. I thought I would put this down. You see how it looks here? Oh, they have it on a board, like on the island. I thought I would put it down on our island. And here's another one. This one is for when we have bigger crowds and we need 2 tables.
And this is where people forget, oh my Lanta, for me, creators aren't relevant, nor are the subs. None of us are relevant to the facts. The facts stand alone. The facts don't need anybody to condone them, to justify them, to give a stamp of approval. The facts are the facts, whether we like them or not. They're not attached to emotions of anybody.
And I think I'm going to use that purple thing with the light as a centerpiece.
And I said it to you guys in the very beginning of this. I ain't fighting with a fucking soul over Julie and BJ's bullshit. I'll ignore this fucking bullshit. They can spin their fucking stories. I'll ignore those people. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, we can have these discussions about the craziness we're seeing and stuff in chats and the subs and shit who are like the loudest about calling out BJ and then they're supporting this. Of course, we can talk about that shit. But I ain't going to fight with a single one of these motherfuckers. It's block, protect my peace, and continue to speak the facts. I ain't got no time for the fucking Krama worlds type of petty shit. Yesterday, they were baiting the fuck out of me in my comment section with the craziest shit. And I was like, I'm not interested in your fucking weird spins. I've been very clear on why I'm doing this and where I stand. And you're not twisting that now or any day.
Look, it's got the green and the purple. I love these colors together. This is when I have to use the other table, and then I got to take that. Isn't this nice out?
Yeah.
Look at, ooh, you see this? It's got the
Very Eastery.
It's very Eastery. You see that? And it's got the green on the edge.
Yeah.
And I put the and then there's one that's going to be going on. Let's see. It's got the pretty lilacs. I think it's going to look nice. And then that Easter thing I was making with the leftover, that's going on the fireplace here, and it's going to swag down and say Easter. And for Passover, we got to do the whole Seder plate and everything. And
That's the Seder plate for you.
oh, they do the Seder plate? Well, luckily I ordered all this stuff because my mom is whatever.
They did have the cocoa.
They had the potato cocoa. Good. Al is the most Jewish Italian man I ever met. Now he is. Right, Al? He's like, they had the cocoa, Julie.
I want to be here.
We get wisteria here. Oh, I love wisteria. I know. I have a beautiful crystal bowl. Oh, with some grass and eggs. That's such a good idea. I like to do stuff for Spencer, special. I get him gifts, even on holidays when it's not really gifts. I mean,
sorry guys, I had walked into the house and Cooper was squealing like his little ridiculous self. So I had you guys muted. Rowena, that's very, very noticeable in my opinion that she isn't doing this in front of Al. Again, goes to exactly what we see with Craig and Brittany. Same type of thing. That same spins in front of the spouses. I'm supposed to see Earth's comment. How fast can you read? Read what I sent you in your email. You are free to read it, but please don't show it. Okay. I got you. Give me a minute. And then, was there something else? Sorry, I took a bite, and I normally never do that in your ear.
He gets candy gifts on Easter, but he loves getting gifts so much. You know, why not indulge him? Anyway, Al, how do you think the interview went?
Perfectly.
And the lady said it's going to be on in April, but
The third Monday in April, and then they repeat it on Saturday at noon.
okay, it's going to be on TV the third Monday in April
At 5 o'clock.
at 5 o'clock. I'll tell you what station when it's going to be on. I'll record it also because people are all over the country. Eastern time. And then they repeat it the following Saturday. They just show the same thing. And Spencer was so good, so well behaved, so adorable, so cute. This is that table runner I'm just going to put it on the, what are we doing for dinner? I'm just mad. I talked too much about the court case today because I'm mad because that woman nonsense has another friggin' week now to talk about this court case. And do
Oh my God, look at her. No, she's not. Y'all, she's yelling at Al about me now. She's yelling at Al about... She's back in the house, so I think I'm okay. What do you guys think? Are we okay? Yeah. This woman is exhausted. Okay, we're good. Okay. Those of you that have seen it. Okay. Oof, didn't need a feed. Here we go.
but he loves getting gifts so much. You know, why not indulge him? Anyway, Al, how do you think the interview went?
Perfectly.
And the lady said it's going to be on in April, but
The third Monday in April, and then they repeat it on Saturday at noon.
okay, it's going to be on TV the third Monday in April
At 5 o'clock.
at 5 o'clock. I'll tell you what station when it's going to be on. I'll record it also because people are all over the country. Eastern time. And then they repeat it the following Saturday. They just show the same thing. And Spencer was so good, so well behaved, so adorable, so cute. This is that table runner I'm just going to put it on the, what are we doing for dinner?
Earth, email? You said check my email? From when? Oh, God. All of these? Wait, Earth, where are you at? Come back here. Where'd you go? No, I found it. But are you talking about these emails from her? You want me to read these publicly? Just don't show them? Is that what you're, just yes or no? You want me to read these emails from Julie to you? And all of them? Okay. All right, really quick. These are emails from Skolnick to Earth. Is that the first one? Let me make sure I got them all. Sorry. Okay, it says... That can't be the first one because that's got to be out of order. Okay, so Earth says to Julie, this is my email. Julie says, hey, Earth, Thank you for all you are doing on Kick. I will find a way soon to show my appreciation. These are from February 26th. Sometimes I am in and out doing things, so may I ask you a favor? If between now and at my court hearing with Craig on March 12th, if you ever hear anything that sounds like something my lawyer should know, please alert me. Continuing February 26th. It's not a problem at all. I've never read these, so I don't even know what we're reading here. It's not a problem at all. While everyone may ice BJ out, and I respect their decision for doing just that, I will continue to document her streams, seeing she's continuing to remove them. I'll still have them between Rumble and now Kick. If I do hear anything of any threats in nature from both BJ and or Craig, I will be sure to remember to write down the timestamp and leave myself a note and add it to the Rumble description. That was Earth. Julie says, I appreciate it. One note, it does not have to be a threat necessarily at this point due to the temporary protective order. Craig is not allowed to discuss me or anyone in my immediate family. He is not allowed to do anything that a judge would interpret as harassing, menacing me or my family. Craig is also not allowed to harass, menace, threaten me by way of third party, i.e. Brittany. Earth says, got it. Good to know. I didn't know what all he was or was not supposed to do or say. I didn't watch your stream from that morning after your Zoom case with them. Thank you for telling me. And that's it. So she was asking people to document and catch anything that's clipping her. Well, I don't think she's necessarily trying to involve you in it. She's just desperate for anybody to find anything that they might say and send it to her in timestamp because she's trying to violate him. That's my opinion on what I'm reading there. She's desperate to try and violate him, and at the expense, well, not at the expense, I mean, her indication there with even BJ, the third party, which would be reasonable. I mean, we know that's how ROs work, that you can't have a third party. But that's definitely, yeah, not really shocked. Huh. Yeah, she's showing desperation. This is why I'm saying, like, there is definitely more people that she's been trying to involve in her fuck shit.
I'm just mad. I've talked
Earth.
too much about the court case today because I'm mad because that woman Nonsense has another friggin' week now to talk about this court case and do a live stream every goddamn day. Excuse my language. Because now we don't have court. And it has a little.
Well, that Al wasn't very impressed right there. That's it? That's all? Al just went and sat right down. I feel bad for Al. I really do.
Lavender edging here. Isn't that nice? That's the table runner. And I figured I was going to put that here. Look. The third Monday in April. Why is it so late? Third Monday in April. That seems kind of far away. I was going to put it here, like on here. This, for a purple table runner. And then I'm going to have this table. And then the table that's Al's desk is round and it has an extension. And I'm going to put that because we're going to have more people. Because even when it's not his whole family, it's still it's still a lot of people. I will.
Didn't she at the beginning of this say she didn't care? Like she didn't mind that it was extended because they couldn't get a hold of her, and now she's pissed off because we have another week to talk about her. Does she think that we're gonna Julie, if you're not watching, we have very little talked about the RO with Craig, and I've said very openly that I think if anything, that one you have more likelihood of getting because of what Craig said after the fact and their reckless behavior. but I think you're missing what we're even detailing and talking about. But I think that's
I
intentional.
will make sure we get it.
Oh,
It was really nice, and the lady was really sweet. I took a picture with her. I'll post that. But yeah, the French pearl. I think that looks nice. It doesn't look so. It looks more purpley in here. And then, do you want to see the chairs I got? You know what? I'll wait. I'm not gonna show you everything. I got not the chairs, the recliners I showed you from Fortune Enough, but I got the chairs, the blue chairs to go on the table, and the umbrella that's gonna go on my deck. But of course, the day I get my chairs, I think it's gonna rain. Unfortunately.
yeah, I agree, Rowena.
C'est la vie, such is life. All right. I've got spring fever too, but now we're gonna get cold again. I decided to wear all black for my interview because I thought it just looked fine.
Oh yeah, she just put out, showed the back of her car, the front of her house, everything. Mm-hmm. Pyro Pam, she did.
I don't know. Julie, you have a beautiful home. I never appreciated mine as much as I do now. I had to take care of my sister the second week of November, and I just got home yesterday. Oh, I know. Julie,
I mean, honestly, let's be truthful here. If she has used what she has potentially put in the police reports, which is who knows, but based on what she claimed publicly, if her words, if Craig's got an attorney and they gather the police reports, which the attorney will, and her claims, whatever she's claiming, if they don't match, they'll have an easy out to get the RO dismissed as is. But I think they have a much better case on him if they look at those things and if he does continue to have an attorney represent him. I don't know, though.
many just don't understand you, and let them not. You need to get into your let them blah era, let them talk era. Yeah. No.
Something to do with autism.
I don't fit into, any particular mold or whatever. I am what I am. I'm honest. I'm me. I'm a lot of different things. And people generally follow me for me and whatever it is I'm talking about. Even if I'm doing
and the lies you spew,
silly craft, Julie's crafting corner, which usually turns into Julie's crying hour, which is basically every live stream I do. By the way, I'm getting very sick of this. I'm gonna get some artwork here. I thought it would be nice and neutral, but now I'm done with it. We're getting snow this weekend. Oh, thank you, Postcards, for posting that. When my mom gets her heart surgery, I got to stay with her. So it's a really bad time. The court date on the 1st is really bad because the 1st is the first night of Passover. Luckily, we're having everything catered, but I don't even know. I don't know what I'm going to do. It depends a little bit about how my mom's surgery goes. My sister will be here in town, thank God, because when I was taking care of my mom by myself after her ablation surgery.
I don't know. Canadian Nana. Don't feel like I'm putting you on the spot, but it's just genuinely curious. Let's use Kyle as a hypothetical. Let's say that it's me and Kyle. And Kyle was reckless in the background. And you filed, let's put us into this, Canadian Nana. Let's say you filed a criminal complaint on me and an RO on Kyle. Let's use Kyle and I as the example and you as the person filing. You filed an RO because you're in fear of Kyle. You filed a criminal complaint on me because you're in fear or you want to take somebody's channel. Would you then 8 days or 7 days later turn around and start messaging people wanting personal, private details about people that you're in fear of? Genuine question. Yes, no, or anybody. Put me in, take it out of BJ and Craig. Okay, let's put it into this perspective. If Kyle was threatening others, never you directly, would you reach out to somebody about their family, their extended family, Canadian Nana? You would want to know about if she was poor as a child and if she spoke about her mom when she was a child being evicted, and aunts and cousins, and you think that would be relevant? You might not understand what I'm asking either, which is okay. But if you are in genuine fear, that's what I'm trying to get. If Julie is in genuine fear of Craig and BJ, like she's claiming to be, let him out. If she's in genuine fear, she signed the RO first, and then she turned around and filed the criminal complaint. After criminal complaint was filed on BJ, she reaches out to people and starts asking for very personal, private details that have nothing to do, absolutely do not help with this case. Is that rational? Do you see what I'm saying? Again, I don't know her emotional state because it's all over the place, and that's something I can't judge. Yeah, they're completely intrusive and show wild behavior. Yeah, okay. It's called poking. I would think it was to see her safety issue, how serious it is. Yeah. And you might not understand like the full context of the text messages or what she was asking. So I'm just trying to guess that stage of fear. To me, Craig has said things while BJ is talking about me that are, well, she's used one of them. He didn't know what was going on, but while she had me on the screen, let's say I could do the same thing. I was on the screen and she was reviewing me as Craig was being reckless. I don't feel any fear. That's my personal thing. But I sure know if I was to be afraid of that man, I would not turn around and reach out to somebody after filing a complaint and ask for information about their childhood, things that don't matter. Yeah, Canadian. That's what I figured. So it was kind of unfair for me to ask you that.
Surgery the last time, and
Sorry.
she had the bleeding problems. It was a nightmare to be by myself and dealing with that.
And it's probably not the easiest situation to even picture Kyle like a Craig, so that might be an unfair example, as is because Kyle just is nothing even remotely similar.
And very scary. So I'm glad she's going to be here. Mittens and more. Everybody, thank you so much. And I'm sorry that I talk too much about things I shouldn't talk about. I'm just pissed. I wish this was over. If today's court hearing had happened, I could be like, okay, that's done. At least one thing is done. At least one thing is over, right? That I can put at.
Leo, I do have to disagree with that. And the reason why I disagree with that is because she was doing crazy things when she was against Clue and Cletus. Her behavior was this way when she was going against Chris and Katie. Her targets have just shifted. Now, I do think she does a lot of things to be liked and accepted by them. She knows how to play this public optics and the emotional game. And she knows that they could give two shits less because of what Brittany has done. But I have heard I've heard Cleta state, now that could have changed, but him state, as long as she's using the law correctly and the statements are true that she's using, he doesn't have a problem with it. But if that is not true, then that's a different story, basically. But I don't think it would change any of BJ or Julie's behavior. Just like I don't think we've seen a change in BJ's behavior with the mods that have left and or come and gone. Do you see what I'm saying there? I think optics wise, we might see a difference out here of how she would become more timid. She's way more ballsy because of their support. But I think optically, she would probably be a little bit more timid if they didn't support her. But I still think she would be doing the same exact thing. I hope that makes sense.
In my mind. Now I got another week of this nightmare. People writing horrible, horrible things to me. Someone sent a super chat. They said, is Al embarrassed of you, Julie? Because I know we all are. Right, Al? I told you that? What did do you want to say anything to that?
Leo, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing at all there. There is no excuse for this behavior. But you got to remember, this isn't going to be like, we're talking, what you were saying is if they pulled. I think with Julie, her behavior isn't going to change. What they've said and done matters to the subs. Julie has a lot of that support and co-signing because of that. But here's the thing. What's going to happen when she loses these? She's going to continue on doing that. That's where I think we probably disagree, because I think Julie's going to do whatever Julie does with or without anybody's support. Now, it's going to make her a little bit more timid to do it out publicly, but she was doing this shit before. Does that make sense? I see where you're coming from, though. I just don't think it would have any difference on Julie. I really don't. I don't think, except public optics, I don't think anything's going to change. And it's really weird how people refuse to look at the facts because their favorite creator. But that could also be why people, hold on.
I said, are you embarrassed of me?
I might need to think about this little section and not say it out publicly yet.
I'm proud of you. Right. I said, we're proud of each other. We love each other. Clearly, that person doesn't have that type of relationship, but they know what it's like to have a partner who supports each other and believes in each other. They're miserable, right? I'm just mad that I have to go through another week. And I know Al's mad, believe me.
Yeah, that's just being intentionally ignorant to what she's doing. And that's just excusing her behavior for the public optics because they dislike her. And that's okay. Like, I'm okay with them hating her and not giving a fuck what happens to her. But condoning BJ is basically saying, then everybody that said BJ was right to take us for the ROs and do what she did is the same.
He's had it up to here with all this. He's a quiet guy. He backed out of some of the interview today. Let me do most of it. You know what, Kenna? That's a good question. What the excuse was? It was
Kim, how far back? Sorry, I'm really thinking about the back and forth with Leo. I'm thinking more into that.
Will be here in town, thank God, because when I was taking care of my mom by myself after her ablation surgery the last time, and she had the bleeding problems, it was a nightmare to be by myself and dealing with that, and very scary. So I'm glad she's going to be here. Mittens and more. Everybody, thank you so much. And I'm sorry that I talked too much about.
Yeah,
things I
Carl.
shouldn't talk about. I'm just pissed. I wish this was over. If today's court hearing had happened, I could be like, okay, that's done. At least one thing is done. At least one thing is over, right? That I can put out of my mind. Now I got another week of this nightmare.
Oh, Leo, that's a good point. You're right, because I have thought, and I've said that they have. You're right on that. Yeah, I mean, ugh, food for thought. Sorry, guys. Sometimes you guys make me go, oh, wait. And let me be very clear. Let me be very clear. Very clear. So everybody knows. I haven't talked to Clue, Granny, any of the other creators about my stance on this. Not privately or publicly. And don't intend on it. And the reason for that, well, I did with Granny in the first case. But that's when I realized that people had no fucking clue. And it was a big divide. A lot of you had no clue and were in the same boat as me that didn't know that so much of this was going on. And then the other side was like, nope, we're going to be willfully ignorant to what's going on because fuck her. She deserves everything. Who cares about a misuse of our court system? Who cares about taking... That's not mine. That's the neighbor's. Who cares about what happens to actual victims when our courts are misused? There's that group too. But then there was a big section of people that didn't even know where we were. And the reason I haven't said anything, first of all, I don't need approval or justification from any of them. I'm not demanding they speak up. I don't care what they say. The facts are the facts. Whether their opinions here, there, the justification of Julie here, there, does not matter to me. Because again, it's just an opinion. The facts don't change. Whether we co-sign them. And I don't need them to agree with me. So I'm not trying to convince them behind the scenes or anything. We're just walking this through. And I'm not going to argue with anybody over this when it's right there. Right there. But I will throw in another thing that I've been told. And I said this to Granny on panel with Granny. People had tried to put it off that creators were amping Julie up and encouraging this behavior from her. People have absolutely named names and put names on who has been amping her up. And it's not just the ones Julie's named. I asked Granny, right to Granny on that panel, and she was like, abso-fucking-lutely not. And I knew because she has never cared for her from jump, from my understanding. But that could be a potential too, that people have encouraged her. And so they're in a sticky spot now when the facts don't align. Because what's that going to make them look like when she comes out swinging at all of them? You follow me? So if they have encouraged her and been like, yep, go here, go there, do that. Yep, go, go, go. You know the first thing she's going to do, if they were to be like, yeah, no, this is too far. She is going to go after anybody. She's unpredictable. Mm-hmm. Yep.
People writing horrible, horrible things to me. Someone sent a super chat. They said, Al, is Al embarrassed of you, Julie? Because I know we all are. Right, Al? I told you that? What did you...
Disagree, Leo.
Do you want to say anything to that? I said, are you embarrassed of me?
Proud of you.
Right. I said, we're proud of each other. We love each other. Clearly, that person doesn't have that type of relationship, but they know what it's like to have a partner who supports each other and believes in each other. They're miserable, right? I'm just mad that I have to go through another week. And I know Al's mad, believe me. He's had it up to here with all this. He's a quiet guy. He backed out of some of the interview today. Let me do most of it.
You know what, Kenna, that's a good.
I'm trying to follow all of you guys because you guys are watching the things that I'm not. And I told you guys I was not watching that stuff. So I'm really taking in what you guys are saying and trying to like wrap my brain around it. Sorry, I'm deep in thought.
Question what the excuse was. It was not done till today. The hearing is tomorrow. And so it had to have been a last minute reason, excuse, whatever. But
and if I'm going to be honest here, let me be honest. Since I started talking about chroma reels and the fuck shit that was going on there has been a shift. Absolutely. You guys have noticed it. You can feel it. Why? I don't know. Because at one point in time, anybody causing fuck shit and doing shit like that, people don't have any. But that definitely, and then chroma reels being attached to Julie and Terry, like the Terry Lynn, Julie's reaction with that whole thing, there has been a shift. And it's really odd to me. It's definitely odd. And a lot of people tried to say that they were thinking, I was talking about the blob photo, and I was like, I was so clear on that had nothing to do with the current situation. And Kramit's reaction in that little song or whatever the fuck, that's super telling too. So when you go back and look at the people that have been front and center and involved in the fuckery, there's a noticeable shift. And that group has grouped themselves together. I ain't mad at it. In one bit. I'm just glad I don't fuck with it.
The judge did stipulate that this delay will be the last
yeah, they are
adjudication or moving of the date in this matter. This is it. That's it.
But if you notice too, some of the content farming, how boring has BJ gotten? How boring has BJ gotten since some of those people who were doing the push-pull method with her, escalating her, and then, in my opinion, trying to poke and prod and push her further because they knew this one was trying to do something legally. So they were trying to escalate on behalf of others to content farm the fuck out of BJ. And at the same time, when there was plans in place to go legal. There's been a difference though. And you can see like BJ's been boring recently because she doesn't have that push-pull.
The judge doesn't want to hear another thing.
No, it's not.
I have no reason to know what is in the judge's mind, but if I were the judge, I
agree, Leo. It's not missed because for somebody like me, it's counterproductive because it was so hard to weed through what the fuck was actually going on. I knew something was going on. We all knew something was going on, but where it was coming from, and Chroma Reels brought that all on herself. Told me that's all she needed to do was tell me she was Terry Lynn's best friend. And it's been one fucking domino since that has fallen. One after another that's fallen into place. And sitting back and watching them fall, granted, I wasn't predicting some of the directions they were going to fall, but I'm not shocked. Not in the least. My island's peaceful as a motherfucker.
want it over with, and I want it over with. There's a reason why these kinds of things are supposed to happen quickly, because people's lives are in danger. The longer it goes on, the angrier people become.
Yeah, I don't even think you could get it because of a victim allegedly speculating until everything's solid. And even at that point, I don't know what their law is on that. But sometimes because of a victim, they might be less likely to even give that up. I know somebody has.
Laura, I don't know why it got postponed. I don't, it was filed. It was, all I know, it was filed to be postponed by the attorney for the defendant today.
Oh, Brandy was in here earlier. Brandy, are you still here? She might have popped out, but she might be in the bushes. Oh, if BJ's live, she's probably clipping BJ. I have a question. How is Brandy Wine playing BJ's content every day? BJ not striking her, no commentary to it at all. It just plays. Good question. Very good question. I've wondered that myself. Because it's beneficial to BJ. Let's be honest here. We got multiple things going at once. I think it's because BJ is reliant on people. That's why she also didn't strike Chroma Reels. Well, Chroma Reels was playing games right in her face. It was beneficial to her. You guys agree with that? No, thank you. Leo, no, thank you. Everything. Every fucking thing. But it's beneficial. It's the same reason she didn't strike Jay when Jay was restreaming her and stream sniping her. It's the same reason she didn't strike beat or Chroma Reels. The same thing. She needs that for. Am I roboting? Or is it Rowena? Push-pull dynamic means you push them away. A push-pull is you pull them in when you need something from them, you act all sweet and nice, and then you push them away to get a reaction out of them. So that's what Chroma Reels was doing. She was acting like she was all dark side badass over here, restreaming BJ. You know, she was team dark side, all that shit. But then she would go in and, oh, give her all the kind, sweet advice, and so-and-so's going to strike you, and so-and-so's going to do this. Playing all sweet, like she had care and concern for BJ. That's a push-pull dynamic. If your sound is bad, Rowena says hop out and hop back in.
The day before court. Or I don't know if they talked to somebody before that, but the court was notified.
Never say never. Sorry, hold on. I'll back that up. You guys are bringing up some valid points, and I think it's worth discussing, though, because, like I said, I'm not all the places you guys are, and you guys are bringing up some very valid points that are making me think a little bit more. But to that point, never say never. You don't see how it benefits BJ. How doesn't it benefit BJ? And the reason I ask that is because BJ is 100% dependent on being a victim, just like Julie. So she needs somebody to go at her hardcore. She needs somebody to make her a victim. Without having these people restreaming her, saying all the things, going after her, she can't concoct that victimhood. She needs people to push the boundaries. She needs people to do things to make her a victim. That's the only thing she's got left. Hopefully that makes sense. Keep on asking and talking, you guys. I'm enjoying it. And if you guys want me to, so none of you get fucking ridiculed in the end, I can shut the live chat off too. You tell me what you want to do. I don't want you guys to feel like they're, which they already are.
The judge did stipulate that this delay will be the last adjudication or moving of the date in this matter. This is it. That's it. The judge doesn't want to hear another thing. So, I have no reason to know what is in the judge's mind, but if I were the judge, I'd want it over with, and I want it over with. There's a reason why these kinds of things are supposed to happen quickly, because people's lives are in danger. The longer it goes on, the angrier people become. Laura, I don't know why it got postponed. It was filed. All I know, it was filed to be postponed by the attorney for the defendant today.
the day before court. Or I don't know if they talked to somebody before that, but the court was notified today, the day before court, asking for, what's the word? Is an adjournment or an adjournment? Is that the word, adjournment? Whatever it was, moving the date 1 week out. This is the second time it's been moved. But the judge immediately, the judge granted it, but immediately ruled that that would be the last adjudication, right? The last movement.
Genevieve, will you elaborate, please, on what you do not believe are facts and what you think I see as facts that you don't? That would be wonderful, please, and thank you. I would love to know what you think is the difference. I'm genuinely asking too, because I would like to see from your perspective what you think is factual that I do not, or vice versa.
In this matter, I think that was the phraseology that was used. In this matter, that will be the last time it is moved. And this is a different judge than the judge that was there for the hearing on the, what was it, February 20th. I mean, February 20th, now we're going to March 19th. That's a month. That's a month. This is a protection order. You know?
I honestly think she regretted it as soon as she realized that people could FOIA the police reports, and those haven't even came out yet, but they will be. And the court proceedings, I think the instant regret happened because she knew that at the end of the day, but I think she was predicting that people were just going to go along with it over the hatred of BJ. But for a lot of us, it's never been about hatred of BJ. It's because what she is doing is wrong and she needs held accountable for those things, not fabricated shit.
It's a continuance. Is that it? A continuance? It's not really a continuance. It was, I feel like the word started with an A. I have to.
And Cam, not only that, because you speak for me on that one. Sorry, I got to highlight that shit real quick because not only that, but you're making a fucking choice to sit around and talk shit and then act like you're nice to somebody's face. I got no time for that. Sorry, I'll go fucking watch a TV show or play with my dogs over that. I ain't about to sit around and fucking shit talk all day long, and to each their own. Like, some people do it and enjoy it. But the people I can't understand and will never be okay with is the one that run their fucking cocksuckers behind the scenes so fucking much and then come pretend in your face that they stand for something. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Get out of here with that shit. But this is why I've always said too, like, this little space for me that I've created, I'm comfortable with. Outside of that, I don't do the same shit. I don't move the same way. And I'm, to each their own.
I have to go back. Keep in mind, I was doing an interview and I was in the interview. We couldn't answer the phone. We couldn't talk to anybody. Our phones were off. So things were happening. People were trying to get in touch with us and we weren't being notified until the whole thing ended.
Rosebud, there was no allegations being made against him as far as criminal. So he's not pleading no matter what. Craig's not pleading. The only thing she filed on Craig is a civil RO in Superior Court. Brittany is the only one with criminal charges through municipal court via a private citizen's complaint. There are no criminal allegations that he has to plead to at all. That's it.
And then we saw what was happening. And then now I'm trying to get in touch and figure out what's happening and waiting for a call back. So it was a little.
I wasn't talking to you, Genevieve, about being willfully ignorant. I asked you to explain what you don't think. There are people. I'm sorry, that wasn't directed at you. We've been talking about this for a long time, so I don't know if you just came in or not, but that wasn't directed at you. I genuinely asked you what you see differently as the facts. That's what I was asking you. There are people, and we can't disagree with that. We've seen it, that are being willfully ignorant to what is going on here. And I'll put a name on it. Island High, Kenna, Della. Who else was over there? There was other people. The people that were saying that I was going to cause or be responsible if the one young man had a seizure. Well, they know for a fact I didn't do what was claimed anyways, and she was lying in their faces. Those people are definitely willfully ignorant.
Confusing there for a little bit, but adjournment. Is it adjournment?
Right. Oh, my lamps.
Like, I don't know if it was travel issue. I have no idea. They're probably hoping you'd go off and say something that could be used against you. Just let it roll off. I know. But, honestly,
she was not offended. She was fucking downright pissed because she expected a fucking instant. Sorry, I'm behind in your comments because I'm trying to soak them all in because you guys are giving me a different perspective that I wasn't looking at. Again, one of these fucking lives where they're like, she goes on and on. Yeah, because I actually fucking engage in my chat with conversation because it's not just about my opinions, and I actually value some, not all, of your opinions. You guys know the ones I'm talking about, though. But I do really enjoy the back and forth because of that back and forth, we have been able to kind of navigate this a little bit further. But she was pissed, and she thought she was going to get a default judgment. She was hopeful. Yeah, Ronnie, there is not even going to be anything like that. It's a civil RO. I'm catching up really quick before I pause again. Today, Mama Angie, earlier today. Yes. Yeah, that's another thing, proud for Mom. In New Jersey, they're FROs, final restraining order. They're one and done. And it's final, but no, Rosebud, in my opinion, the intent there with that is because they potentially, if an RO is granted, depending on what the judge orders, they can request removal of weapons as long as the RO is in place. And if that's a lifetime order, that would be a lifetime of removal of weapons. And I think they intend on trying to get him violated. When I say they, Julie and friends, to get him, an attempt to get him violated, to get him locked up. Yeah, Carl, I got nothing for them. They both lied straight to my face. But I don't, you're free to like who you do. I just have a different experience with them, and I can't stand gaslighting liars that blow smoke up your ass and go along with lies like that. Not going to happen over here. Not for me. Yeah, her mother is getting one. No. From my understanding, I think we determined that they could do a petition. Oh, yeah, we're still going. Revival, she did another stream. Yep, as long as the judge states they have the option, but a lot of times, if there is like a threat of safety, guns are an automatic as long as the judge requests it for them to remove it. Yeah, I agree. And Cam. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what job applications?
Ready for, some of these very vitriolic live streams that are being done about me, calling me a liar.
You are a liar. Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen Julie lie in real time. Put a 2 in the chat if you have not. Let's see who's honest in here.
Saying I lied, saying I perjured myself. That's a crime. Being accused of crimes. I was.
Wait. Julie. Oh, Jesus, criminies. Okay, most of you are being honest about the fact that she's lied. Thank you for that.
Hoping that would start coming to an end, and now it's being delayed even more.
Oh my God. Was that like 3 attempts to roll your fucking eyes and it didn't look good enough in the camera, so you did it again? Watch this.
Vitriolic live streams that are being done about me, calling me a liar, saying I lied, saying I perjured myself. That's a crime. Being accused of crimes. I was hoping that would start coming to an end, and now it's being delayed even more.
Would this be perjury? And I'm genuinely asking, where she said in this one, let me zoom in on the form, Julie, not you, where it says right here. So this says, I certify that the foregoing statements made by me are true. I am aware that if any of the foregoing statements made by me are willfully false, I am subject to punishment. Okay, that's the clause in this. This was submitted to the court for that criminal complaint. But the statement right here, I had deleted, where is it? I can't tell where it starts. Her handwriting is terrible. Brittany obtained and knowingly displayed content of my autistic, recognized disabled by state of New Jersey, son that I had deleted years ago. So that first part of the statement, we know it's not been deleted years ago. Provable. Because he does not want to appear on social media. Okay, that's fine. Both myself and my autistic son were taunted, and although Miss Jackson blurred his face, she revealed identifying his public school at the time of the video. That did not happen. No public school whatsoever was mentioned. Would that be considered perjury? Lying to a court on that statement? Anybody know?
There is no perjury in my case. There are no lies in my case. I am not a liar. I have evidence and I back up everything. And by the way, I didn't sign my name to the police reports. 4 different police officers signed their name to those police reports.
No shit. Does she not understand that we know how police reports work? Yes, that's specifically to BJ, but that's who she's claiming did it. Nobody else taunted or identified his high school either. So there's 2 statements right in that last 2 sentences that are false, that we know are false. The identifying his public school or his school at the time didn't happen. There was no discussion at all about his school. And then stating that she deleted that years ago is factually incorrect. That those are 2 statements just in that sentence. on top of many other things.
They put it in their own words, and they put their names on the bottom of those pieces of paper.
Right. Officers are taking your statement and writing a report. Absolutely, they are.
They can be called as witnesses into court.
That's not what's being questioned. What's being questioned is the statement you wrote. That's your signature. Again, just because people are playing dumb. Did Julie sign this or did an officer sign this? Oh, yeah, it's not going to be taken away to take his free speech. He'll still be able to run his mouth. I saw you, Janice, in accounting. Thank you. It won't change anything about him being able to run his mouth. But if he makes any threats or anything like that, that they can try to lock him up over, they're going to violate him right and left if they can. This isn't about free speech. This is about further. There's none. Is that Julie's signature or is that an officer's? You tell me. We know cops sign their reports. This is intentionally trying to mislead. Talk about the statement you signed, Julie.
Court to say what they heard and what they identified as threats. And they put the law, the number, you know.
Okay. Wait, hold up. Genuine question to you guys again. Genuine question. You also have to sign the police report. But they're the ones to write the police report. I'll give her that. The narrative of the police report. They write it. They usually do have the person sign it or whatever. Let me hear that one more time because this stands out to me majorly right here.
Into those police reports. They put it in their own words and they put their names on the bottom of those pieces of paper. They can be called as witnesses into court to say what they heard and what they identified.
So she is saying that the police are the ones who identified the threats. She's saying that the police are the ones who identified that these were threats. Then why did the police not charge him? Why did the police tell her that her option was, if the police heard threats that were at Julie, why did the police not decide to charge him criminally with criminal threats? And why, again, did they tell her her rights to go file a private citizen's complaint?
As threats. And they put the law, the number, you know, based on their training, their police training, what law was violated. Not
okay, so if a law was, am I dumb? Am I dumb right now? Hold up. Am I dumb? And yet I could be because my brain is fucking fried. It's been 9 hours. But if a police officer said that that law was broken and it's a criminal code of harassment, cyber harassment, as she's been claiming, that would have been sent to the DA for the DA to pick up charges, correct? Or the prosecutor, as they like to say. That would have been pushed off to the prosecutor to determine charges. If the police officer said that they heard threats, they could identify threats directly to Julie, would they have not pushed those off to a prosecutor that they had sufficient evidence? That's weird to me.
Me. They did that. All I can do is present my evidence.
That's your evidence would be the basis of the police reports. That's the same shit you would have shown the police. Julie.
Really angers me. Thank you, Kimmy.
And then I go back to, in that capacity, if they heard these threats from Craig, why is there not a criminal charge? Same thing, private citizen's complaint. Why is Craig crossed out? Right. It's not the final. No, Genevieve, listen to me for a minute. And I know that that's what's been said because Julie has repeated it over and over again. So you can go back to even a year ago and find a live stream on White Boy Lockdown's page from February where he scrolls right to Julie's social media and posts, like he goes and scrolls right to the video and plays that video, unblurred, unredacted. She didn't go after them. She didn't file anything. She didn't say anything. She hasn't made a big stink out of it. Then you go, hold on, my dog. Sorry, Coop's trying to bite Bella's butt. So then you go couple that with on her social media when she saw Crazy mingle among us. So that was February of last year that he did that, White Boy did. That's still available. War Eagle's post that BJ showed. So she is claiming that BJ, according to her complaint, and I think that's where people are getting confused. She initially claimed that they doxed her son, the twin. That didn't happen. But those videos and his name is absolutely up there. But her complaint isn't just about that video. She says that he was taunted. They were taunted. And his public school at the time was identified. That didn't happen. We've watched the videos. That never took place. And his name is in multiple different places. Multiple different places.
Adjournment is the same thing as a continuance. Thank you, Mittens and more. So it was an adjournment. Hi, my legacy. Yes, Willows. The answer is yes. It is an in-person hearing. But if, I don't know, I'm not an attorney, but if somebody doesn't show up to a final protection order hearing, they don't go to jail or anything like that. You can't defend yourself, right? So,
Genevieve, but that's been the whole thing with her is emotional manipulation and lying about so much, like small little things, and then she overrides it with crazy shit like that.
Basically, if he didn't show up tomorrow, if he hadn't shown up tomorrow,
yeah,
that's what would have happened. Now
she did. Yep.
Getting bought more time. It's tough. It is tough. Thank you. I'm gonna go now. Hope you all have a good night. I'll show my Easter decorations, my other decorations when they're done. It's too much. Appreciate you all.
But Truck You, even with that, even if she would have hidden, it's on YouTube already, and it has been for over a year is the point of that. Why isn't she going after the people and making a big stink of it? Instead, she's lying in that statement, saying that his school was identified and things such as that.
Yeah. Talk to these people. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. They really don't.
We're listening to your words, so it's a reflection of you.
I have no idea. They're just... I hope Nonsense made a lot of money off of all her live streams on me.
Julie, I've never done this for the money. Sorry. I'm not like a lot of people. I appreciate the support I get, but I haven't even asked people to hit the like. I'm not doing it for profit. I'm doing it because it's right. I'm doing it because victims deserve better. Our court systems don't deserve to be used like this. And I'm not going to be a part of normalizing this type of bullshit over hurt fifis and adult choices to be engaging in this type of shit. It's not about money for me. Yes, is the support nice and helpful? Absolutely. But I've never done this for money. So you're barking up the wrong tree. Try again.
Oh, it was worth it.
And yes, to me, using your own words to expose your lies is worth it. Same with it did with BJ. It's absolutely worth it because, as I said, I will not be a part of normalizing your behavior.
See you later. No, I already was contacted back by them, although there is one outstanding issue that I can't talk about. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
There's one outstanding issue I can't talk about.
Genevieve, absolutely, she did.
But it's not really, it doesn't make that much of a difference one way or the other. Thank you. Lisa Viejo.
She is currently claiming that Craig has to be there in person on the 19th. Again, I can't confirm or deny outside of what they're saying publicly because neither party involved in these matters is an honest narrator.
Get a hug from Al. That will ease your tension. Love you both. One shot from me says I should get a hug from you. All right. Should I go over there to get the hug? Yeah? Or are you going to come over here? You're coming over here? Or you want me to come over there? I'll come over there. Should we meet in the middle?
You're welcome, Niners girl.
I'll come over there. Don't get up, Al. You're the old one,
Wait, this has got to be done on camera too.
right? I'm the spring chicken. He's the old man. I'm the spring chicken. I'm following directions. I'm giving a hug. Just pissed I have to wait so much longer. It's ridiculous.
But in the beginning of this, she wasn't angry about it.
How do I?
Oh man, he's not happy about being on camera again.
How do we hug? We're like, Did you? What was that movie where they were trying to hug?
Poor guy looks like Kyle after he gets home from a hard day of work.
And they were like, they don't know how to do it. They're like, I don't know. I'm being silly. And you were proud of me today at the interview, right?
Very. It was perfect. You nailed it.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. I hope it's going to help people. See you guys later. Bye. End stream.
He's like, just let me go. Whew, that was a lot. That's interesting. Yeah, that part, Genevieve. Yeah, Truck You, I have questions on that too. I don't know. It's crazy. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. I'm sure we're going to hear multiple stories in the meantime of this. See, I don't even do stuff like that. I'm hesitant on this RO as is because I think if there's any of this is granted, it will be more likely that RO. All right, is there anything else you guys want to discuss before we get out of here? We have successfully made another 9-hour stream. And my ass is tired. I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning, and I can't believe that I just made it this far. The 19th. Do you think she was... Okay, question really quick. I want to talk about a few of these things. Hey, Dutchie. Really quickly before we end this, I want your opinions on a few things. Do you think she's trying to get them to have to show up in person because she has invited people to come to court with her and watch this? Like some of her mods? Oh, Tara, don't go back and watch it. It's a lot. We'll pick up on that 12th stream and then inlay that Wednesday stream. Oh, Lindsay, we all know too much now. I was in the same boat with you guys. I tuned her out a long time ago, and I can understand why now. The 19th is your 65th birthday? Well, happy birthday. Just remind me, please. Hey, Stacy. You think that that's what the intent was? I do too. Okay, another question. Do you think the baiting, today's stream, some of it was intentionally baiting, so BJ and Craig are reckless and say more? Better content. I do too. Thank you, LFT. What do you think? Yeah, I covered her from the jump, Genevieve. The very first night Julie came to YouTube, it's Pika's fault. Before anybody else caught her in this sector, Pika, it's Pika's fault. We blame Pika because Pika caught her the first night and we reviewed her the first night. Ah, Rowena, good call. Uh-huh. Okay. Others too? Well, it's not going to work on me, Clemson girl, and I think that's the thing is she'll waste her time. She can talk all the shit she wants about me, but like I said, the most I got for her is she's a fucking liar. She's a lying fucking bitch. That's the most. I'm never going to fucking threaten her. I don't take this shit off social media. I never have, never will. Not doing it. Not going to do it for her. I won't sell out my ethics or my morals for fucking Julie. Haven't done it with BJ in almost 2 years. Not going to start doing it with Julie. You can push and poke and prod and say all the fucking things. You'll just get the same reaction that BJ does. You and your chat continue to encourage people to believe I'm a child predator. I'll introduce myself to your police department and make sure they have my phone number too. In case you are reckless with shit and they can call me and ask me for anything I've said and done. Truck you, she brought that up today. Julia. Yeah, it's never going to work. Oh, yeah. Okay, those pieces, yeah. Could be. You got to remember who she's aligned with, though. Is there any other questions you guys have? Yeah, that's been Lee Michelle. I mean, we watched that stream where she flat out says in the beginning of it, after those C&Ds, well, you think you're going to do this? She's like, she was trying to do a preemptive strike to take her down, offering them $5,000 to $10,000 for an attorney, and nobody would go along with it because people were like, yeah, no, we're not about cancel culture and not doing that. Yeah, far from it. That's exactly right, Rowena, and I'm not doing that. Leah, crazy. Okay, Mercedes girl, I'll read it after. I don't know. Okay, Genevieve, on that, who is her alliance? Well, she talks about him, Crispy. She'll talk about like Chroma Reels, and then you can see her mods and stuff who support this. She had privated or deleted that years ago, to my understanding. Others showing it isn't in her control. But that's just not true, Genevieve. The video, she did not private. Hey, Tracy. Yeah, I agree with that, Rebecca. Of course, Angel. You guys wanted to do this, so I was like, fuck it. I'm just lucky because I have Kenzie on days like this when I can do this stuff. And well, happy birthday, Agent 99. Yeah, she did. That is true, Lindsay. She talked about that. My brain is numb. I couldn't even think of a question right now. It's 11:46 here. And oh, well, I'm coming to live with you, Sasha. I might have to anyways, because I think I think it's been implied that I might be swimming with the fishies. I'm joking. Thank you, Tara. Bobby, hopefully soon. I was actually asking Kyle if he wanted to go to Utah to the finals, fly up for the weekend in May to the finals, but he's so fucking busy. I don't know if he'll even have time. You want to argue, Rubber? I'll argue with you. I'm not here to argue. I just know what I know, and I know how I feel. I'm with you. But I don't even think I know anything at this point. Yeah, I disagree with that. I disagree that yes, he threatens people. I'm willing to go there, but I'm also thinking of things like Wendy Blank showed about what legal definition of threats are and what meets the standard of legal threats. Now, it's going to be different here because she's saying she's threatened in the criminal complaint. We don't know what she's using with the RO. So we don't know still if there's something with the RO that differs from her criminal complaint on BJ. But legal definition of threats differ with that complaint, the private citizen's complaint, and what you have to meet there. But with the Superior Court RO, depending on what she used there, that's where it kind of gets sticky. But Julie has switched up what threats are to her throughout the whole time of what we've seen too. I think that's where people are not understanding that her stories have changed about what's direct threats to her. And she has flat out said things such as, that wasn't to me, this was to, or that wasn't enough to file a police report, but then changed it up and actually filed a police report while acknowledging she didn't have enough to file a police report. Agent 99, I won't sing to you, but I hope you had a great day. Yeah, that part casual art. Thank you, Socks too. I agree with you. I think she is worse than BJ. Yeah, they have to be pretty specific, but I think that's going to differ with what she's using with BJ in the private citizen's complaint, because that's completely different than what she's using with the RO. And we don't know anything about what's being used in the RO. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Proud for her mom that you're doing that. She's lied and other times applies stuff done to others, intentionally claiming it happened to her. Yeah, Autumn. We've heard one after another example. But Genevieve, are you okay with her lying and saying that people were talking about them and doing things that weren't happening? And also not going to the source of where that was initially posted and by who? I agree with you. I wouldn't have done that. Pulled it up from Facebook, went through the video like that. Never would I have ever done that. But she is knowingly lying about how it got here to begin with. She says it was deleted. It's clearly was not deleted. And then as soon as somebody points out to her, it was not deleted and it's been redacted, then she claims that she had the child or somebody doxed the child. And then she switches that up to his school was identified and he was being taunted by BJ, which did not happen. It was War Eagles post. So I think what you're saying is you don't agree with kids being posted, but I think what you probably would agree with is going after the source of who did it to begin with. Does that make sense? I think you would be agreeing with that. She did. Is she going live tonight, Lindsay? I don't watch 6 Up, but for the FOIAs, I might make an exception. Her and I go back and forth, but yeah. And I think that's going to apply with the RO, or not the RO, excuse me. if the I think the burden's lower with this private citizen complaint with what has to meet that definition. I think what's more likely to happen there is if they find anything there, they'll probably suggest mediation, which is the weirdest thing, to offer two parties mediation in a criminal situation. But in a criminal charge of what she wanted, that burden would have been way higher, and she obviously couldn't meet the burden for cyber harassment. I'm catching you guys. Let's say for shits and giggles that Craig did threaten her and was so scared today that she showed the outside of her home and car. Oh, yeah. And then also had been reaching out to many people to seek out private information about childhoods. Are you going to, I don't know. She said all sorts of crazy shit about the Proudfoots. Oh, and Cam, agreed. She's got, that's what, almost 17 years for her to polish her art of manipulation. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The dude can't even change a light bulb. Leo, I give you that. He couldn't even go flip a breaker. Did Lindsay? Yeah. She didn't say when she was going to stream. Just said soon. She also said the other day that anyone is welcome to use the documents she gets. Okay, thank you. I'm interested to see. So that means, I think allegedly speculating, requested them too. So she likely will get them too. I can't confirm that she did. I think she said she did the other day. I'll have to ask her. Okay, I'm finished in the comments. I'll stand on Julie wouldn't keep poking and antagonizing if she was in fear. Also, wouldn't share more and more private information. Wouldn't at all make light of any part of this. Agreed. You can't even grab his own towel to take a shower. Yep. Yeah, that's right, Bex. All right. I am going to be out of here. Maybe he just chews it. Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, but even at that, Agent 99, her own mod, Kenna, said the name. Like, that's the big sticking point, right? That initially it was his name was doxed. Her own mod said his name in her own short, and it's been left up there. Then you have another channel who's had the video up where it's not redacted or anything for over a year, and then War Eagle. So why miss all of those other situations just to hit BJ with it? Do you see why for me it's selective of where she's going with where she wants to and who she wants to hold accountable for it? Just like how quickly we just watched her. Oh, my Lanta just mentioned that. And now she's trying to imply that I went and brought something over here from Facebook. But I think that's what she's baiting. She wants somebody to be like, I didn't do that. Let me go show you. I'm not doing that shit. I don't fucking want her Facebook shit. Absolutely. So you say. I think that's the thing for me is it's very, very selective. I'm just not willing to fight with people. Like, we can all have differences of opinions and stuff, but the games that are being played around this shit and the people who are fucking gassing shit up and trying to make this about all this other sideline shit is so fucking wild to me. But it is definitely obvious. Absolutely, Coco. Terry, thank you for hanging out. Yeah. Lazy Wolf, 100%. And I expected her to be pissed today. Those text messages are damning. they're damning as fuck. That right there, those text messages alone, if BJ's smart, she would have her attorney try to get those. If she's got an attorney. But those would absolutely, and they should. That's why I brought them publicly. That's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck who bitches and moans about that. That is bullshit. Agreeing going to that degree of real life is fucking crazy. Oh, F you, that's crazy shit. I'm sorry you got storms that bad. Agent 99. Good point. Very good point. Yeah, no, I don't fault the people who hate BJ for what BJ has done. I give grace to the people. I've been more than giving grace to the people that actually have been fucked over by her and cost money in the legal systems and shit like that. I just can't give that to people that are solely ignoring the facts based on hate because of their alignment with a creator or their care of a creator. The facts mattered when it was their creator that was being lied on in court. The facts should still matter no matter who it is that's being lied on in court or how our courts are being used. I can give them complete grace for hating her and not giving a fuck what happens to her to a certain degree. But then I also go, but I guess, human nature, I guess, is a little bit of a fucked up thing. So that's where I'm giving grace, because when it was done to them and they lied on court document, or BJ lied on court documents against them, we all talked about how that could be perjury. Lying on court documents and things like that could potentially be perjury. Will it be prosecuted? Likely not on any. That's the last thing they pick up usually. But it is. How is that different when we're looking at the document she filed right there? And she lied. Like, she lied. That's a choice she made to lie. Why keep helping her? Gray. You know who's helped her? Please don't. Like, Gray Pearl. You know who's helped her? Julie. Julie's helped her. Like, let's stop playing fucking games here. Whose words am I going over? Gray. Whose words am I playing? Whose content have I restreamed? Whose lies have I restreamed? And story changes. And you know me, you and I have gone back and forth on something, but I'm not going to agree here. Whose content have I streamed, Gray Pearl? Genuinely asking. Who has told everybody for months what they intended to do and how they were going to do it? Crispy, I would rewind and listen to him. Gray, you still here? Don't jump on Gray, please. I know you guys won't, because you guys have been great about people disagreeing. No, I'm not jumping on you at all. So I want you to argue with me. Gray, now is where I want you to argue with me. Please do. Argue with me. We can argue and still get along. You and I have done it before. Let's do it now. But whose content am I streaming? And this is where I want you to disagree with me. I want you to tell me what you are not seeing that we are. Because I'm sick and tired of people blaming me for helping BJ. When it's Julie's own fucking words, Julie's action. I want you to argue with me. I want you to prove me wrong. No, I do, Gray. I want you to prove me wrong. I want you to prove to me that what she is doing is not lying and manipulating. I want people to prove to me that what they claimed to my face and said this is a direct threat made to Julie actually exists. And I'm not saying that to you. I'm getting passionate, not to you. I'm not mad at you. Please understand that. I actually want you to argue with me because I know me and you can do this. And I know you can handle me and you arguing. But I want somebody to argue with me, and I want you to prove the point that people sat there and told all of us that Julie was not lying to the courts, and what she was doing was taking threats that were directly made to her and using those. Initially, do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when I initially started covering her? What was Julie? What did she say to me? Do you guys recall? I want somebody to argue with me instead of playing public optics or excusing this shit. I want somebody to fucking argue with me and prove me fucking wrong. Because the only thing that's happened is Julie has proven that she is a liar. Hold on. Let me grab it. I'll tell you what she said. Well, I'll let her tell you what she said. Hold on. And Gray, I was really hoping you would argue with me. Because I want to see what's missing. Okay. So this is from one of the first live streams. Listen to the goalpost change here.
The amount that Nonsense does not know that she was reporting as if it were fact is staggering. She clearly has a bias, a vendetta. And
I do have a bias. I've always admitted that. A vendetta, I do not.
And an agenda. Even such
an agenda, yes. The facts. Always.
Minor statement alluding to the amount of time that I contacted Scotland County Police Department is false. The reality is the 2 calls that went out before my call on a Saturday to check on the status, the temporary protection order being delivered, was 1 time. The 2 calls prior to that came not from me, but from the police department.
Okay, I'm sorry, but the officer sounded annoyed. And when on dispatch, they said to let you know that it had been served. Sounded like you had called numerous times to check and see if that had been served.
Here in New Jersey, directly to Scotland County Sheriff's Department, it came from a lieutenant here in New Jersey communicating directly with Scotland County. It was only on Saturday morning, February 14th, that I called 1 time because the lieutenant that had been dealing with Scotland County was not going to be on duty all weekend. This is just a tiny example of misrepresenting the actual facts of what took place. And I mean tiny example because she has dates wrong.
Dates. What dates have I had wrong? What videos have we looked at? What dates are listed here? This is what I wish somebody would do. Instead, they're playing the public optics of who's liked better and who can emotionally manipulate better. And I don't like it. And that's what Julie's doing. She's changing the goalposts constantly. What dates are listed here? December 4th, December 10th, December 25th. What streams have we looked at? December 4th, December 10th, and December 25th. Who told the public? Oh, whoops, wrong one. You guys aren't on it yet. Let me back that up.
Because she has dates wrong, evidence wrong.
Who told people the timestamp in which videos they were in while she was breaking down her evidence? Absolutely, we did. We absolutely, Solo Rider, used her dates. Not only are they in her written complaint, but she has told them over and over and over and over again. She's even gone down to giving the exact timestamp, and initially she gave bits and pieces of it. 10th, 12th, no, 4th, 10th, 25th. The whole drawer? How long's it been since you cleaned it?
Like 2 days.
No, it hasn't. Liar, because I don't put them in there. Kyle's taking the recycling out.
Got an estimate done.
Did you?
One of them.
One of them? How many more do you have?
4 more.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my God, babe. He's doing estimates. Do you see what I'm saying? She's completely changed it now. Completely changed up the goalpost.
She has evidence missing. She has
evidence missing. Again, what's in that statement? And we've been significantly talking about the little bit we've talked about Craig's RO. We've all came to the conclusion that if anything's likely to get granted, it would be that, because he did say some things after it was served.
things that she doesn't know or understand.
I mean, of course, because none of us knew this was even going on. And I'm talking for me and majority of my subs.
And is misrepresenting. My plan is, after all is said and done, to do my own reviews about nonsense and her own hypocrisy and her own personal vendetta getting in the way of actual facts.
Actual facts. So then when actual facts are presented by Julie, who claims they're facts, and you go look at the source of those facts, they don't match what her words are saying. They don't match the threats that she claims. They don't match the statements that she's making. They don't match anything. Because initially she claimed, just for instance, the young man, she claimed that he was doxed. Then in the complaint, she says that they were taunted in his school. You see what I'm saying? Are you still here, Gray? Or did you leave because I wanted you to argue with me? God damn it, Gray. When I want you to argue with me, you won't do it. I'm like, God damn it. I thought you would be one that would actually argue with me. Fuck no, Leo. Fuck no. No. If she was lying on Clue or Granny or Queen, fuck no. Gray Pearl, if it feels like, okay, first of all, I can't roadmap anything for an attorney. That would be like saying that I helped Granny's attorney with her RICO. Nope. I'm just putting on display what they've said. If there was evidence, here's the thing, Gray. Think of it this way, please. And really think about this, because I really had to think about this too, because I was like, what the fuck is wrong with these people saying I'm helping her? This is public content that she put out here. I know that, but that's why I'm comfortable with you arguing with me, because I want to see what you're not seeing that I am. That's why it's not about, I argue with my friends. I would hope that people, this is where we don't even have to argue. But I just want somebody to break it down to me of what you are not seeing. Because when you make a statement like, I'm helping, or stop helping BJ, please stop helping BJ. You know who's helped her? Julie Skolnick. Julie Skolnick signed this form on the 8th. This form right here on the 8th. You know what she did on the 15th, Gray Pearl? She reached out to a specific person, and instead of trying to get information that could support or help her case, she wanted petty information and brought up stuff about BJ's childhood, her children, her family, her relatives. Nothing to do. A week later, she is digging into BJ's personal, private life. Nothing to do with the case. The only person that has helped BJ is Julie. No, I'm caught up now. What? Who did I get fired from their fucking job? Who? Mercedes girl, who's saying that? And where? At the cost of real victims, though, Gray Pearl, how selfish is that? That our courts are being wasted. They've already been wasted enough by BJ in her co-plaintiff's time. But at sacrificing real victims in courts and our court system's getting made a mockery out of, that's pretty selfish that we just want to sit back with our popcorn and act like this is fun to watch two cows. I'm with you to a certain degree. But then when you start putting into it that there's real victims that are being denied. Who? Mercedes Girl is saying that. And where? And who the fuck's husband? Who the fuck is married? Who the fuck? I hate this delay. Oh my God. It was somebody in her chat. Samantha Joy. Yeah, no. Fuck that bitch. Sorry. Nope. I didn't get Samantha Joy or somebody's husband fired from any fucking job. I don't even know who these fuckers are. Mercedes Girl, who said it? What was the commenter's name? Because I guarantee it's probably like a new alt account that's stirring up shit. That's been expected. And Trip, if you're in here, the answer to your question is yes, 100% proven based on Julie's own words. And telling that person in chats during this. But I'll email you back if you're not in here. Do you know who it was, Mercedes Girl? Samantha Joy. Let me be honest. Samantha Joy's got a fucking story for everything. She too is another liar that lies. That's the bitch that fucking called the cops on me 2 years ago. 2 fucking years ago almost, you guys. 2 years ago. I'm waiting to see if Mercedes Girl knows the account that said it. These people are fucking nuts. I don't even know if Samantha Joy had a job to get fired from. Let's be honest here. Did you guys see that fucking email? Yes, Mal. I did. You feral one. People are fucking crazy to me. Oh God, Lauren. No. Brittany proved that it wasn't true last night when Samantha sent BJ that email and BJ read it live. Wait, what? Samantha, how many of you really believe? Oh my God. These people are wild. Yeah, that email was suspect, but who's to know that she even had a job? Gray Pearl, I'm disappointed in you. I'm just joking. But I thought you would be one to argue with me. I was expecting you to argue with me. And you were like, nope, I'm not arguing with you. I want somebody to argue with me. I want one of you to argue with me because you're giving credit to helping BJ to the wrong person. Go tell that to Julie. Go tell Julie to stop helping BJ. Yeah, there's no job that we even know. Have you guys heard the story Samantha Joy has told? Somebody went missing at one point in time. She lived in one state. I think in California she had a property. She claimed she was in Texas at one time. That bitch has been all over, everywhere, done everything. Who's to say she didn't work for herself and fired herself? Like, seriously. Who's to say that's not their company business of the missing family member that she claims she had, and she was also involved in the California fires? That bitch has a story for everything. Tracy, you argue with me without me asking you to. Samantha Joy to me, oh my gosh. She definitely isn't going to prep for this thing. And Gray, thank you for letting me have my banter with you. You know that I just am desperate for somebody to argue with me about this shit that actually has that mindset of this is helping BJ. Because ultimately, the only thing I'm detailing is Julie's fucking words. Whether it's the complaint, whether it's the live streams, those are all things Julie has said. And I'm so fucking sick of getting blamed for shit Julie has done. I'm sick of it. And Grey Pearl, I can understand, but they're fucking with you over the optics. And I hope you trust me enough to go pay attention to it. Because I know we've been this divided on things before. And after months, you came around and you were like, okay, I see what you're seeing. Please do yourself a favor and don't let the optics of this misguide you from the facts. That's all I'm asking. You can like Julie and you can think that BJ has everything coming to her, but it should be by those that she has wronged. Not because BJ kicked the door in and people who are just as bad, if not worse than her, on all angles, decided to be there. Julie does know what she's doing. Yeah. And that's where I get passionate. No, you can't compare the two, Genevieve. That's the thing that I refuse to allow people to do. The RICO and racketeering claims, the injunction, that has 10 plaintiffs to begin with. Let's stop pretending that these are the same. The only thing that even remotely you can say is that the same person involved, one of the plaintiffs, is one person here. Other than that, there is absolutely zero comparison, but their misuse of the court. Misuse of the court is misuse of the court. Lying to police, lying to the courts, it's still lying to the courts. The standards of them, but BJ and Julie are absolutely the same. The willingness to lie to the courts and lie to police and misuse resources, exactly the same. Kyle's just smoking a joint.
Sorry.
That's what I did too. That, Michelle, that's what I was thinking they were trying to imply. Somebody sent it to me and I was like, holy shit, who needs to know that Samantha Joy even had a job to begin with? I mean, if you go back to 2024 when Samantha Joy was hot and heavy in those chats, the fucking stories that she told, my God. I disagree, Crispy, and the reason I disagree with that is because Julie is absolutely manipulative. I'll say it. Julie is filing a frivolous lawsuit again for the optics in this community. She didn't have enough other than to file an anonymous complaint. Caffeinated Duchess, thank you for your support. And I really appreciate you. But next time, can you argue with me? Can you pretend that you might pretend that you're arguing with me? Fuck, where are you guys at? A lot of you assholes will argue with me. Psyops, you won't argue with me either on this. Dr. Snowflakes, I would ask you, but we're in agreement on this too. Where's my people that I can have open, healthy banter with, like back and forth discussions that don't use their emotions and will go back and forth with a debate of the, like what we're seeing here. Christina, that's totally fine that you agree with Granny. But again, I'm never going to be okay because that statement right there, Christina, I can accept that from Granny. 100%. Granny is in a mindset of hating this bitch and not giving a shit. Rightfully so. Rightfully fucking so. I can give that to Granny. However, I'm not willing to give that to you on Granny's behalf. And the reason I say that is because the majority of people, like Granny has the right to do that. But that would be like me saying and excusing weaponizing the courts, lying to police, and doing all that. What has she done to you? She hasn't. She's done it to the creators you like. And at that point, it's revenge. And it's never going to be okay with me whether it's Julie, BJ, whoever it is, to seek revenge. Now, I don't have a problem with Granny Clue Cletus not giving a fuck what happens to her. I can understand that with them. I cannot understand the people who are like, yep, okay. Because we are also, Christina, you and I, and the rest of the chat, are the ones who screamed, this is bullshit, that our court systems are being used for this stuff. When the RO was done on Clue and Cletus, what did we all do? Fuck that shit. Not going to happen. What did we do when it was done to Granny and Barbecue? Fuck that shit. Not going to happen. This is the same thing, just different people. And I'm not saying you can't be mad on their behalf. I'm fucking mad on their behalf. However, I think they deserve accurate justice, real justice, and real accountability to be had. Not revenge by somebody who has never been a victim of their shit. Hopefully that makes sense. Absolutely, Genevieve. We've all been going back and forth for this week has been really fun for, well, yeah, the last week of me doing this has been really fun because I've argued with some great people and we've actually all kind of went back and forth. I don't know if they are current time, but they were Autumn. We've heard it stated by Julie and Chroma Reels in chat that they would have transcripts within an hour. And Julie has said that that's who was sending her stuff. I hope that makes sense. Damn it, Caffeinated Duchess. You don't have to. I'm just joking. Thank you for the support. Tears do not change my morals. There you go. No, you're okay. You're okay, Mercedes girl. Trolls say stupid shit right now. Brie, that doesn't work though, because then you use big words and shit that I'm just like, what are you even saying to me anymore? And you and I would just fucking laugh at each other anyway, so that doesn't work. And thank you. I've ran out of it now. I am completely out of it. Yeah, I can give that to them. I can't give it outside of that. And that's what, every time I come back with something, we'll see what happens. Of course, we'll see what happens. But it doesn't justify our courts being weaponized, because if you're, Christina, I want you to think about this, and you don't have to, but if you're looking at this from a perspective of wanting Granny to have justice, wanting Clue and Cletus to have justice, right? They have been done wrong. How are we not seeing that by justifying what Julie is doing? Real time, we're catching her lying over and over again. She has directed us in the spots that we have landed to and found the lies based on her words. How are we saying, and I'm saying we hypothetically, of course, but how does that sound that we are against misuse of court as long as I like you and you haven't been mean to my friend on the internet that I don't even know? I'm against courts being misused and police resources being wasted. But if you've been mean to my friend and cost her thousands of dollars and made false allegations, then I'm okay with people doing the same to you. Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I can too, Lindsay. I've said that from jump. And that's why people keep trying to make this about, like, that person that came in my comment section talking about my friendship with Granny was the very person that went on Queens and, like, tried to make a weird, veiled, almost kind of threat to BJ. It was weird. And that was weird timing of the whole situation. And then coming in here and I'm like, who the fuck are you even? I argue with my friends. And if this disagreement and me standing on the fact that I want her to have adequate justice, real justice, because of what she's been done this way. Julie even had to admit yesterday that shit didn't even happen to her. It happened to Granny. Yeah, no, I see it. Y'all, Nana's not drunk. I can't be mad at them. Like, but I can be mad at the subs going along and just being head up their asses about this situation while they're watching Julie lie. Like, people came in here again, and she once again said the shit. Julie says shit like, I showed a mascot or the logo. I was reading a fucking comment from somebody that asked a question. We weren't trying to zoom in, and they just were asking, could that be what they're claiming in the complaint? Because we were looking at that complaint where Julie claims that the school was identified, and we were like, what the fuck? So somebody asked a genuine question. I repeated it. And then it got twisted that we were looking at mascots and zooming in and all this shit, like real-time lies. And if you go back and watch it, you'll get full context. But people are unwilling to do that because it's just easier to fucking what? Like, what? I do too. I'm with you on that. She compared what she begged for from BJ. When they didn't pay attention, she did BJ's uncle expose and now pretending it was about the victim. But she compared it to being, oh my God, yeah, that's Autumn. That was disgusting. Yeah, we've been trying, Genevieve, and I've said over and over and over again respectfully, because people have been coming in here and being like, you're doing this and it's hurting. I'm like, respectfully, the BJ and Julie situation isn't about Granny or Clue. Stop that shit. Like, it's not about them. Nobody is denying what's happened to them and the fact that we want them to seek whatever appropriate justice. And Granny's in the court. Like, nobody wants anything different than what's going to come there. But I also disagree with the fact that Julie is so hell-bent, unless Granny has said she wants that too. But I would rather have Granny and Barbecue have the option of having something to attach to for income to recoup some of their court fees and costs. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm Mercedes girl. I gotcha. Thank you for clarifying that. I was going to say, what the fuck? Queen Widow, I'll argue with you. I feel like you were helping them by helping them see too much. I know that things that were said were not towards Julie. They were towards others. Queen Widow, damn you. You know how hard it is for me to get some of you guys, because you guys are like, no, fuck you, bitch. We sat here with you 10 hours. We get it too. If you are helping Julie, be prepared for her to throw you under the bus, because she will in a heartbeat. Yeah. A win on lies is not justice. Just me. Rowena, say that louder. Thank you for the support. Coke. When it comes to Diet Coke, okay, here's where. Okay, if it's Coke products, Diet Coke all the way, all day, every day. If it's Pepsi products, I don't like real Coke, regular Coke, gross. Ugh. I'll take a Pepsi or a Mountain Dew if it's Pepsi products. Up to good. I understand that, but I think a lot of people are thinking she's agreeing with it because she is arguing, and I don't think she's necessarily intending to, but the shit stirrers are doing it. The shit stirrers are being like, they're trying to make it about her and taking that to her when this BJ Julie situation has nothing to do with her. She has every right to be like, fuck that bitch, do whatever. I don't give a fuck what happens to her. That's valid. Okay, we can all give grace in that area and understand that. But the shit stirrers doing this, when you listen to Julie and what we've been doing, and you hear her twist the stories again and again about things that are upsetting Granny. Like, they're taking stuff to Granny and people are trying to explain it to her from what I gathered earlier. Now, please understand, this is just what I gathered out of the comments earlier. But people are trying to say that wasn't what happened with Julie. And she's like, no, look, I've experienced this from them. People are like, yes, You have experienced that. Julie has not. And then you hear Julie say, well, I demanded an apology on behalf of Granny. And then when put to the test, you're like, well, what did she say to you that offended you? Last time it was the lip, and now it's the nose. You see what I'm saying? So they are, in essence, trying to make this about that. I think you'll understand what I'm saying here. And that's why I, like, with all due respect, you guys know this too. I'm not watching any of them because I'm not arguing with them, because it has nothing to do with any of that for me. But I think that's what's happening. And people are like, no, Julie said this and then did this. Christina, but you know what the sad thing is? Here's the sad thing, and I don't think people are realizing this. By making the false claims that she did, she's giving BJ and Craig an upper hand to come back. Rowena, that part. Christina, when you see the lies that she's making BJ a victim, and that victory lap that BJ is taking, rightfully so. She knows what lies are in court. She did it. She's done the exact same thing. She's lied to courts. She's lied to police. She knows exactly what Julie's doing because she did it too. She did the exact same thing. Up to good. Did you respond? I think I can text you and explain that further, but I think that's what people, like, the stirring is going on. Christina, with all due respect, I have been nothing but supportive to Granny, and I continue to be supportive to Granny. So while I will continue to be supportive to Granny, this is the type of content I do. And this is what I've always done. So me doing content on Julie is not supporting Granny. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm not going to agree with it being done to Granny or anybody else just because I dislike them. Yeah, right. And it's just because of what Julia said and how she said it. That's it. That's all. I will tell you why Granny feels so passionate about it. She legit filed for an RO with evidence very few saw, and people still over a year later. And I get that, up to good. I get that. Somebody actually asked me the other day, would I agree with her getting that? And I said, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree with her doing that. But again, we're not even talking about the RO necessarily. We have talked about it a little bit more tonight. At the base of it, though, up to good, that's not what we've all said, including myself. Like, most of the chat here, not everybody, a lot of people think that that's going to get thrown out anyways, which should, if this is all she's got. If she's using those police reports and the claims attached to them, it should get thrown out too. However, we don't know what's even stated in the RO to get the RO. We don't know what was used to get the RO. So we have not even really been talking about the RO. So that's disingenuous too, because I have agreed that if anything's probably going to be granted, especially off of what he said after the fact. But that's, once again, not even what I mentioned. Up to good. Okay.
It's an actual person too. I posted in their group.
Okay, cool.
So if I just pay the vet bill, they'll
Kenzie thinks she's got
do
a
the
pregnant
process for
stray.
me.
She's trying to figure out what to do with her pregnant stray. Yeah, we've never even talked about that, up to good, or anything. And that's a completely different perspective than I've ever heard anybody say. So that kind of threw me for a loop. Absolutely, Joe. And that's what I've been trying to, but in this place, you know how people play the optics. She's not, Rowena. That's the thing, is she's not. That's what's so confusing, is she's not. Granny, I mean, wasn't it Julie that said, when Granny said, look, I disagree with you, digging into people's real lives, and she basically told Granny to her face that I'll do it to you next? Didn't that happen? Am I wrong? I disagree with that. When her and Jay were friends, Jay was really supportive, and I think but Jay was really supportive too when everything was good. I think Autumn, I don't even expect her to watch. I've tried to tell people over and over again. Christina, I appreciate that, and I completely understand and respect that we disagree on this. What I can't respect is anybody, and you didn't say this. Well, you might have, but I can't respect anybody saying that I'm helping BJ, because if the facts fall on BJ's side, then people shouldn't have fucking lied straight to my face and told me that Julie had all this evidence and the facts. And then when you go to listen to Julie's own words, it's complete lies. Julie helped BJ by putting all this out there and detailing it for fucking months, and then intentionally misrepresenting what she was using. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, up to good. I was like, I've never done that. And I wouldn't. I was like, wait a second. I agree, Carl. Yep. SS, I agree with you on that too. And I have to say this. One of you, Leo Lotz, you still in here? It might have even been you under an alt. I don't know. I'm just giving you shit. But somebody said this is turning into the anti-KJ community, and I did agree to a certain degree. But this is the part about the anti-KJ situation that I never was with, or the anti-communities that I was never with. Because when push comes to shove, the echo chamber overrides the facts. And that's right here, unfucking willing to do. Now, there's a lot of stuff that I've learned throughout the course of this, since even speaking up publicly. Trust and believe. If you guys think that speaking up against Chroma Reels, you know who Chroma Reels has been attached to, right? Every fucking creator besides me. Every fucking creator besides me. Every creator besides me. Yeah, that's another good point. Absolutely, she has, Tara. She has a lot. Yeah, Revival. Agreed with you. No. You're good. It's good. We're all just like, I'm trying to get somebody to argue with me. See, I'll even argue with mods. What the hell's wrong with you guys? Nothing should be granted on lies. Absolutely nothing should be granted on lies. That's so fucked up. But if you guys don't think, and I mentioned this earlier, since I said, look, there's shit up with this Chroma Reel situation, and I still can't detail all of the different pieces of it yet. There is too much going on. But if you think things haven't changed, and I haven't been treated differently by a whole lot of people and attempted to be gaslit and lied to straight to my face over and over again by people that were attached to Chroma Reels, you're fucking wrong. When I made the decision to come out and speak against the fuck shit that was going on and happening to other creators because of Chroma Reels, that changed all sorts of shit. And Kramit's response to this Julie situation, what the fuck? Why are you defending? Lindsay, you think? I think mine has been mush all week. It didn't get quiet, Leo, at all. It's not quiet at all. It changed everything. Amy, I know people that would disagree with you, but I agree with you. They assumed I was. But that whole situation, and you know that, changed so much. No, Joe, we've just been talking Julie. But when you put the pieces together with all of this, like, I didn't expect this to come around this way. I had no fucking clue that Krama Reels was Terry Lynn's best friend, who was involved in the blob photo, who was involved in all of this fucking manipulation and bullshit behind the scenes, content farming the fuck out of BJ. At the same time of doing all this shit and playing in people's faces, attached to Kramit. Kramit's out here doxing creators. Terry Lynn has been problematic past Granny and my docs around. Like, way in the beginning of this shit, wild shit, everywhere Terry Lynn's involved. Every situation Terry Lynn's involved in some way, somehow, some shape. Kramit wasn't even on my horizon of anything besides just being buddies. And then I'd already been looking into the Krama Reel situation. And then Jay posts that post about Kramit. And I'm like, what the fuck? Kramit's doxing creators? And then now getting to the Julie, taking them to court. And Julie is admitting in chats that Krama Reels was the one helping her collect this evidence. You guys get how full circle this is, correct? Everybody is following, or is this new to everybody? I think some of you that have been following along probably understand this, but if you connect the pieces here of this puzzle, it's every single piece of it. And they're fucking all around us. And honesty is the last thing they are. Yeah. Me, Joe, me speaking out. Oh my God. Wait, Bomb and Flava buddies again? Nope, Mercedes Girl, because again, with all due respect, I respect them having a difference of opinion and can give them grace. Granny, Clue, Cletus. I've said that from jump. I don't need to hear all the shit stirring, and that's exact intent of people, is to stir shit and get people so amped up on shit that they're not even making sense about. And I saw the reaction and the fucking gaslighting that was being done to me right then and there. That first live stream by the chat and saying like I was doing something to harm. I was like, what the fuck? I'm not gonna be accused of that again, because that's the last thing I would fucking do. I would not do a fucking thing to hurt their chances of getting justice. This is not about them. They are entitled to their opinions and their feelings more than anything. So respectfully, I have not been watching, because I'm not allowing myself, if you know anything about me, you know that I'm not about to fight with people that I support and stand by over shit being stirred in the chat. Blue on black. No and yes. No and yes. So I'm not surprised by the drama. I'm surprised by the legal shit, the legal shenanigans, and the amount of liars, the blatant lies to people's faces in real time. Watching Julie lie like that, that was a BJ move, and I was not expecting that from Julie. I thought she would have more respect for the people that she's using the names of that have been supportive of this than to do that shit. How she thought she was going to get away with blatantly lying to everybody's face showed me the amount of disrespect that she is willing to go to cover for herself. And she is so self-serving. So that part's shocking to me. It's not shocking that she's a liar. Watching her lie in real time, well, then name dropping all these other people, that's been shocking to me. And watching how many of those fucking people are connected, who have been doing the most and outed themselves doing the most. It's not shocking. I can't watch all these other creators like that all day long. So too, I didn't really pay attention to Krama Reels, and Kramit I never did because of the AI stuff. I mean, I saw them in chats and shit. They were always nice to me. But I was always standoffish, and I can't stand the AI music that they were doing. So I picked up on some shit, of course. But the extent of fuckery and their reactions to this has been a little odd to me and a little, Stacey Nicole, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Does that make sense, blue and black? The whole issue is if tomorrow some of these creators came out and said we were going to troll BJ by all getting matching face tattoos, would there people be lining up to get inked? SS. Yeah, fuck yeah, they were. Yep. Because the instant knee-jerk reaction, Mercedes Girl, which I can get from people that have supported her, was that somehow, some way, this could impact Granny, or it was like polling support. That's never the case. That's never been the case or anything. So I could be understanding. But then you had people in there that were just intentionally, and it's not just been in Granny's chat. Tip's been everywhere talking shit and running their fucking mouth, whoever that account is. Some of those people just do that. Angel, nobody is. And then that account, Scotland County Girls, you guys, that account has never been in here. You want me to read you what they said? This is the shit I can't. I appreciate that, Tara. Because I'm definitely not trying to do anything besides figure that portion of it out. I wasn't expecting any of this to come around. Here, let me read you the comment that I'm talking about. That Wendy Coco account too. I blocked that one because I was like, fuck that shit. Boys, come here. And like hit the like made a comment a few days ago, and this I can get down with. I think it's all crazy and don't agree with anyone doing it, but I must say that it seems like they're getting a taste of their own medicine. I can agree with that shit. People have been saying it's their karma and shit. Hold on, let me find that account. And I'll tell you exactly what was said, because I was like, ooh, this is the type of divisive shit right here. Scotland County Girls comes into my comment section. I think this is, let me check, the very first comment that they've ever made in my chat too. Yep, one comment. Only one. This is the only comment that they've ever made. They said, when you disdain for Julie, your disdain for Julie means more than a friendship with Granny, who needs enemies. This will be the last piece of video I watch of yours, and I can't stand Julie. I do, however, adore Granny. She is the realest out of this sector. Tell me you missed the point without telling me you missed the point. Telling me what? You missed the point. Yes, Lindsay, that's the person. And that's exactly what I said. I said, respectfully, the Julie versus BJ situation is not surrounding Granny or has anything to do with her. What they are both doing by using our courts is wrong. Also, are you the same account that went on a panel saying you were local to BJ? Because I was like, wait, that's got to be the same account. Sure as fuck is. Absolutely is. But did you hear what they just said right there? Oh, yeah, up to good. There's so much of that. So much of that shit. But up to good. Think about that. This is what I'm saying. Like, when you start piecing together who the fuck is doing this shit, that account popped on Queens out of fucking nowhere and made some veiled thing to BJ, who then BJ tried to use that as her victimhood. And now they're in my comment section saying, when you disdain, I don't disdain Julie. I don't like her. I never have liked her. Nobody's ever thought that. And as soon as I started talking about this, 100% admitted bias. Within the first 5 minutes of this even being brought to me, I said, I have a fucking bias here. Tara, that's what I said to somebody. I said to somebody, possibly today, I said, look, I've never understood like the trauma piece of it, but now I am understanding more of the trauma piece of it. Deanna, thank you for being a member. Yeah. I don't know if she emailed Clue, but I think she emailed Trisha. Isn't it the person that emailed Trisha? Oh, up to good. See, now that's even funnier. And that's even more insane to me. But I was like, what? Like, all I could come back with was respectfully, you're making this about the weirdest shit, but that's what's happening. There's people over here that have been commenting that I've never seen before. saying wild shit. So it's like, you know how people, I think it was Trisha that if I remember correctly, the person that went on Queens, Scotland County girls. I'm pretty sure it was the one that went on Queens and emailed Trisha. See? Tell me what? I'm telling you what. But I was just like, and what those accounts do, so don't let anybody fool you. Don't let anybody fool you that what they are doing is very much playing the optics and trying to stir shit up. And they're trying to get me to change my stance and shit talk Granny, and the same with Granny. And I'm sure the same is happening with Clue. This is what happens here. Now you'll watch who falls into it. I know what's up. I saw it right from jump, and I was like, I ain't entertaining you people. I'm a fucking adult and too grown for this shit. Fucking try it somewhere else. I named the fucking people that were in Hartley's blowing smoke up her ass, and people still thought it was somebody else. And I was like, it's her mods. They're right there. Where's the 8-hour live? I was like, bitch, here's what you're missing. Good night, Coco. All right, I'm out of here because now we've been here 10 and a half hours. It is Solo Rider. Agents of Chaos. Very much. And if you think, here's the other piece of it, you got to be very well aware of. Do you think that there's not revenge coming out for my ass? Do you think for one fucking second that there is not revenge being sought because I told Crama Reels to get fucked? I don't care if other people accept them, but I've made it clear to everybody, and so have other creators, exactly the type of fuck shit that they're doing. If you think for 1 second Terry Lynn, Crama Reels, and their friends, Julie, and their mutual friends aren't coming for my ass in the slyest way, you're fucked up to not think. Thanks, Joe. If you guys think that they aren't coming for my ass and still fucking pissed because I blew shit up that they thought they had under control, because nobody fucking controls me and everything's on the table for me, everybody's a fucking possibility. I trust nobody out here. Nobody. That's a lie. I do trust, of course, some of my friends. Oh, Coco, okay. Carl, do you like anybody? Let's be honest here, Carl. And I'm just giving you shit because you don't like me usually either. And then you chase me down in Duchesses and you're like, wait, I like your content right now. Can I come back for that? And that's okay, Carl. You don't have to like anybody. I would have never said one word if you had not covered this. Really? Dina, thank you for the support. That makes me sad, actually. What's up, that Michelle? What happened? Thank you, sweets. Yeah, no, and I won't. It has nothing to do with her. Has nothing to do with her. Said they showed that pic Christmas Day. Someone told Julie. I don't know what you're meaning, Angel. It's right in the video that you can see. Hey, I'm with you, Carl. I'm an equal opportunity hater too. Oh my Lanta, okay. You know, I can handle me a good conspiracy at times, but sometimes you can't ignore some shit that's just way too coincidental at times. And you're like, what the fuck? Sweets says, Carl, you don't have to like her. I love you. I love her enough for both of. Sweets loves her enough for you and Carl. You're just, I mean, okay. You know, you're one that I look at your comments and I'm like, okay, what are you hmming me about? Yeah, revival. There's a lot of new people around here, though, that don't understand that when people especially when people tell me to go left, I'm going to go right and probably take a couple figure 8s in the same fucking time. I've never, ever been good at coloring inside the lines. I'm a rebel without a crop. Oh, BJ, by the way, I need to bust your ass too after last night. Bitch, don't be talking about my fucking tattoo. The fact that you remember that I have Sinner and Saint and ambergram tattoo on my body is concerning. But you don't watch me? Get the hell out of here. Okay, I'll look. Thank you, Dina. There you go. Carl, you're being outnumbered. I love you. I love the fact that you guys are like, one says I don't like the 5 say I like her. Guess what? I don't like myself some days, and that's okay. You going with Dad? You going in? You little rodent? You little gremlin? Oh my God, I can't wait to watch it. I felt fucking insane. I didn't listen to all of it last night, but I did hear the part about the tattoo. I was like, what? Did she just mention that I have a Sinner and Saint tattoo? Sure did. Y'all, Nana's not drunk. Who knows that that bitch even had a job? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm sorry, but people like Samantha Joy also, okay, I told you guys I was leaving, but here you go. Here, you want to hear how fucking far my brain hurts? Think about the timing of Samantha Joy. Think about her fallout with BJ. Think about how light that's been compared to how BJ typically goes after ex-moms. Do you see what I'm saying? Anybody understand that BJ has such different energy for considering what Samantha Joy has allegedly leaked, that she was pregnant and conveniently it went to Sinner? And then think of the energy that BJ has had towards Samantha Joy and what she put out and what energy BJ usually has towards ex-moms. Tell me that doesn't. Tara, it's because you guys keep making my head think of other things. And I'm like, let me just tell you guys. I have no problem telling you guys what I think. That is one thing. I probably tell you guys too much of what I'm thinking. But that is suspicious as fuck to me. The Samantha Joy shit, because that bitch has been a fucking liar who sat by BJ and condoned the fucking lies. And now we have some weird allegation of this bitch getting fired from her job, and BJ is like, I wouldn't do that to somebody. And who's coming in to sweep up for BJ again? The gray area. That could be too, Autumn. But she is the very one. But she's not the only one. Shayna. These are the people that were involved in that litigation chat. And I'm sorry, Samantha Joy is reality on steroids. No, not me. No, Julia. F you, I'm sorry. Revival. But that's the thing. She hasn't even really been present and active like she was in 24 and early 25. That was crazy shit when she was doing all that shit. Petty for another 6 months. What? Elizabeth. Scotland County girls and the threat on BJ and that person popping out of nowhere. Put a 1 in the chat. Before that day, that Scotland County girls, BJ's neighbor, the bitch that claims she's local, before she went on BJ's or Queen's panel that day, have you ever heard of that person or heard that voice? 1 in the chat if yes, 2 in the chat if no. Yeah, BJ said the other day when that all started that she was getting an attorney and going to sue me. Fuck yeah, she is. But think about that up to good. She comes out, claims that BJ has gotten her fired from a job. And poor BJ Oh, blah, blah, blah. BJ said, she's gonna do. You know what I did? I said put a 2 and you guys followed instructions. I've never heard who that. Yeah, and I don't know what the email was. I'm going to have to figure out what the email was to Trisha, because that's weird. Good question. Up to good. Good question. I don't know. I don't have time to follow all those people around and figure it out. That's why so much of this shit's happened. And people were like, Becky, they've been doing this. And I'm like, well, fuck, I can't pay attention to all of this. Hey, Body, we're still here 10.5 hours later. I hope your night went well and your podcast went good. What? Oh, Jesus, Lauren. Tell me another time. Didn't Clue think reality was Samantha Joy? No. No, they've got to be too. I don't know if Clue thought that, but no. No, there's just a lot of crazies around independently. Reality's reality. Reality doesn't need to be other people. I think the impression, crispy treat, 17 minutes into the stream, I think is where they said I started them. I started them pretty early on in the stream. Good, I'm glad. Glad it went well. What did you guys talk about, Body? Which case are you guys talking about? There are some real interesting connections and just real interesting movements. And then you got to wonder too, like her and Sinner are going hard at each other. But tell me that wasn't convenient of him for the timing. She's been lying all along. He knows that. So what was the motivation between him to pull that right then and there? And then you want to go back even further. Melissa flipping on Queen when she did. Think of the domino effect that some of this shit has happened. Chroma Reels was buddies with Melissa too. Actually, when Melissa and Queen fell out, Chroma Reels made a video in defense of Queen and then has been over in Melissa's again. And then Melissa falls out with Queen and runs right to Sinner. You guys see this shit, right? Am I losing my brain? Oh, I've heard, I saw, I think it was Law and Crime, and he ended up dying because of a prank. Horrible. Too old for this too. Oh my gosh. It's on iHeartRadio and it just blanked my mind. Body, please tell us in the chat. She hates saying it. There you go. Ha! I'm so glad you've been doing that. Every time somebody asks, she's like, I'm not here to promote. We want you to promote because people need something factual to listen to. Actual true crime. Body actually does real true crime. A little bit before Tara, though, because the Melissa fallout was a little bit before. Right, KB? It's been a weird, right? Mm-hmm. It's wild. And so weird. And then if you guys remember in the beginning of it, this is the drama piece of it. That's just, these people are too busy for me to keep up with. Too busy for me to keep up with. I'm fucking boring. I try to figure out like the pieces of shit and I'm like, okay, well that doesn't fit. Okay, back to that. That doesn't fit. Okay, back to that. And then people bring me new names and I'm like, oh, well, who the fuck is that? Oh, wait. Yeah, they are mentioned a lot. Melissa, that the timing of you and Queen Bee's fallout was really odd. Did you really change your name to Melissa the Saint? Did you really? Was there anything else, Melissa, while you're in here? I'll just ask you. Was there anything suspect to you or anything with the Chroma Reels? Because Chroma Reels made a video against you and then now supports you? Anything? Was there anything about that? That's a troll. That's not actually Melissa. Right there. I did. He's so daddy. That's a fucking troll account. Okay, never mind. I'm not even asking you questions anymore. God damn it. Nobody's calling that motherfucking string bean loser daddy. Not even you, girl. There ain't nobody. Hell no. I just puked in my mouth. You just called Sinner daddy? Girl. Look, I don't know your relationship status, but you know that if you're over 105 pounds, you're going to break that motherfucker in half. Melissa. And can you imagine getting down with that motherfucker? I mean, just picture this. I can't do more than, he's a 2-pump chump, if even that. So it'd be like 1 pump. You fucking bitch, you fucking bitch, you fucking bitch, you fucking bitch. That's how it would go. Yeah, and what is he, like 5'6", 90 pounds? Melissa, I think I just puked that you fucking called him daddy in my chat. Oh, Donata Fida. Girl, don't grab your coffee. Grab your fucking puke bag with talking about calling that motherfucker daddy. What are you doing? Deborah, that's exactly how it would go. Can you just imagine? That's the only thing that motherfucker can say. You fucking bitch. You. You guys are wild. Wait, are you still here? Did you grab your coffee? I heard a rumor. Are you going on vacation with him? Is that a rumor or is that true? None of my business, but I'm being nosy, so why not? Sorry, Coco. Sorry. But that's all, like, what? That Michelle, you love me. I do too. Part of it, yeah. Don't give two shits. I do too. Did she grab her coffee or did she disappear? Are they actually going to an island now? It's true. I'm getting out of here, Melissa. And I no disrespect, but it's a no for me on that one. No for me all the way around. But I wish you well. And I hope you don't come back from vacation with sand fleas or herpes. But hey, enjoy it. It's like Vegas. What happens on an island usually makes it to the internet drama when you fall out. What? Who met up on Valentine's Day? What are you guys doing to me? Okay, I'm done with you guys for the night. My brain's smushed at this point. Melissa just called him daddy. I want to puke. And no shade, like everybody's got a different. But Melissa, I'm just telling you right now, and you know this, you probably know this already because you've already been back and forth with him. But if you're not good in bed and you guys end up doing, you might be going as friends. I don't know your relationship status of either of you. I have no idea. So forgive me for just speaking my mind. But you know that if you go on vacation and you fall out, he's going to come back and tell the entire internet about everything that happened. everything that happens. And he might have a heart attack because I don't think he's probably been in the vicinity of a real woman in probably 15 years. Oh, no shade in that. Absolutely no shade in that. I don't care. Hell, I'm enjoying it, Autumn. She can troll me with that shit any day because she's just trolling herself if she thinks it's not going to miss it, or if she's not going to. Why are you guys yelling at me now? God. Fuck. What? I gave you a happy ending and all. Practice safe sex. I feel like a mother right now. Tell me I'm wrong. You know, as soon as he flips on her again, he's bringing it to the internet. No, they're not. They squirt in people's eyes because they have no self-control. No, Rotaro. There's probably... Never mind. I was just going to say Earth, are you streaming the demon? Because I need to get off here because my brain is fucking mush at this point, and Melissa just made it even more mush. And I don't know if I'm going to recover from this in any way, shape, or form. I think I'm successfully not going to recover from this shit. But I really do hope you have a good time on your vacation. Vacations are always good for the soul. And this place is fucking wild. Hank, get your mama. Earth, where'd you go? Yeah, I think the internet has broke me officially. I think tomorrow I'm definitely taking the day off. In fact, I know I am because I have shit I need to do. I told you guys that January and February were rough. I was all over the place. And now March, welcome to the jungle. I got time again, bitches. I'd do this to you in bail. Melissa, let me say this. And we can continue this discussion some other time. If Chroma Reels is good, then Chroma Reels was doing something on somebody else's benefit or on somebody else's behalf. Because what I've seen is Chroma Reels stirring a lot of fucking shit between creators. A lot of shit. And I've always put the caveat in there. I'll text you back. I got to call you. I'll be off of here all day tomorrow, Duchess, so I will call you. No, I'm not going to cower in the corner. I'm going to go puke in the toilet. I'm glad that she's a good friend to you, and I hope she continues to be a good friend to you. Everybody deserves good friends. Just be careful. Probably. Okay. All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. No, Sassy. I'm blocking you officially at this point. Did Earth ignore me? Earth, you better not fucking ignore me. Earth, are you going live? Or did you already stream her? Where'd you go? Okay, Earth is tapping in on Kick. Let me drop Earth's link on Kick. I'm going to Earth's Kick. I'm going to go kick it with Earth and put my headphone in and ignore all you. I'm not talking to any of you guys for like 952 days. Don't call me. Don't text me. I'm done with your asses. I'm just not kidding. But I'm kidding. But I'm not. Share. I can block Earth. You don't have it set up yet. Okay, hold on. I'll go about it the other way. Lauren! Lauren, are you still here? Where's my lifesaver? Lauren's the one that always posts the kick links for me because I'm stupid. Sorry, Packwalker Sue. I saw it. See? I told you guys. There's Lauren. She's always like, oh God, Becky's dumb again. Becky's a dumbass. Sassy, look, I have not gotten anybody to argue with me. And here you are, trying to tell them to come to my island. No, thank you. I haven't had gonorrhea persiflades or crabs or sand fleas in a long time. I'm good. Don't want them back. Thank you. I'm not saying that Melissa does, but I would need a full body condom for a string bean. And he deserves every bit of this because he thought he won a debate by calling me a bitch. So he deserves every bit of my mouth fixed on him talking shit. Yeah, we're not Turks and Caicos. We're more like jackasses and assholes. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Lauren. Okay. With that said, though, meet us over on Kick. Earth is tapping in, or go wherever you would like to. I hope you all have a wonderful night and a day tomorrow. And I will see y'all very soon. Who knows what will come tomorrow? But y'all better behave. Oh, my Lanta. Oh, my God. Now I know shit's gotten deep when the ivermectin comments come out. Oh, hell to the... Hell no to the no. You know how many people I've heard suggest ivermectin, I think recently, to a pregnant person or a supposed pregnant person? And I about fell out and I was like, okay, yeah, let's talk about that dewormer again. You people are crazy. Carl, that's a typical from you. That's just an expectation that you come with. Carl's going to do what he wants when he wants and to who he wants. So good night, everybody. Though, seriously, thank you for the support and hanging out tonight. And I hope all of you guys have a wonderful day tomorrow. Bye, y'all.